Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Rin stared at Kakashi, his Chidori chittering in the rain, arcing from raindrop to raindrop. This was it. This was how she was going to die. She had hoped desperately to die of old age one day. To at least live long enough to have a family would have been fantastic. But dying for the sake of her village. To prevent other Konoha ninja from dying. That was a good death. She could accept that. Rin, Kakashi muttered, his voice drowned out by the storm that fell around them. She chose to believe the drops falling from his face weren't rain. He leveled his arm towards her heart. I'm so sorry. You have to, she smiled at him. She needed to be strong. She didn't want to die. It's for the good of Konoha. Was she telling that to him or herself? Her heart was racing. And the chakra of that beast inside of her was running wild. It was going to break free soon. If Kakashi didn't kill her now, then those other ninja would take her to Konoha. Where she would die anyways, and so would hundreds of others. It's for the good of Konoha, Kakashi. Please, before it's too late. They had seconds, before those mist ninja finally found her and she was their bomb once again. It was a shame. She would have liked to become a great ninja. To see Konoha one more time. To watch the ninja that Kakashi would become. To fall in love. There was so much she wanted to see. He needed to kill her before she changed her mind. Kakashi lunged forward, the rain parted for him, guiding him right towards her. For a brief second it looked like he was in two places at once. Several feet away from her, and with his hand inches away from her beating heart. She didn't want to die. Time froze. The rain hung in mid-air like crystal teardrops. Kakashi's lightning was little more than a wild spider's web caught in flash freeze. The ninja in the background didn't move, suspended in mid-air like actors in a play. The only thing that moved was that red eye that stared at her, slowly twisting and sucking her in. It felt like her body was being sucked through a straw. At first there was resistance, a futile effort as she was too big, too solid. Then, something gave. And she began to slide, forwards, backwards, left, right, up, down, from every direction she was pushed, pulled, or dragged into that straw that was barely bigger than a pea. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Was this what death felt like? 1,000 miles long, the width of a pinhead. It continued to stretch her, drawing her ever thinner to point where she might break. She was still there in front of Kakashi. But she was somewhere else too. Then came the snap, whatever had anchored her with Kakashi finally let go and she flew towards her destination like a rubber band stretched to the limit. In one moment Kakashi was there, then the next he was gone. The rain vanished, the forest around her changed, and the sun was shining. What? She looked around, panic setting in. Where was she? What happened to Kakashi? Was she dead? No. That wasn't right. She could still feel that thing wiggling inside of her trying to break out. It was only a matter of time. The seal wasn't meant to last. The fuse was already lit and she was a bomb that was about to go off. I need to get away, she mumbled, taking a step forward. She needed to find the nearest people and get as far away from as possible. Nobody should have to die because of her. Bracing against the tree, she felt how drained her body truly was. There was nothing left. And everything hurt. If she stopped now, the three tails would be unleashed and who knows how many people would die. She needed to kill herself. A cliff, a river, enemy ninja. Any of those would do. XXXX. The seal was about to break. Any moment now the three tails would be free. Already she could feel its voice calling to her, gnawing at the back of her every thought. It promised power, and safety, a quick death if she just stopped fighting it. No way in. You monster. It growled in response, its voice like the roar of a waterfall. With one more step Rin saw her final resting spot. She didn't know where she was, a cliff somewhere warm and sunny, far away from any real village. It overlooked a beautiful valley full of life and trees. A beautiful last sight. Hopefully someone finds me and gives me a proper burial. She took that last step and closed her eyes, letting everything go. There would be nothing left after this. For the first time in her life she could finally stop fighting. It felt good. Hopefully Kakashi was alive, and Konoha was fine. This was the right thing to do. The wind pushing against her face as she fell to her death felt cool, clashing with the warm sunlight. Hey, she heard a voice. And her eyes snapped opened. The ground was coming fast and fear clenched her heart. Then someone caught her. He had blonde hair, and blue eyes. With a Konoha headband. Don't worry. I got you. No. He was saving her. The seal was breaking, there was no way that she could kill herself in time. She thrashed, trying to push away from the other ninja. Let me go. I need to die. What? Hey. Watch it, the boy shouted even as her elbow slammed into cheek. They landed onto the ground in a jumbled heap, the momentum of her fall sending them tumbling into the nearest tree and bush. Is that any way to thank someone from saving you? The seal broke. Oh no, Rin held her stomach. Feeling dread as the first bit of the beast's chakra began to pour into her. She looked towards the orange-clad ninja that had just saved her life. He looked to be her age. His selfless nature would be his own downfall. With the last bit of her free will she gave him a smile. You need to run. Now. Then she was lost to the beast, it was consuming her, eating her mind, body and soul. Naruto - another voice. This one sounded familiar. Like a distant memory. What are you - she looked and saw a familiar tall man come running. He had long white hair that was probably longer than she was tall. If she was in her right mind she felt like she might have remembered him. What the? Then everything went red. XXXX. She was alive? Or was she dead? It was hard to tell. Everything hurt, but that had been her normal state for weeks. And it wasn't even that bad, more the dull pain like a sprained pinky, just all over her body. Her chakra was still there, a wonderful reminder that she was very much alive. But so too was the sanbai. It was fainter than before, like it was locked up tight in some faraway corner of her soul. So she was alive? When? Why? How? Leaning up she saw her room was well lit and clean, the warm blanket fell off of her revealing the numerous bandages that covered her chest so that she looked like a mummy. That explained the hurt. Not so much how she was still alive. You shouldn't move so much. A small voice from beside her croaked. She looked down to see a small toad that sat next to her. The green light of medical ninjutsu poured from her hands. Oh, Rin lay back down, staring at the toad for a moment. Did Minato-sensei send you? Nah, that Jiraiya boy summoned me, I think he's wanting to explain things to you. She lowered her hands and gave a low grumble. I'm just her. Patch up his hasty seal on the three-tailed beast. Jiraiya, she knew that name. Wait. Jiraiya, as in the Jiraiya one of the Sannin and Minato-sensei's sensei? Humph, don't tell him that or his head will get even fatter. That toad looked her in the eyes. I'm Ma, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Ma. I've only really met Gamabunta once before, but he seemed like a nice enough boss. Aside from the fact that he reeked of alcohol. Do you know what happened to me? Anything at all? Ma scooted closer to her, her hands moving down towards her stomach. I know that you have the three-tailed beast inside of you, and that Jiraiya and Naruto managed to push the beast back long enough to place another sloppy seal on you, then called me here to try and make something decent. Do you know how hard it is to work like this? It's one thing to make a working seal from scratch. It's another thing to try and salvage something from scraps. Ma shouted, her right foot thumping on the ground. Sorry. Ma sighed. It's not your fault, dearie, that burden rests on whoever sealed the beast in you to begin with. But I'm just about finished with you. It's a good thing I read that Minato boy's notes. So I'm safe? Rin couldn't fight back the tears as fell from her eyes. She didn't have to die. She got to live to see Konoha again, to see Kakashi and all of her friends and family. As safe as any ninja. Ma touched her stomach with both hands, eyes still locked onto her. This seal is still a mess, but it's the best I can do. It draws its strength from you. The stronger your will is, the strong the seal is. Remember that. Ma vanished in a poof of smoke. For the first time in what felt like ages, Rin found herself smiling. Her happiness was dull like the pain, but it was still there, constantly reminding her to smile. She felt where her seal was on her stomach. She was a Jinchuriki now. But most importantly, she was alive. I need to find Kakashi. Her stomach burned when she sat up, and her arms and legs felt like jello. He's probably worried sick about me. He might even think I'm dead. Minato and Miss Kushina too. They'd probably need her for another mission soon anyways. Kakashi was such a dork, he refused to let anybody but her treat his wounds. It was annoying, but kind of nice too. Sliding open the thin wooden door, Rin came face to face with a verdant green forest, the same forest that she had tried to kill herself in. It smelled like a forest should, thick with sap, pollen, and green. But there was a hint of salt to everything. Were they near the ocean? Where on earth was she anyways? And how did she get here? Damn it, brat, I told you to quit worrying about her, a gruff manly voice echoed from around the corner. She'll be fine, just focus on your training. That was Lord Jiraiya. Or at least she thought it was. She'd only briefly met the man once when he interrupted their training to grumble at Minato. That was a week after Obito died. Still, the man was as famous as Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru. She turned around the corner and was blinded by the setting sun for a moment. Was it that late? Or was it early? Her sense of time was all messed up. Standing in a wide open field was Jiraiya, looming over the blonde boy that had saved her. Naruto, if she heard right. Lord Jiraiya. She coughed, bracing her hand against one of the support beams of the patio. The two looked at her. Hey! You're awake! Naruto shouted. He tried to move forward, but Jiraiya blocked him. I told you she was fine, now get back to training, I'll talk to her. Jiraiya pushed Naruto back a step, pointing towards a makeshift training dummy. Naruto pouted and Jiraiya sighed. You can talk to her later, okay? But right now give me a bit. That didn't sound good. Jiraiya walked up to her. Even as he stood on the ground and her on the patio, he towered over her, making her feel like even more of a child. His smile wasn't a happy one and he scratched the back of his head nervously. Let's talk inside for a bit. You feeling okay? A little tired, she admitted, placing a hand on her stomach. It felt like she hadn't eaten for days. But a lot more hungry. Jiraiya nodded, stepping past her, opening the door for her and gesturing inside with his hand. We'll eat in a bit, but for now I think we need to have a little chat. The inside of the house was just as clean and spotless as the room she had been in before, only there was a pile of bags sitting in the corner and several empty ramen cups on the countertop. They made her stomach growl, twisting in pain. Right then, so before we get started, can I get your name? Jiraiya laughed, plopping down onto the couch. It was a nervous laugh. I think I might know who you are, but I want to be certain. Rin sat down on a chair, sinking into its comfort. She gave him a small bow, which only made her stomach flare in pain. I'm Rin Nohara, sir, you taught my sensei Minato. Jiraiya tightened his grip on the couch before he let out a long breath of air, relaxing his body. I was really hoping you were going to say something else. Well, do you want the good news or bad news first? Her heart felt like it was sinking. Did Kakashi die? What happened? Why was she still alive? Was she still going to die? The good news? Please actually be something good. Well, the good news is that the Third Shinobi War is over. Oh, that's excellent. Rin found herself clapping. The sense of dread that had washed over her finally vanished. If the war was over, then she could have a normal life, one where she didn't have to watch her friends die every day. It ended 10 years ago. What? She must not have heard him right. She could believe 10 days, she'd seen others survive comas that long. There was no way she could have missed 10 years like that. She was still short and somewhere between child and adult. I'm sorry, I thought you said the war ended 10 years ago. I did, Jiraiya groaned. Listen, Rin, I don't know how to tell you this. But I think you've traveled forward in the future about 13 years. No. She stood too fast, her head spinning with vertigo, sending her back down to the chair, clutching her head. That's impossible, you're lying. Kakashi is 27 years old. Jiraiya said firmly, standing up and walking over to the bags. He pulled out a photo. Here, take a look. She didn't want to. This was just some elaborate prank. A fever dream. A genjutsu. Anything. Anything but real. The photo slid into her hands. Naruto was in it, looking displeased about something, as was the other boy, equally displeased. The girl between them looked rather happy. And the man behind them, their sensei, he was tall, gray-haired, with one eye covered by an Konoha headband and was wearing a mask. Kakashi. There was no other person it could be. Kakashi didn't have an older brother, and his father was gone. At least he looked happy. There was only one question she could ask. How? I was hoping you could tell me that. Jiraiya kneeled down in front of her. All I know is that Kakashi reported that you had disappeared, and there were searches for you. But you were reported dead when the Mizukage claimed to have the Sanbai sealed within him. Rin bit her lip and tried to think. That night was a blur. Kakashi was there, it was raining. And she was going to die. Wait, that was it. There was a red eye. I remember a red eye and feeling like I was being pulled away. Then I was here. So nothing to go on. Jiraiya sat back down onto the couch and rubbed his eyes. Right then, now for the rest of the bad news. There's more? She was not ready for this. Her heart was racing. What else could go wrong? A lot. XXXX. Minato-sensei was dead. So was his wife Kushina, the third as well. Orochimaru was a traitor to the village and Tsunade was now the Hokage. Now because she was a Jinchuriki, a group of super powerful ninja called the Akatsuki were going to be coming after her. Rin stirred her ramen cup, her medical training and body told her that she should eat. But her appetite was completely destroyed. It felt like she was all alone, drifting along in the world with no one to cling onto. Now she couldn't even practice medical ninjutsu because of the Sanbai. Her chakra control was all over the place, and it was likely to only get worse as time went on as her seal began to fade. Hi! The blonde boy, Naruto, almost shouted as he came bounding up to her like a puppy. I'm Naruto, I'm the one that saved you earlier. Yeah, I know, Rin offered him what little smile she could. I'm Rin, and thank you. No problem. He sat down next to her, slurping from his ramen as happy as can be. I would have done it for anybody, but I'm kind of happy it was you. Why's that? Did he know who she was? What she was now? Well, we're the same. Huh? Yeah. He pointed towards his own stomach. I have the QB sealed inside of me, has been there since I was born. And you have the Sanbai in you, right? So we're kind of the same like that. Plus we're both Konoha ninja. Rin let out a laugh, feeling her whole body shaking with each breath. It hurt, but it felt good too. Well, I guess we are the same, Naruto, thank you for that. And don't worry, it sucks being alone, I know what that's like, so I won't let you be alone. He had such a large kind smile, it reminded her a lot of Kushina, and a bit of Minato with that hair. You have my word, and I never go back on my word, that's my ninja way, believe it. Rin stared at her cup of ramen, there was always somebody that wanted to protect her. Thank you, Naruto. I'll be sure to hold you to that. Her ramen was cold. Sleep. The roof was divided into 35 tiles in a 5x7 grid. Each tile had approximately 73 grains cross-woven in a thatch pattern. Meaning there were 2,555 grains in total. Which meant she wasn't asleep. Her bed was soft, blanket warm, her stomach was full, and only a dull ache from her injuries remained. In theory she should be able to fall asleep. Flipping her pillow over to the cool side for the 100th time, Rin let out a long breath that stung where her ribs had been bruised when Naruto caught her. This was all just some twisted dream. None of it was real. There was no way that she was still alive. No way that she was the Jinchuriki of the Sanbai. And she definitely wasn't 13 years into the future where everybody she loved was either dead or an adult. It just wasn't possible. It wasn't a genjutsu. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. No matter how real it felt. That was why she couldn't go to sleep. Because this wasn't real. None of it was real. And she could only sleep if it was real. That was the reason why. Her pulse rate was resting at 42 beats per minute, slightly above average for a shinobi of her age. She should be freaking out. Her pulse rate should be much higher. Rin. A voice, Obito's voice, echoed through her head like a branch scratching on the window. Her heart rate doubled, blood raced. She shot up searching for the voice. In the corner where the wall gave way to a giant boulder was Obito's half-crushed body, his lone eye locked onto her. Obito, she croaked, her voice like the groaning of a dead tree. It was Obito. She needed to save him. He was right there. She could still save him. She could do more. Why wasn't her body moving? Why was it stuck to the ground? She couldn't move, she could breathe. Help me, Rin, he begged. You promised you'd watch over me. She was drowning in a sea of air. She couldn't breathe, let alone talk. Help me, Rin, another one. This one looming above her from a crack in the panel. Help me, Rin. Help me, Rin. Help me, Rin. 1,000 Obitos called out to her from 1,000 places. He was in every shadow, glaring at her, clawing at her. It was her fault. He died because of her. If she had been stronger. A better medic. A better fighter. A better anything. Then he'd be alive. They shouldn't have just left him there. I'm going to kill you. It was Kakashi. He was directly above her, kunai pointed at her heart. That's what you want, right? To die so that you won't kill anybody else. She fell backwards away from Obito and Kakashi, their forms turning to water and chasing after her. Filling her lungs and pushing her downward. Down. 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 Deeper. Deeper. Darker. She kept falling, breathing in the water as easily as it was air. Only a lone light surrounded her in the growing dark abyss. There was nothing around her but the dark, empty water. A shadow the size of the night moved, its form like the empty space between stars. It rumbled like a storm as the water stirred about her. A red eye larger than the desert's sun glared down at her, searing her with its hatred. She was drawn towards it. The water pulling them closer and closer. The eye vanished, and it was only then did she become aware of its intent. It wanted to consume her. With the last of her strength she tried to pull away. The current was too strong. It was going to swallow her whole. She woke up screaming. Sweat clung to every part of her body, forcing the cloth and bandages to cling to her. Every heartbeat stung, like it was a wild animal caged inside of her. Her breath came in sharp gasps. Her ears were ringing. "Rin!" A voice shouted, and footfalls from outside her room sounded like thunder. Her door swung open and that loud blonde boy came barging in. His face contorted with panic. "Are you okay?" I heard a scream. Did he have to be so loud? Her body was shaking. She couldn't answer, let alone breath. Her throat was dry. And everything. Absolutely everything hurt. This shouldn't be real. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't know Naruto. His touch was like acid, burning her skin with the bitter cold of frost. "You're hot." Did he always have to scream? He ran towards the door, crashing into everything along the way. "Hold on. I'll get some water." Just like that she was alone again, alone in this horrible lie. "Nightmare, girl." Jiraiya groaned, pulling himself into her room like he was pulling himself out of bed. The large man walked without a sound. His familiar presence, no matter how distant it may be, brought her an inch of peace. She nodded, teetering on the brink of falling back down into a panic. It felt like everything that had happened yesterday was slamming into her, trying to break her down. She was in the future, 13 years, where she just happened to run into Jiraiya after being saved by his student. This was just some horrible dream. "You want to talk about it?" Jiraiya sat down next to her, his body collapsing down like a snow-capped mountain. When she didn't say anything, he continued. "Was it the war? The past? The Sanbai?" "Yes," she eked out, her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. Jiraiya groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "The Sanbai is one of the tricky ones. Legends say that it surrounds itself in a nightmare-inducing mist. Did you have any nightmares like that before?" Rin shook her head, not trusting her voice. She had a few dreams with Obito in them, but none like that, even after his death. Her dreams of Obito were of the happy times, of him being late and them laughing about it. Never of his death. And then there was Kakashi. Kakashi would never hurt her. Not after he made that promise to Obito. Naruto came bumbling in, looking like he got more water onto him than into the cup. Here, the cup sloshed as he came crashing down beside her. "I brought you some water." Overcome by thirst, she drank the nearly full cup in one gulp. It burned on the way down before it cooled her. "Thank you, Naruto. Are you okay now?" Naruto scooted closer to her, his large eyes danced against his furrowed brow. He kept switching between smiling and frowning. He seemed so familiar. In so many different ways. In a way he reminded her a lot of both Minato-sensei and Obito. "Better," she answered, placing a hand against her chest. Her heartbeat was erratic, but stabilizing. Deep even breaths, she was panicking, that's all it was. It was perfect given her situations. "Do you want to talk about it?" Naruto asked. "Your dream, that is?" "I hear that helps." Rin bit her lip, clutching at her heart. How could she tell them about that dream? They weren't there. They wouldn't understand. Naruto wasn't even born. How could they possibly understand her? She was all alone in this world. Everybody she had ever known was either dead or 13 years older. Kakashi was practically an old man now. Heart rate rising. Panic setting in. She needed to calm down. Just calm down. It wasn't working. Nothing was working. She couldn't stop herself. The cliff was right there. She needed to jump. Rin, Naruto's voice drew her back from the cliff. He was touching her hand, staring at her with the concern of a friend. It was working too. His soft smile was anchoring her to the world. It was just a dream. So don't worry so much. Rin swallowed, her throat stung. This wasn't good. Was she getting sick? That would explain why her face felt warm. She must be running a temperature. Thanks Naruto. I think I'll be fine for now though. I've just been through a lot. Wanna talk about it? Naruto asked. Brat, Jiraiya growled. Leave the girl alone. Last thing she needs is you beaming at her like the sun. It's fine. Rin gave what little smile she could muster. It wasn't much, just an echo of what she remembered a smile feeling like. Barely scraps. I think I'm feeling better now. Thank you. Still, Naruto whined. Enough, Jiraiya grumbled, falling back down onto his back. It's late, I'm tired, I'll just sleep here. Turn off the light, brat. Wait? You're sleeping in here? She'd slept in the same tent as her team before, but sharing a room was different. Kind of. She had known Kakashi and Obito for years. They grew up together. Well yeah, Jiraiya waved his hand at her like she was just a child. Helps me keep an eye on your seal. He gave a giant yawn that smelled faintly of beer and rolled over like a bear preparing to hibernate. Besides, if you can sleep in the same room with us it'll save me big later on. What? How would that save you money? And what dash? Her protests were drowned out by the sound of Jiraiya snoring. It was like the coming of a thunderstorm. Can't you talk to him? Rin looked towards Naruto. Instead of the ally she was expecting to find, she saw that Naruto had gotten his own blanket and pillow. His soft snores already merging with Jiraiya's. If she couldn't sleep before, now there was no way she was going to be able to sleep with these two snoring in her room. That was her last coherent thought. XXXX. So it was real. That was the truth that glared down at with the intensity of the desert sun, searing away her resistances. She could feel everything. The narrative was coherent when it needed to be, and dreams were incoherent messes. Everything was so real. And yet it was completely unbelievable. Time travel just wasn't possible. It shouldn't be possible. But here she was, apparently 13 years into the future with the Sanbai sealed inside of her with Jiraiya as her only source of information. She needed to get to Konoha. Then she would find Kakashi and ask him. She'd know if Kakashi was the real one. From everything to the scar on his left eye, to his mannerisms, she knew him like the back of her hand. Rin watched as Naruto and Jiraiya trained in the small field that separated the house from the forest. That was all she could do at the moment. Her body was still sore from her injuries, and much of her was still covered in bandages. If she could use her medical jutsu then she'd be fine. Just another depressing truth. They were doing a chakra exercise of some kind. Alright, brat. Jiraiya bellowed, hands on his hips. I want you to make the Rasengan, but I want you to make it bigger. Bigger? Naruto asked. How's that going to help me? Well, it'll be more powerful than a normal Rasengan. And if you can master that, then you might just be able to handle some of the other stuff I'll be teaching you. Jiraiya rubbed his nose, turning away from Naruto. He was lying. And Naruto was believing him. And I want you to make it 3 times as large. You got it, pervy sage. Naruto shouted. He created a shadow clone like it was the easiest thing in the world. One Mega Sengen coming right up. Jiraiya waved him off, walking towards her. Work on the name. Are you teaching him the Rasengan? Rin asked wide-eyed. Even Kakashi was having problems learning that jutsu, and her and Obito were just hopeless with it. Jiraiya laughed and sat down beside her. Teach nothing, he can already use the Rasengan as good as Minato ever could, still trying to wean him off needing a shadow clone though. Did Minato ever try to teach it to you? Yeah, she nodded. I could probably get the shape, but I don't have the power to use it. And with how my chakra is now. Then that's where we'll start. A giant slap to the back nearly knocked the wind out of her. Wait. What? Rin coughed, her entire body shook with a dull pain. You're going to train me? Yep, well at least after you finish recovering, then we're back on the road for the next stop. He smiled looking so sure of himself. I hear the ladies the next town over are simply divine. Rin groaned. Miss Kushina did always say Jiraiya was a huge pervert and to avoid him at all costs. If at all possible I'd rather just return to Konoha Lord Jiraiya. No can do, Jiraiya groaned, placing both hands behind him, looking to the sky. I'm out here training Naruto to be able to stand up against the Akatsuki if they ever manage to get near him. Honestly though the brat probably thinks I'm training him to take them on. You're in the same basket as him now though. 'Cause of the Sanbai? Her stomach twisted at the name, and she could feel its cold chakra roil against the seal. Jiraiya nodded. Yep, that's why I'm going to train both of you to control the beast inside of you, if even just a bit, anything to give you an edge against them. But wouldn't I be safe if I stayed in Konoha? Coward. That's what Obito would have said if she had said that to him, Kakashi as well. Just running and hiding while others fought her battles. That's not who she was. Not anymore. I can train there, right? And I might even be able to relearn medical ninjutsu. 6. I'm sorry Rin, he patted her on the back. I know you must want to see your friends and family. But I can't let you go back to Konoha. His voice lacked the cheerful nature with which it had before. Instead was a serious tone that carried the weight of the world with it. Not until you can at least partially control the Sanbai. Her throat burned and her stomach felt empty. Why? Because you're one of Minato's brat, he laughed slapping her back once more. And Minato was my brat so that makes you my brat. Jiraiya's face fell and he glared at Naruto. Besides my brat found you so that makes you my responsibility. So basically I'm a lost puppy that Naruto took in? Yep, now I have to feed you. And make sure you're trained. Jiraiya said before he let out a giant sigh. If you really want I should be able to arrange for Kakashi to meet up with us in the future. Really? She stood quickly, her voice sharp and loud. Could you really do that? It'd mean so much. Kakashi, she had seen the photo of him, but there was still so much she needed to hear from him. With him she'd be able to know if this whole ordeal was real. No matter how much she wanted it to just be a dream. Sure, I'll send a message once we get to the next town. Jiraiya said with a groan. It's probably for the best, that I don't surprise Tsunade with you either, so telling Kakashi might be good for my long-term health. An explosion ended their conversation. XXXX. Everything had been going fine. He had the Rasengan in his hand and was trying to make it bigger. It worked. Kind of, it wobbled a bit sure. But that was nothing to worry about. Until it doubled in size and exploded, knocking out his clone and sending him flying backwards. Fortunately a tree caught him. A sharp ringing sound drowned out all other noise and a blunt pain locked away any other sensation. Okay, so maybe making a bigger Rasengan wasn't as easy as just pumping more chakra into it. In hindsight that seemed really, really, stupid. But he was so close. He should just try again with slightly more chakra. Or was it less? Naruto. A female voice called running over towards him. It was Rin. She was still hurt herself but, still ran towards him. She slid down next to him grabbing his hand. Are you okay? Yeah, Naruto laughed holding up his hand. His pinky hurt a lot. And he couldn't really move it too much. Or at least I will be, don't worry about it, I heal fast. That made her mad. She was cute in a scary kind of way. A pain seared through him when she grabbed his hand and popped his finger back into place. Faster healer or not, if you don't set a dislocated finger like this it won't heal correctly and that'll just cause it to hurt more later. She ripped off part of her robe and began to tend his finger. Honestly, I guess boys just never learn. Do they? Are you a doctor or something? Naruto asked wide-eyed. The only doctors he knew was Granny and that Kabuto jerk. If I could use medical ninjutsu I'd be able to heal this quicker. She huffed, her brown eyes sparkling with concern. So you'll just have to rest for now, no training for the rest of the day, you got that? Scary. Naruto nodded his head as quickly as he could, watching as Rin continued to dress his wounds. Gotcha. Good, she smiled sweetly at him. And he felt his heart thump in his chest, and his cheeks begin to warm. You know, his mouth did that thing where it talked without listening to his brain first. You're kind of cute when you're doing this. She glared at him, tugging on the fabric hard enough to send a sharp jolt of pain through his whole body. If you start hurting yourself on purpose I'll make you regret it. I won't, I promise. She was even cuter when she was angry. It was a good thing that he didn't need to try to hurt himself. The Rasengan was a lot harder than she remembered it being. But in some ways it was easier. She had more than enough chakra to try again and again. But it was wild and unwieldy, like she had went front turning on a faucet to trying to control the flow of a river. It was easier to fill up the glass, but it was also easier to drown in it. Something was in the water, a beast lurking in the depths, watching her, waiting, a constant reminder that she was not alone. And she would never truly be alone again. Rin tied a knot on the air balloon. It was about the right size, and her lips hurt from blowing up so many of these stupid balloons. The pack Jiraiya had given her wasn't even halfway empty yet. Careful. Just a sip. A drop. The balloon popped the moment her chakra filtered into it. Rin grit her teeth. What was the point? How was this going to help her? Lord Jiraiya, is this really what's best for me? The old man groaned, looking like a grandpa woken up from his afternoon nap. Huh? Oh, I'm still trying to figure out what to do with you. The Rasengan is busy work. How could Minato call this man his sensei? He was so flaky. Like he didn't have a plan and was just flying by the seat of his pants. It was frustrating. Look, Jiraiya sat up, rolling his shoulders to look her in the eyes. I know it's hard for you. But I'm still not sure on how best to handle the Sanbai. Still. Why the Rasengan? Wouldn't I be better off with an actual chakra control exercise? Rin asked. She couldn't get the Rasengan the first time even with her excellent control. This just felt pointless. Sure, you can train however you want. Jiraiya shrugged. The Rasengan is just useful like that. It's a versatile jutsu, just learning it helps you get better chakra control, and not just for form either but spiritual as well. Minato had wanted it to be his ultimate legacy. His gift to the leaf, a jutsu that every leaf ninja would learn in the academy. That's why he made the steps the way they are, to make them so simple that an academy student could learn them. Really? He had taught them all the jutsu, or at least tried to. It did have all the elements of molding chakra, physical, power, and control. Yep, Jiraiya scratched at the scruff on his chin. Minato never did anything without at least 3 reasons. And what about you? Rin took another step forward. I've watched you train Naruto. It was less training and more Jiraiya just watching him with that same stupid look on his face. And I can't understand why you're having him do more of the same. Minato and Naruto are kind of the same. Jiraiya nodded towards Naruto as the boy maintained a Rasengan several times larger than a normal one. Rin focused on Naruto. Besides looks, Naruto was nothing like her sensei. I'm not seeing it. They do a lot with a little. Jiraiya cracked a smile. How many jutsu do you think your sensei knew? A lot. Minato always seemed able to help her with even medical jutsu, and Obito with whatever fire jutsu he was having problems with. And how many did he use in a fight? 2. Minato only ever used 2 jutsu. Hiraishin and Rasengan. 2. That's right, Minato fought using 2 jutsu. Sure, he could summon toads. But when it was just him, he used 2 jutsu. 2 jutsu, and a lot of fancy throwing. Jiraiya laughed. But he did a lot with those 2 jutsu, more than a lot of other people ever could. And that's not just because of how powerful the jutsu is. It was as much his mastery over it as it was how he could use it. A simple jutsu can be used in many more ways than a complicated one. Take Kakashi for example. What can his Chidori do? The man turned towards her, and she was beginning to see the pieces. The Chidori was powerful and strong as the Rasengan perhaps. But it could only do one thing. Kill. Exactly. And the Hiraishin on its own can't do that. But it can do a lot more. There's a lot of value in being anywhere at any time. For a guy like Minato, who planned 5 steps ahead at all times, it was perfect. Jiraiya nodded towards Naruto. Naruto's the same way. But with his shadow clone jutsu, Naruto can be everywhere at once. Naruto makes things up as he goes, which is why having a versatile jutsu is more important than having a bunch of powerful jutsu that do one thing. Oh, Rin blinked. That actually made a lot of sense. But wouldn't a bunch of jutsu that do a bunch of different things be better? For someone like my sensei. That can earn you the title God of Shinobi. He had a jutsu for every situation. Jiraiya's face fell and he stared at Naruto with dead eyes. But, Naruto. He's an idiot with a great future. But an idiot nonetheless. You might be a great teacher, Lord Jiraiya. Rin looked at Naruto just in time for his oversized Rasengan to blow out. But you're kind of an ass. Jiraiya just laughed. You're not the first woman to tell me that. But, I think I have an idea on where to start with you. Which is? Rin asked. She should trust Jiraiya more, he at least seemed like he knew what he was doing. That or he was really good at just making stuff up. He pointed towards a creek. We're going to go with the current. Instead of trying to get your chakra control to return to what it used to be, it might be better to just go with the flow and focus on doing what the Sanbai can do. And water's going to help me with that? Jiraiya nodded. The Sanbai has a strong affiliation with water, so learning to control water is your first step to controlling the Sanbai. Great, Rin muttered, staring at the babbling brook just through the trees. Just great. XXXX. Hey brat. Jiraiya's voice drew his attention away from his jutsu just long enough for it to collapse in a puff of air. He had it that time. He knew he did. He could practically feel it in his bones. But that stupid pervert just had to ruin his concentration. What? Come here. Jiraiya waved him over to the stream where Rin stood ankle deep in the water. Stupid pervert, Naruto mumbled under his breath. Still, it meant he got to train with Rin. Unless Jiraiya was sending him to town again. He was totally going to spend all the pervert's money on ramen again if it was for something stupid. How was he even supposed to bring home beer and ladies? The creek was wide, and crystal clear, filled with thousands of smooth stones. A few minus could be seen, though the majority of them were nibbling at Rin's feet as she tried not to giggle. Bandages still covered much of her arms and the upper part of her legs, but she had her hair tied in a ponytail that sat on top of her head. She looked adorable. Hi Rin. The water was freezing as it rushed between his toes. Oh hi, she nodded at him. I don't really know what we're doing over here. That makes 3 of us. Jiraiya slapped a hand onto his head and ruffled his hair in that painful grating way. I'll be honest, I'm just taking a long shot with this, so if you feel like it's getting rough, I want both of you to let me know. Water is one of the easiest elements to manipulate. Jiraiya reached down, cupping a bit of the stream in his hand and letting it fall. Mostly because you can touch it and move it with your own hands. For that reason alone it makes an excellent way to learn chakra control. Especially for those that have a water affinity, which Rin likely has because of the sanbai. Actually, water is one of my affinities, Rin smiled. But I never really practiced with it because I preferred medical jutsu. Affinities? What were these guys talking about? This sounded like another thing he would have learned if he paid attention in class. Which meant it was probably boring to talk about. But really awesome to do right. What are those? Oh. Rin smiled, holding up a finger. Affinities are kind of what your chakra like to do naturally. It makes jutsu that share an affinity with it easier to do. Some jutsu are even impossible without an affinity. Kakashi's Chidori is an example of a jutsu with a lightning affinity. Man, that's so cool. Naruto squirmed in the water. He probably had a badass affinity like explosions or death. Wait, he used a lot of shadow clones. It had to be shadow, right? Hey, pervy sage, what kind of an affinity do I have? Jiraiya shrugged. Wind probably. How do you know that? I don't know any wind jutsu. Wind sounded so lame. Jiraiya had to be wrong. Because you're such an airhead. Hey. Rin gave a soft laugh that squelched his anger. At least for right now. You two fight like siblings. Anyways, Jiraiya groaned, popping his neck loud enough to be heard. That's not important right now. I don't know any wind or water jutsu, but this is a training technique that Sarutobi-sensei taught me. He fished into the water and pulled out a stone. Now then, it's a bit like the second stage of the Rasengan, in that power is key. He rolled the smooth stone around in his hands, showing them every side of it. But so too is control. He pushed the rock down into the water, ripples began to form around his hand, radiating outwards, and bubbles began to form around the rock, growing more and more. I actually think this is what inspired Tsunade's monstrous strength. Or at least the failure state of it does. The bubbles stopped and he held up the same stone. Now completely spherical. You see, too much power and the stone cracks, or shatters. Too little and nothing happens. Basically just push the water around the stone until you get something nice and smooth. With all the warning to had at the start, I thought you were going to give us something cool to do, like a new jutsu. Like being able to control the water and make it slap people. Naruto whined. I actually think it's a pretty creative exercise. Rin knelt down into the water, picking up one of the stones. For a moment nothing happened, then a crack formed. It's harder than it looks too. Great, now he looked like a jerk in front of Rin. Thanks a lot, Jiraiya. Slamming his hand into the creek, Naruto grabbed a rock. He looked towards Rin, smiling. So how did you make it do that? I'm not very good with chakra stuff. Well, you start by dash. XXXX. So, are you an Inuzuka? If he wasn't training, Naruto seemed to lack the natural ability to leave her alone. In a lot of ways he was like a puppy, or like that cat she fed once that kept coming back and meowing at her for food. Only less cute, and a lot harder to ignore. Maybe the cat was still alive? What are you talking about? Rin asked, poking at her food for the 100th time. She should eat, she knew that. But her appetite just wasn't there. So she poked, like a child playing with her food. Naruto sat down next to her, a cup of instant ramen was in his hands. She was beginning to think that his hair was blonde from the sheer amount of noodles he ate. It couldn't be good for him. Then again, she really didn't have a lot of room to talk about proper eating right now. Those markings on your cheeks, they're kind of like what my friend Kiba and his sister have. Oh, he snapped his finger. And they were Inuzuka. Right, the dog clan. No, I'm not, last name is Nohara. Ah, Naruto took a noisy slurp from his noodles. So, why do you have those purple stripes? Not that there's anything wrong with them, I think they're neat. Neat, huh? Rin took a bite of her food, popping a crunchy ball of rice into her mouth. Well, the woman that taught me medical jutsu had them. That was an old sting, from her days in the academy, before she was part of Team 7. Miku was killed in the Third Ninja War, so these are kind of my way of remembering her. I'm sorry, his ramen dropped ever so slightly. I shouldn't have asked a question like that. It's fine. It was fine. Everything was fine. Really, really fine. She was kind of like a mother to me, but it happened a long time ago. Way too long ago. Still. Naruto left his word hanging, a forgotten thought to never be touched again. He looked sadder about the subject than she was. What about you? She needed to change the subject, to get her head out of the past. Being there wasn't going to help her. Another crunchy rice ball popped into her mouth. Somehow she had eaten half of her meal without even thinking about it. Huh? Are you from a clan or anything? Oh, now he really looked sad. Then he took a deep breath and sat up, shoulders back like he was overflowing with pride. Nah, I'm an orphan. You too, huh? Rin poked at one of the last few rice balls, rolling it around the container. When was the last time she talked about this? Right, when Miss Kushina was threatening to adopt her. That would have been something. Yeah, the old man, third Hokage, said that I was found after the fourth Hokage sealed the Kyuubi into me, and that I was a newly born. Naruto smiled up at the sun as it began its long journey behind the mountains to bathe their valley in shadow. He said that my parents died as heroes. Did he ever tell you their names? Rin asked. He said that he'd tell me when I was older. Naruto smiled. I used to hope that they were gone on some super awesome top secret mission and one day they would come back and I'd have a family. Kind of silly, right? Not at all. She was out of food and the taste was already fading from her mouth. What's it like being a Jinchuriki? That killed Naruto's cheerful demeanor, and the temperature dropped as the shadow of the mountain finally fell over them. Had she overstepped her bounds? He was so open with it before, it was practically the first thing he said to her. People avoid you. Naruto took a long breath. No matter what I did they kept ignoring me like I didn't exist. A lot of kids my age were told to avoid me. I got called demon a lot. I got really annoyed by it. So I started to prank people. Then they noticed me and were really mad about it. They started to kick me out of their shops, so I pranked them again. That probably didn't help. Yeah, well, they deserved it. Naruto's chest swelled with pride. And I was good at it. One time I painted over all the Hokage faces. Irika-sensei was so mad at that. Rin scrunched up her face, and snorted. Minato was the fourth Hokage, right? Why would you paint the Hokage monument? It sounded like you liked them. Because I'm going to become the greatest Hokage. Believe it. He shot up, pointing towards the sky. Rin blinked, feeling her lips tug into a smile. It felt like her first smile. Before she broke out into a massive fit of giggles. She could see it clearly now. The parallels that connected Naruto and Obito and that dream that connected them. I'm sure you will, Naruto. He grinned at her and took his seat once again. Thanks, I'm sure you'll become a great ninja as well. Sure. Her smile left with the wind. What was her dream? Minato-sensei had once told her that trying to find a dream was just as important as having one. Sometimes it was easy, sometimes it was hard. Kushina would then come in and shout something about never giving up until the very end. Sensei, huh? Say Naruto. She already has his attention, but he still perked up, sitting a bit more properly. Do you hate Minato-sensei for sealing the Kyuubi in you? Minato? His face scrunched up. Oh, he's the fourth Hokage, right? I mean, I kind of resent him for it, I guess. He fell onto his back staring up at the Wonning. I don't know. I just want to know why me. Why couldn't it have been some other kid? Someone that had a family or something? It was bad enough being an orphan, Naruto muttered under his breath. Well, I knew Minato-sensei pretty well. It was weird to think that he of all people could be killed. He seemed so invincible, both on and off the battlefield. It made sense that he was made the Hokage. He wouldn't do something for no reason, and if he chose you to hold the Kyuubi, then he must have believed that you were the best choice. That you could control it. Rin, he muttered, still staring up at the ceiling. Tears gathered at the edge of his eyes and his lips were twisted upwards into a smile. Thank you. She fell on her back next to him. No problem. Wait. Naruto shot up, wide eyes staring down at her. You were taught by the fourth Hokage? Did he have to be so loud? Isolation. An island of light floated within a sea of darkness. Fog mingled with the shadows, creating 1,000 monsters set to devour her spark of light. But something larger lurked within the darkness. It feasted on the shadows, creating a vast empty coldness. And her light was next. A single hungry eye appeared, bursting through the shadows like a whale breaching. Darkness splashed onto her light, lingering for a second before it sunk back down. It grew closer without moving, until she stood before a mountain. Its voice like a rockslide grated against her body and forcing her light to shake and shimmer. The single red eye glared at her with the hatred of the desert sun. Though it only uttered a single word, its voice stretched out for 1,000 years. Leave. Her light shrunk, trying to move away, but there was darkness everywhere holding her in place. She couldn't move. She was trapped here with this eater of light and darkness poised to swallow her whole. Leave. Like thunder without sound, the beast bellowed. Its massive mouth opening like a tear, in reality sucking her in. She tried to get away, but the tendrils of shadow clung to her, dragging her down into the beast. The light and dark vanished. There was nothing in here. Nothing but her. She was alone. Completely alone. She looked for anything. Light, dark, hot, cold, anything. Any spark that she could cling to as proof that she existed. Anything. Anyone. Please. Help. I don't want to fade away. The nothing around her was seeping in. Taking her apart piece by piece. Soon nothing would be left. And she would be gone. There was no hope. She was going to vanish and no one would remember her. Who was she? What was her name? Name, she had a name, right? She should remember her name before she went away forever. Rin. It was barely a whisper, but it was the loudest thing she had ever heard. Rin. That's what her name was. That's who she was. She was Rin. Rin Nohara. What was she doing here? She was doing something important. Right, she was training with Naruto. Something about getting him used to genjutsu, and to train her how to use it. One of the Sanbai's strengths was illusions, nightmares, and trickery. Learning genjutsu was supposed to help her to control it. But then she was here. Snap out of it, Rin. She felt the voice as much as she heard it. It was like a hand clasped around her wrist, showing the way to the light. Wait, that was a hand. It was Naruto, he was pulling her towards him. The world snapped into focus around her. Water and mist surrounded her in twin helixes, thrashing at Naruto as they spun with enough force to cut and batter him. She tried to speak, but water blocked her mouth and all that came out was gurgles. What was happening? She needed to regain control. But she was but a small boat in the middle of the ocean at storm. The Sanbai was so vast and running wild around her. Rin. Naruto's hand flew towards her, his body being racked by tendrils of water. He was bleeding too, the coloration on his arm showed that it was bruised, or broken. You can do it, Rin. You can fight it back. Fight it back. How? Her chakra was everywhere, spread thin to try and stop the Sanbai from running wild. She needed to draw it in. The water and mist, those were hers, made from her chakra. The seal was in shambles, cracks everywhere, and the Sanbai was frightened? Why was it afraid? That didn't matter. It was lashing out and hurting her friends. She needed to stop it. Something gave. And the water began to recede back into her, tasting of earth and wind. With each gallon that returned to her body, she felt control returning bit by bit. She fell to the ground coughing and gasping for air. Her heart was racing and her head pounded with a headache as her ears continuously popped. But that was nothing compared to the burning on her stomach. The seal was cold, sucking away all the heat in her body. Rin. Naruto was at her side in a heartbeat, even with his limp. One of his hands on her back, rubbing small circles, helping with the coughing. Are you okay? Wait, no, that's a stupid question. Are you back to normal? Not that you are normal, not that being normal is a bad thing or that being not normal is a bad thing, but are you still being dash? Naruto, she coughed out a bit of the water onto the hardened dirt. It tasted like bile. Shut up for a second. Okay. The world spun, then came to a sudden halt. The ground felt slanted like she was on a steep hill, and only Naruto kept her from falling over. Deep even breaths. Deep even breaths. Slowly, muscle by muscle, her body stopped shaking. The world began to right itself and she began to feel a bit more like herself. She was in control of her body. The Sanbai had rescinded back into the seal, but why? Why now? How did it break out to begin when the seal should have stopped it? It didn't make any sense. Not that anything in the past 2 weeks had made any ing sense. Her eyes landed on Jiraiya, his hands on the ground, and a circle of sears radiated outward from him and around her. You feeling alright, girl? I'm fine, fine in the sense that everything hurt and her ears wouldn't stop ringing. What happened? Well, you did this genjutsu thing on me, but it didn't really work, and then you started to scream, and then you went quiet and water started to pour out from your body. It was kind of gross, and you started to attack me and Jiraiya, like the time when we first met you, but it's okay, you're all better now. Naruto explained in a single breath. I was really scared about you, by the way. I'm happy you're back. Thank you, Naruto. She took another breath. Her arms felt heavy and the dirt below her looked comfortable enough to call a bed. No, she hurt these two, she needed to make sure that they're okay. Can you help me stand? I'd like to inspect your wounds. Not so fast, girly. Jiraiya barked, standing up with more than a few pops and groans. Me and Naruto are tougher than we look, especially the brat. He's too stupid to know when he's too hurt to move. Hey! And you should know not to push yourself as a medic. It wasn't like she could use chakra to heal them anyways. Jiraiya loomed over her, guiding her into a sitting position. First things first, I need to see your seal. Rin nodded, her eyes felt moist and her body empty. She just wanted to go to sleep, and never wake up. With a pained breath, she rolled up the front of her shirt, just enough to reveal her seal. It still felt weird having a man inspect her stomach so closely. Her eyes drifted towards Naruto, who was looking at her stomach over Jiraiya's shoulder. Could you look away? Huh? Naruto's eyes snapped towards her face. He shook his head, eyebrows raised and the color in his cheeks flared. Oh. Sorry, Rin, I'm just dash. Get lost, brat, Jiraiya growled, elbowing Naruto away. The deep scowl on his face made him look 20 years older than his normal smile did. His fingers left a trail of fire as he traced over the seal. She could feel the smallest amount of his chakra prodding against it, like the matron at the orphanage making certain that they were all in bed. Only he was making sure the monsters were locked in the closet. Jiraiya spat, standing, his frown etched into his face like a horrifying visage. He began to pace back and forth, glaring at her seal. Rin felt her heart sink. That didn't sound good. It sounded the opposite of good. What's dash? She swallowed, unable to form the words for a moment. What's wrong? Jiraiya looked at her, running a hand over his face to stretch it out only for it to return to form with a groan that shook the earth. I thought you had more time. Her throat went dry and she just looked at him, tears welling in her eyes. This was it, she was going to die. Her words died in her throat. What's wrong with her seal? Naruto asked, still sneaking glances at her. She wanted to thank him for asking that question. Instead, all she could do was nod. Everything, Jiraiya swore, and swore twice more. He bit his lip, still glaring at her stomach. It's nothing more than a band-aid to the problem. I thought it would last a few years. Probably less. How long? The words erupted out of her, leaving her throat nothing more than a charred path. Her stomach roiled again and the dread set in once more. She was shaking and felt cold. And very alone. 2 years, maybe less. So that was it, she had 2 years left to live. At least she'd be able to see Kakashi before she died. What? Naruto's voice was panicked, loud, and frantic. There has to be something we can do, pervy sage. Can't we put a better seal on her or something? We can't give up, not until the very end. Kushina used to say the same thing. The familiarly filled her with warmth. Thank you. It was barely a whisper, and Naruto didn't even look at her, his eyes still locked on Jiraiya. There is, but it won't be easy. Jiraiya kneeled before her again. A new seal would only make things worse. But if you can master the Sanbai in that time, then it will stop fighting against the seal, and you'll live. Isn't that what we were doing? Jiraiya nodded. Yep, just consider this as extra motivation. You'll just be training like your life depends on it. And I'll be there training with you. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, showing off that giant smile of his. He really was a lot like Obito. It was almost impossible not to smile with support like this, even as she stared at the gates of death guarded by the Sanbai. She almost felt like she could do it. I'll do my best. XXXX. Rin sunk her toes into the sun-baked sand. The warmth of the top layer mixed with the coolness that laid beneath was one of her favorite things about the beach. No matter what went around in the world around her, she could rely on the ocean to calm her, and let her just forget about everything. The tide was coming in, a dozen small islands barely big enough to stand on marked the rocky peaks of the Tidipools. If they had arrived sooner, she would have been ankle-deep in the cool ocean water watching the creatures that called the pools home. Instead, she was watching the sunset change the ocean from a radiant blue to a soft purple capped with red and a golden crown where the sun met the water. With a sigh that weighed more than a mountain, Rin pulled her knees up to her face, using them as a pillow to watch the sea change colors. Soon the sea would be dyed black save for the stars acting as a million shimmering jewels off of its placid surface. It would have been the perfect beach day, warm, with little to no wind. She could already see it. Obito would be loud and jump into the water first thing, only to get attacked by some sea creature. Kakashi would tease him like he always did. And she would heal him as she always did. Minato-sensei would just laugh like he had just been reminded how much younger they were. Then he'd stop when Miss Kushina would show up carrying an entire beach trip's worth of food, towels, and umbrellas with her because she's stubborn and could do it herself. Obito would be teased by everyone to the point where he would pout, and she would smile at him and he'd forget it ever happened. For 2 seconds until Kakashi made another snide comment, then they'd be at each other's throats. She'd shake her head and smile all the same. Those were her boys after all. It was to be expected of them. It was a lovely memory, if only it was real. In reality, she only got passing glances of the beach on her way to a mission, and on the rare moments where she was on the beach she couldn't enjoy it for long. just enough to develop a fondness for the place. She could enjoy it now, but she'd never be able to enjoy it with them. She was alone, now more than ever. "Hey Rin." Naruto crashed down onto the sand next to her, his feet making twin craters at his point of landing. "Ouch," he yelled, reaching forward and digging into the sand to pull out a perfect cone-shaped CS that ranged from hot pink to flesh pink in its coloration. It was beautiful. "Stupid S. Can I have it?" Rin asked quickly, raising her head barely off her knees. Sure." Naruto flipped the S in his hands and offered it to you. "Why though?" The S was smooth and cold to the touch, its insides were filled to the brim with sand. Whatever creature had once called it home did a wonderful job. She blew into it softly, loosening the sand and shaking it out. It was the perfect size for a necklace. "I used to have a collection of S.S back in the village. It wasn't a lot, a few like this, one of the big ones that you can hear the ocean in, a conch I think, and a lot of cracked ones." "Oh," Naruto dug his palms into the sand. "Do you know what happened to it?" She didn't even know what happened to herself. Or what even was happening. 2 years. That time frame burned itself into her mind. She had 2 years to accomplish what only the Mizukage had done before her, master the Sanbai. Rin shook her head free of those thoughts, focusing on the waning light of day. Already the brighter stars were filling in the sky behind her, and the moon crescent moon cast its spotlight on the darkening ocean, bathing it in pale light. "I don't know, it's probably gone. Just like the rest of her life, or what little was left of it." She twirled the S in her hand again, tapping it gently as the final bits of sand fell free from its inner spiral. Or at least what she could get out of there without water or some jutsu. She could probably drill a hole on the lip to slide a string through. Maybe it'd be better to just tie the string around it? Naruto hummed. "Do you want to go look for some more S.S? I bet we could find a lot here. Like I just found that one on accident. It's getting dark, it'd be hard to see them, besides Jiraiya wants to get to port tomorrow. A city full of people. The perfect place for a Jinchuriki that was prone to lose control any second. What could possibly go wrong? And weren't you helping him with camp?" She already missed that soft bed she had in the hut they had stayed at for a few days. Even if the walls didn't provide her any privacy with her 2 traveling companions, it still beat sleeping on the ground by a long shot. At least the campfire was warm and their snoring wasn't quite as loud when it wasn't trapped inside. It's finished up. Jiraiya sent me out here to make sure you were okay and stuff." Naruto pulled a rock from the sand, and tossed it towards the waves as though he meant to skip it. It landed with a plunk. "Not that you need me there. It's just being a Jinchuriki is a lot harder when you're alone, you know? Like it wasn't hard enough already. At least you're not going to die. Neither are you." Naruto spun towards her, the last bit of the sun reflecting off his eyes as he leaned in close to her. "You're going to live, Rin. Even if I have to fight the Sanbai with my bare hands. Believe it. You sure are an interesting kid, Naruto. Hey, we're the same age." Still, she gave him an honest smile. "You're starting to sound a lot like a Hokage." He smiled like an idiot. But it was still the best smile she'd ever seen. XXXX. A clue, there had to be a clue. All the pieces were there except for the Sanbai. If they couldn't find it, then years of planning would be for nothing. And their dream, his dream, would never come true. Obito growled, shattering the stone table by throwing it into the wall. The mist had been nothing but a waste of time. They had claimed that the Sanbai had existed there sealed within that brat of a Yonde Mugura. It was a lie exposed as he choked the life out of that boy's body. Damn it, where the is it? Madara was growing impatient, despite the Zetsu assuring them that the beast still existed. Apparently the fate of all Biju were tied by an inescapable bond of fate. That was why it was his job to find the beast. He would find it and then they would carry out the plan. And finally he would be reunited with Rin in a world without war and conflict. That was all that kept him going sometimes. The thought of being with her after he failed to save her from Kakashi. Obito spat, his anger turning down to a slow boil. He reached down to pick up the tattered world map. The locations of all the Jinchuriki were located here, or at least their general whereabouts. The Nine Tails was especially hard to track thanks to Jiraiya. It was a shame that the beast was sealed inside Sensei's son. But he could hardly feel remorse over something he caused. There was a presence in the room. Zetsu. What do you want? He didn't bother to turn towards the creature. Of all the Otsutsuki only it knew of their plans, yet they knew nothing of its schemes, save that they shared a common goal. Madara claimed its absolute loyalty. But the way the plant spoke put that into question. One of our sensors has detected the Sanbai's chakra. Its voice spoke twice as though the first was followed by an echo trying to surpass the original sound. That was good news, very good news. Where? Near the port town of Asagi. Zetsu began its slow retreat within stone floor. One of the plant's better habits was that it left as soon as it finished giving information. It's near the location the Nine Tails was last seen. Madara wishes for you to investigate. Obito examined his orange mask, feeling the weight of it on his hands. It was time to return to the outside world as Toby once more. If I can confirm the Jinchuriki, should I attempt to capture it? If you can do so discreetly. The plant vanished. Obito placed the mask on and sighed. He hated this childish act he had to put on. It was nothing but the echoing laughter of who he used to be. Toby is a good boy. A knot rested in her stomach. It wasn't because of the smell of rotten fish that permeated the populace. Everything and everybody smelled of salt, water, sweat, and fish. Lots of fish. A fog of grime blanketed the town, leaving everything slick with what could only be a slime made of all the dead organisms of the ocean. No, the knot in her stomach was something else entirely. It made her muscles tighten, unwilling to move forward. The last time she had felt like this, Obito died. It was like her body was screaming at her that she should not be here, that this was a mistake. I shouldn't be here. The words escaped her mouth as free as a breath, drifting through the foul fog like an angry wasp that stung at Jiraiya. Girl. Jiraiya stopped. It was always girl with him, like he kept forgetting her name or that he wasn't worth noticing. She wasn't, was she? She was nothing without the creature sealed inside of her. If it wasn't for that, then this man wouldn't even give her the time of day. Rin. Naruto bounced into her field of view like a ball of sunshine. A sight that was as welcomed as the first rays of sunshine that woke her up this morning. She wanted to stay asleep. To stay groggy. Don't be like that, we want you here. Besides, I'm sure there's a ton of cool stuff to do in this village. There might even be a mission or something, right, pervy sage? Jiraiya groaned, rolling his shoulders that caused his joints to pop like 1,000 firecrackers. Look, we're just here to meet and informate. We're not going to go on some mission or try to save the day. Asagi is a quiet town where nothing happens, and I plan to keep it that way. Then why can't me and Naruto wait outside? Like at the beach a few miles back, it was low tide now and she could scour the tide pools for S.S and just relax with her feet touching the water. Instead of being trapped in this city feeling like she needed to be holding something back. Jiraiya let out a sigh that could make a child complain of back pains and lead them down another alleyway. The center of the narrow street was a rut where the water pooled, ultimately ending up back in the harbor. Boxes, barrels, and garbage decorated the streets, and any number of cats feasted on their contents. Above them a net of wires and clothing hung like jungle vines. Because Naruto is a trouble magnet. You leave him alone in a village and he'll find the only person of note in the village, piss them off, cause them to enter a dangerous situation, and then save them a few hours later. It almost sounded like they'd been through that before. Jiraiya opened the door to a restaurant that smelled more like butter and bread than dead fish, an impressive feat in this town. And you're here because there's someone you wanted to meet. A glass shattering drew her eyes inwards towards a far corner where she saw him. That constant half-asleep look was shattered. His easily too cool for everything attitude was nothing but a distant memory. It was one of the few times she had seen him cry. Somehow, despite the years between them, he still looked exactly the same. "Kakashi?" she asked, her mouth going dry. She should have been happy, instead she felt that knot in her stomach grow. Kakashi reached out towards her, unmoving from his spot. She wanted nothing more than to run over to him and hug him. "Rin?" His voice cracked, tears fell from his uncovered eye. She could see years of guilt and regret melting away, stripping away the man that they had built. "You're? But how, you? You don't look like you've changed at all. This isn't some kind of genjutsu, is it?" "I wish it was." She brought a hand up to her chest, squeezing it where her heart was. It hurt, every beat was more agonizing than the last. Her standing and not screaming on the floor in pain was a miracle in of itself. "But I'm here, Kakashi, I'm really me." She hoped. She was still numb to the idea of being in the future. 13 years. She had skipped over so much. He stepped away from his table towards her. The world fell away as she saw Kakashi for the first time. She wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run away and pretend this wasn't real. That this was all some dream and that Kakashi wasn't some old man now. Instead she smiled. "But how are you?" The words dropped from his mouth. He extended a hand out to touch her. A gesture she mirrored, and their hands met for the first time. She used to love him. But he was so different now. And she was still the same. She let go, her hand dropping to her side. "How am I alive?" She laughed as much as she said, but cried even more, offering Kakashi a shrug. "I don't know what happened." "You were about to." "I was about to." She couldn't say the words. They wouldn't form. After all, it was impossible. Kakashi would never kill her. The world froze, and I felt myself get sucked backwards. The next thing I knew, She was silenced by her face being forced against the rough surface of Kakashi's jacket. This was a first. Kakashi had never hugged her before. How should she act? What should she do? Was it weird that he was now a grown man and puberty had yet to hit her in any meaningful way? "I'm just happy you're alive," his voice cracked again. Here was a man that held the record for youngest jounin, hugging her like a long-lost sibling, crying his eyes out. "No, there was nothing wrong with this. I always wanted to believe that you weren't dead. That you really did vanish. I searched for you, but they said it was guilt. I'm sorry, Rin. I should have looked harder." "It's okay, Kakashi." It was so weird to have to actually look up at him. He was as old as Minato-sensei was, and probably a little taller. "I don't think you could have found me anyways. I only appeared a few weeks ago." "Appeared?" Kakashi released her and took a step back. Piece by piece he gathered his composure, an aloof shoulder slump, a bored look in his eyes, left foot slightly angled to the right. Yep, this was Kakashi. "What do you mean appeared?" "Time travel," Jiraiya interrupted, motioning towards the table. With a motion, the staff at the restaurant moved as one. The tables were cleared, doors locked, windows closed, and the sign was flipped. Each member of the staff filtered out, changing clothes as they went, fishermen, a few beggars, even an officer. Kakashi looked from her to Jiraiya, passing Naruto along the way. "Time travel?" "Yeah." Naruto jumped between them, positively bursting with excitement. "When we found her she was about to be controlled by the Sanbai, but me and Jiraiya beat it up and sealed it back inside of her now. Why don't we sit down, Naruto?" Kakashi rubbed his student's head in much the same way their sensei used to do to Obito. It sounds like you three have had quite the adventure. Especially you, Rin. Don't talk to me like I'm a kid, Kakashi. She was technically a few months older than him. 13 years ago. Wait, how old was she now? Oh, was I? Kakashi smiled. It was the same as he used to back in the day. He reached out and rubbed her hair. You just remind me a lot of one of my other adorable little students. Or do they remind me of you? How are you more okay with this than I am? She pushed his hand away, taking a step back. It all came boiling out of her like a volcano ready to explode. I traveled 13 years into the future, Kakashi. I might as well have been dead for that time. And I would have been if Naruto hadn't stopped me from killing myself. I have the Sanbai sealed inside of me. I still don't want this to be real. The tears were coming. Her will was slipping. The shadow lurked behind her, ready to try and devour her whole. But it stopped. Something held that shadow back. So please, Kakashi, why are you so okay with this? He looked at her like she was a kid throwing a tantrum. Because, I want you to be alive, Rin. And you're here with me right now. If it is some kind of genjutsu, then the caster is beyond even the greatest of ninja. If you're some clone, then you wouldn't have the Sanbai inside of you or Jiraiya's trust. I have no reason to believe that you are Rin outside of my own selfish desires. But I have no reason not to believe you either. You jerk. She was shaking. She wasn't ready for this. There was no way that this was real. Why was she the only sane one? How could they just casually accept time travel as an answer? It just wasn't possible. You're supposed to have my side in all this. She bolted for the door. Fumbling desperately against the lock for what felt like years, the voices of the others nothing more than background noise. She flung the door open, blinded to all but the tears in her eyes, and she ran forward, slamming into the wall and darting in a direction. Why was she running? What was she running from? Where was she going? She didn't know. She didn't care. It didn't matter. She just needed to get away from them. She needed to be alone right now. The knot in her stomach was festering, growing heavier with each step she took. Why? The voice rumbled in her head like thunder without sound. A single thought that did not belong to her. Sanbai. Now even the beast inside of her was showing concern. Was wrong with this world? It was like everything was trying to keep her on the cusp of sanity. Rin. She could hear Naruto running after her. His shouts only made her want to run harder, faster, and further away. She made another turn, pushing through a crowded street that was half fish market, half harbor. She ignored the shouts of the angry fishermen who she nearly pushed over. Nothing mattered. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Another corner and she'd be out of the city. Into the wilderness where she could be alone. Then she'd be able to gather her thoughts. And not be an emotional wreck. Yeah, that was it. All she had to do was be alone. An hour, a day, a week. It didn't matter. She turned and was stopped as she crashed into someone. Or so she thought. She saw 3 men. 2 were wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. The other wore only black with an orange spirally mask. It was him that she crashed into, or rather crashed through. She stumbled at the lack of impact sending her to the ground. Sorry, she mumbled, she had to get away. She needed to leave the city. The man in the orange mask grabbed her, helping her up. But his grip on her arm was like a manacle. He was shaking. Just as much as she was. Rin? She knew that voice. She knew that voice like it was her own. She had heard it call her name so many times growing up. It lacked the youthful cheer it once had, replaced by something sinister and desperate. No, she tried to push away from him. You're dead. You can't be here. Rin, he said again, pulling her towards him. She caught a glimpse of it. That red eye she remembered seeing when Kakashi killed her. The Sharingan. That was it, wasn't it? The Sharingan was great at genjutsu. She was in a genjutsu. That was it, there was no way this was real. He took his mask off and the world fell away from them. It was him. Sure, he was older, and it looked like he hadn't smiled in years. But it was without a doubt him. Obito. Her breath felt like ash ready to set the world aflame. Everything was breaking. She needed to get away. She needed to break out of the genjutsu. She needed to be alone. She fell backwards. Deeper into the darkness, letting the shadows claim her. XXXX. She was alive. Rin was alive. It wasn't just some random girl that looked like her. It wasn't just his mind playing tricks on him. It was true. She was alive. And just like he remembered her to be. For the first time in 13 years, Obito felt like himself. Obito, she said, her voice as brittle as glass. Her eyes were large and full of fear as he held her arm. Now that he had her, he wasn't going to let go. Nothing else mattered. He would keep her safe. He would keep her alive. Rin, he smiled at her and her eyes went wide with fear. Why was she afraid of him? Shouldn't she be as happy as he was? She was alive. They were both alive. It's me, it's Obito. Don't you remember me? She didn't say anything. Instead, a dark aura enveloped her. The unmistakable sign of a Biju taking over their host. No, it couldn't be. Not again. Rin. He grabbed her by both arms. Stay with me, Rin. Don't give in. Stay with me. He couldn't lose her, not now. Not again. Itachi, Kisame. Subdue her and watch out for dash. Hey. Of course he would show up right now. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki barreled around the corner. What are you doing? Let go of her. Well. Looks like it's our lucky day, 2 Jinchuriki for the price of 1. Kisame's sword slammed into the ground with a thud, leaving a miniature crater at the impact. Why don't you be a good little ninja and come here? I'd hate to cause all these innocent civilians to die. Even if Jiraiya was here, they still had the advantage. In a fight, Jiraiya was strong enough to take on all but Pain and have the upper hand, in not just skill and experience but tenacity as well. The man had already taken out 2 of their former members on his quest for Orochimaru. Jiraiya ran around the corner moments later, pushing Naruto behind him. Then he appeared. Kakashi. Talk about one reunion. At least he had his mask still on. Obito? Kakashi asked, his eyes were hard and unwavering. They were enemies right now. Everything else could wait. You too? Right, he took his mask off when he saw Rin, didn't he? Kisame. Itachi. Ignore them, we have the Sanbai, we're leaving. Mist erupted from Rin, thicker than any smoke screen. It clung to everything, seeping into every crevice. Within moments they were all trapped within the beast's genjutsu. XXXX. Crystal clear water stretched out in front of her. She could see the fish swimming and playing within the shallow shore. The sea was so full of life and beauty. A coral reef formed a ring that kept the dark blue waters that laid beyond at bay. This was perfection. The water splashed against her feet that were half buried in the warm sand beneath the cool water. The sun hung high in the sky, its light only matched by the thousands of stars that joined it. Even the trail of the galaxy was visible this night, marking the trajectory of the sun and the moon as the two danced across the sky. But what held her the most was the sparkling gem-like stars that littered the beach like 1,000 rainbows turned frozen before they could arc across the sky. Reaching down, Rin plucked one up. It was conical, smooth, and warm. Made of stars that changed colors on its own. She was alone here. Completely isolated from the outside world. None of that mattered. Here she could stay and be surrounded by her S.S and relax next to the water. Rin turned towards the tree that dug its roots deep into the sand, water lapping against its numerous trunks. Its branches turned sharply once they left the water, hanging just high enough in some places where she could sit with just her legs dangling in the water. The tree glowed with each wave, starting from the base and rolling up towards the leaves where S.S grew like fruit. Curiosity got the better of her. She took a bite of the S. It was hard and soft, slightly salty but incredibly sweet. It was like eating a candied apple. Rin rested on one of the branches, feeling the cool water barely touch her toes. A blanket of sunshine enveloped her. She could be happy here, all alone with nothing to bother her. It didn't matter if it wasn't real. It was better that out there where they were. Time came to a standstill as she watched the stars swirl overhead. They orbited the sun. A hollowness overtook her. What was she doing here? She was running away. Was this who she was? A coward? What would Minato say? Or Kushina? Oh, that's right, the dead didn't talk. The water splashed up around her, nearly knocking her from her perch. But she didn't care, she was far too comfortable. She turned her head just the slightest bit to see herself staring at the sandby. It was large, but far smaller than it normally was, just big enough to eat her in a single bite, but not large enough to destroy the scenery around her. Somehow the creature seemed at home in here. Even if everything about it clashed with the gentle beauty in this place. For another eternity she stared at the creature. And it stared back at her. Neither one of them moving. Until the beast opened its mouth. "Excuse me, are you done being alone?" Its voice was almost childlike compared to its massive body, but still shook Rin to the core. "The ones outside are loud. You don't want to kill me?" "No." "Why?" For some reason she just had to ask that question. Here was a creature of death and destruction that had been used to turn her into a living bomb, claiming that it didn't want to kill her. Her instincts were telling her she was an idiot to just accept it and move on. One of the creature's tails extended towards her, the three large spines acting like a thumbless hand. A conch filled with various other S.S was sat on her lap. "My collection." "You collect S.S too?" Rin picked up one of the small S.S inside the conch and marveled at it. It was a sand dollar, in perfect condition, not a single crack or missing piece. It didn't shine like the ones growing from the tree. This one was real. "It's a lovely collection." "Thanks, it's gone now." The collection crumbled to dust in her lap, blowing away with the wind. "I'm sorry, I know what that's like, I've lost my collection as well." Rin sat up to look at the creature more fully. It could end her right now if it wanted to. But it didn't. Right? "Do you know where we are?" The sandby nodded, and its tail poked right above her heart. "Here, in your dreams." "I like your dreams, they're tasty." "Your nightmares are not tasty." It stuck out its massive tongue like a child being forced medicine. "You eat dreams?" Is that why she has had so many nightmares? No, she had those before the beast was sealed inside of her. "So you don't want to kill me? Do you want me to kill you?" Rin caught herself just before she fell into the water. Her heart was racing. She didn't know the answer to that question. I don't think so." Then why had it been tormenting her? Why had it been trying to break out all this time? "Then I won't." It shook its S from side to side. "The loud ones are pushing me back inside again. It's your turn now." "I'm sorry." "It's okay." She was still confused. Still lost at the actions of this beast. Lost at what her friends and teammates had told her, and how they acted. Why were they all so okay with this? Even Obito was back from the dead, didn't even bat an eye at her time traveling. Wait. His Sharingan. She had seen it that night. This was all his fault. XXXX. Rin was slammed into consciousness with the force of a charging bull. She woke up to see destruction around her. A pillar of coral extended skywards. The remains of a building were skewered on it. The wall that surrounded the village was shattered, and trees were uprooted. But it was localized. Rin! Naruto shouted, pulling her into a hug. It was warm and inviting. She fell into the hug, returning it using Naruto's heavy breaths to slow her own. Once her breath was steady, did she look around. Kakashi was hurt and panting. Jiraiya had blood pouring from a few spots. A ninja she didn't recognize stood to the side wearing a green suit of some kind. Wait, was that guy? Where did he come from? But no Obito or those other two ninja that were with him. Where's Obito? She asked Kakashi. Separating herself from Naruto before her cheeks began to feel warm. That was Obito, right? Kakashi nodded. It was, and he got away. We have to find him again. Another retch, and more bile poured from his mouth. It was bitter and sour, burning his throat and nostrils with whatever lingered inside of him. Obito slumped against the toilet, resting his cheek against the cold surface. The energy to care about things like where he was simply did not exist. All he had known for the past day had been a poor excuse of sleep with dreams that haunted him and the cold comfort of the toilet as he vomited into it. It was like his body was rejecting his own existence. There was no doubt what it was. It was her. It was all her fault. She was supposed to be dead. He was going to make a perfect world so that she wouldn't have died. But now here she was alive and exactly as he last saw her. His stomach twisted, forcing more of the bile up from his mouth. Food would only make it worse, not only because it would add more fuel, but because the very idea of eating made his limbs feel weaker. He was going to wither and die here in the bathroom. I can't believe it. Obito slid to the side, his head bouncing off of the wall hard enough to rattle his teeth. He let out a laugh that died into a sob halfway through. She's alive. Rin is alive. Those words burned more than any acid. They tore at his heart, shredding it to ribbons. Had he been doing for the past 13 years? Following some dead man's blind hatred about a world. A world so beautiful that it allowed Rin to exist, not once but twice. A world that would allow a monster like him to exist at the same time as her. He had murdered for her. Butchered, slaughtered, terrorized. There was more blood on his hands than any of the Akatsuki. Not just random killing. He knew most of the names he claimed. His actions had paved a bloody path for the future. The blood of his own mother and father were on his hands. The blood of his family, his friends, companions, teachers, everyone he knew. He had killed them all, and for what? A chance to see Rin again? That was it, wasn't it? That perfect world he had sought was nothing more than a facade to hide his true motives. To see Rin again. And he had been willing to plunge the world into chaos and darkness to obtain that dream. What a pitiful creature he was. What would Rin say if she knew all that he had done? Obito laughed again, rubbing a hand into his single eye. She was too pure. She would be appalled by his actions. She wouldn't believe him at first. Maybe it'd be better if I just disappeared? He could do it too. He could just walk into his own little world and never be seen again. It'd be better than facing Rin as the monster he was. With Kamui he could simply never be in this world again. Kami. Kakashi was right. He really was just up. That was it, wasn't it? This was all his fault. Rin being here. At this time, just as she was back then. This was his fault. His own inability had caused this. Obito let out another laugh. This one tearing through his body like wine through a hollow tree trunk. It was not the sound of a man overcome by joy. It was the sound of a man waiting to die. XXXX. Sometimes the path of life was straightforward with all the obstacles and the goal in sight. It was still easy to get lost on the path by simply not bothering to walk it, something Kakashi had been doing for years. He had only recently started moving forward again thanks to his students. Now the path of life was a twisting labyrinth where even the way back was obscured. The only way out was forward. If he stopped for even a moment he'd risk everything. Swallowing another sip of the sweet sake that Jiraiya enjoyed so much, Kakashi let out a sigh. Already he felt closer to Jiraiya's age than he was to Rin's. She was 13 years old, and here he was a 26, or was it 27-year-old brokenness of a man that was just now starting to feel human again. And then all of this happened. They were both alive. Both of his teammates. Alive. If that wasn't a good enough reason to drink, then he'd be sober until he died. And that would be a wonderful thing. Or wait, would that be a bad thing? He pulled at his mask as it hung around his neck like a scarf. Rin and Naruto were asleep, sent to bed to recover from the fight. Something he should be doing had it not been for his horrendous headache and inability to so much as consider going to bed. He eyed Jiraiya and Guy, who had been so kind as to join him in this venture. "What should I do?" he asked, rolling back on the bench. A moth was drawn to the dull humming light of the lamp, unable to escape its allure yet unable to get close or else it would burn up. There was so much he needed to do, it felt like he was being pulled in 1,000 directions. Jiraiya groaned, drinking directly from the bottle. "Not a day that goes by I don't ask myself that question. I'll let you know if I ever manage to get anything that even remotely looks like an answer. But it won't be the answer you want. It'll be my answer. Start digging for yourself." Kakashi. Guy slammed his drink onto the table. "My youthful rival, all will become clear in action. Once you start you must not stop and commit to the goal. That is the only way forward. You must follow your heart." His heart? He had shut that thing away years ago when it started screaming in agony. But what would it tell him now? What did he want? Rin, Obito, Konoha, his students. Rin was here with Jiraiya. She was struggling to control the sanbai sealed inside of her, only made worse by the 13 years of life she had missed out on. If he was here with her, would that make things easier or harder? He was a familiar face, but was that good or bad? His duty to Konoha was something he needed to consider as well. They were just now getting back on their feet and needed him now to perform the missions that others could not. This meeting with Jiraiya had already cost them so much. And then there was Obito. Obito was alive, and lost. He wasn't just a part of Akatsuki, he was their leader. Another drink burned his throat. What had happened? How could someone that had once dreamed of being the Hokage, of making the world a better place, possibly be the leader of Akatsuki? There had to be more to it than that. His students as well, he owed them more than he'd cared to admit. Sakura was still in the leaf, training day and night to catch up to Naruto and Sasuke. He hadn't seen that much drive in any one person since Guy. Naruto was with Jiraiya, learning to control the Kyuubi and becoming a more well-rounded shinobi. Sasuke was as lost as Obito was. They pulled at his every thought, each one bled into the next and threatened to drown him under a sea of possibilities. I think. Silenced by Jiraiya's arm meeting the table like the sound of thunder, Kakashi stared at the teacher of his teacher. Don't make your choice when you're drunk, Kakashi. Emotions and logic bleed into each other. It's great for mulling over your options when everything is mixed together, but for seeing a clear picture. That's what the hangover is for. Guy clanged his glass against Jiraiya's. Now then, my youthful rival, what do you say? Me and you have a competition? That sounded like a wonderful idea. Alright Guy, what is it? What do you think? Guy grinned, pulling out yet another bottle of drink. The cork came off with a hiss, and the smell that drifted out of that bottle could have torn the paint off the walls. Last man standing wins. That's 2 good ideas in a row. You're on a roll tonight. XXXX. So that's what he looks like without a mask. I was kind of hoping he'd have buck teeth or something else. He just looks really plain without it. Rin couldn't agree more. Now that she had finally seen what Kakashi looked like under the mask, she couldn't help but feel disappointed, like the whole thing was nothing but a pointless mystery for the sake of being a mystery. But that was a small disappointment compared to what she felt looking at the groaning drunk form of her teammate. She could understand why he was drunk. Obito was alive. And he was their enemy. That was a good reason to want to find an escape. To simply leave everything behind and focus on something else. Something she wanted to do right now. He was in her mind like a shadow, his disfigured face, the lack of life in his eyes, bearing down at her like the dead of winter. Kakashi. She kicked him in the side, earning a groan from him. Her nose crinkled at the smell of his breath. Get up, Kakashi. She kicked again. He caught her foot, lone eye opened and glaring at her. He cursed at the noise and brightness of the room, pushing her away even as he sat up. What? You're drunk. So? Her voice broke at the volume and Kakashi winced, wavering even while sitting. He looked pathetic. You don't think there's better things to be doing? Sleep? Kakashi drawled, smacking his lips twice before he fell back down floor with a thud. Sleep's the most important thing right now. She screamed, kicking at him again and again. He blocked each one. It would have continued had it not been for Naruto grabbing her arm and pulling her away. Rin, he whispered her name like it was a secret. Come on, let's go. We're not going to get anything out of them today. I know it sucks, but there's nothing we can do. He's done this before. Enough to know what to do. With 3 steady breaths, Rin calmed herself and let out a long sigh that made her feel twice her age. If she was, she'd be on the floor twice as drunk as Kakashi. Fine. Despite having 6 ninja that could wipe the city off the map, and a rampaging Jinchuriki battling it out just inside its boundaries, life continued on as normal. Already the port was bustling with fishing boats coming in from the morning's bounty. A few trade ships lined the docks bringing in the various goods that the people needed. But it was mostly fish, and more fish. At least the fog that had strangled the city when she first entered had finally lifted, revealing the splendor of the sea. Hey! Naruto called, drawing her attention from one of the few stalls that wasn't selling fish. You want to head to the beach? The lady over there said there's some cool whirlpools and something called a blowhole over that way. Are you sure it's safe? What if he came back? What would she do? What would she say? Obito was alive. She wasn't dead. And Kakashi was a drunken asshole that drank his problems away instead of dealing with them like a man. Naruto shrugged. If they think it's safe enough to get drunk off their asses, it should be safe enough for us to go to the beach. Just because they're being irresponsible doesn't mean we should be irresponsible. The beach sounded a lot better than hanging around here or watching a bunch of grown men slowly get there. Together. We need to be careful. If they come back. They won't come back. Naruto had his arms behind his head, tapping his foot on the ground. I mean, they haven't before. Like when I went out with Jiraiya to get Tsunade, we fought them off once, then they stopped chasing us. I think they need to recharge or something. Oh, Rin placed a finger on her lip and paused. She really did want to go. And she had a lot of questions for Naruto. Most of which shouldn't be said in public. Well, if you're sure. Awesome. Naruto took her hand, all but dragging her out of town with a giant smile on his face. At least one of them got to be happy. This is going to be awesome. We haven't had a day off in forever. They got lost twice on the way towards the beach Naruto heard about. But when they found it, there was no mistaking it. A soft sandy shore was dotted with large rocks, was marked by a band of dead sea plants where the waves met the beach at high tide. With the tide out, the numerous rocky outcroppings formed 100 of isolated tide pools. Rin bit her lip. The water was clear as well, looking warm despite it being simply a nice day out. A trail barely wide enough for one person cut into the cliff side was the only way to access the beach, perfect seclusion. So, how long have Akatsuki been after you? Rin followed after Naruto, carefully placing each step on the path. One hand traced against the sun-baked stone while the other felt the salt-laden wind that beaconed them to the cove. I don't know, like a couple months or something, when me and the pervy sage were going to get the old hag to become the Hokage. Pervy sage is Jiraiya, and the old hag is Tsunade? Yeah. Does Kakashi have a nickname? He's your sensei, right? Naruto paused for a second, bouncing down off the 3-foot drop that was the final step off the path. His nickname is Late. Late? Kakashi? Kakashi is never late. What are you talking about? He's always late. Especially when we were training for a team. Naruto offered a hand to help her down. She ignored it, landing beside him, feeling the sand absorb much of the impact. He's only on time for missions and stuff. There was simply no way that Kakashi would ever be late. It was just a thing that didn't happen. Still, 13 years had changed Kakashi. Anyways, you were saying about the Akatsuki? Oh. Right, well, they came after me then, and... He paused, the light in his eyes fading. And Sasuke got hurt. After that we didn't see them for the whole trip. I don't think they want to fight Jiraiya if they don't have to. And that's the only time they tried something like that? They were basing this trip on one encounter? Yeah, I don't think they're too smart. Naruto's smile came back with a laugh, once again looking like an excited puppy. I mean, the pervy sage left me alone all the time when I was trying to learn the Rasengan. And they didn't even wait for us to be asleep or something. But aren't they S-ranked missing Nin? Naruto shrugged. I don't get it either. They're super scary and bad guys, but they're just doing things weird. I was out on solo missions for a month or so before we left on this trip. Still, shouldn't we be more worried? They're after Jinchuriki, right? Why? What could they possibly want the Biju for? Or doing something to stop them? We are. Naruto walked backwards towards the shore. He never took his eyes off of her, a soft, reassuring smile on his face. It reminded her a lot of Minato-sensei, actually. That's why Jiraiya is training us, or at least part of the reason. The water was slightly too cold, but still pleasant against her feet as it rushed in the gaps of her sandals. One of the titipools had a hermit crab scuttling about, a few unclaimed S.S lay in the sandy bottom. A few minnows frolicked about, dashing from one side to the other at random. A lone starfish sat in the shallows, one of its legs barely out of the water. What's the rest of the reason? She asked, plucking out one of the S.S. It was a small little coquina barely the size of a coin, easy to lose and easy to carry but hard to break. A great second piece to add to her collection. Naruto splashed from behind her. By the time she turned to see him, his entire right leg was wet. His face lacked energy again. It was only for a moment before he locked eyes with her and sprung back to his normal self. I need to get stronger to bring someone back. Sasuke, right? He nodded, sucking on his bottom lip. Yeah, how'd you guess? Women's intuition. It was obvious. Whenever Sasuke was mentioned, it was like a reset button on Naruto's mood. What happened with him? Orochimaru tricked him. Something told her to leave it there. That was not a wound to be picked at right now. The tension from yesterday still stung at the mood like a beehive. Still, they had to talk about that. She needed to know. She found an octopus relaxing in one of the large pools, its large eyes looking right at her as it shrunk back under a rocky overhang. With a practiced hand she moved forward, touching the ground in front of the octopus. It shied aware. Some giant predator had seen it. Then, as the moments passed and the water still, a single tentacle creeped out and tapped her on the top of her hand. It was kind of cute in the way that most small things were. Can I ask you a question, Naruto? She turned to look at him. He was squatting down in front of another whirlpool, his arms fiddling with something. Huh? Oh yeah, sure. He spun around, keeping his arms out of her sight. What's up? She sat down on a dry spot, allowing her feet to dangle in the small channel of water that separated them. She could make out her own reflection in the clear water that rippled with each passive wave. At least she still looked the same, even if anything was different. Have you ever spoken to the Kyubi? She had expected the question to hang in the air, to force an awkward silence between them. Instead she got, yeah, and he's a giant grumpy jerk. Calling me weak and a brat while grumbling about escaping. Naruto put on his best big scary demon voice. You shall fear me, mortal, blah, blah blah, I'm evil and grump blah. Oh, she clutched at her heart. I was just wondering because I talked to the Sanbai. Don't worry about it, cause Gaara, he's like us and he has this big sand raccoon thing inside of him and it doesn't let him sleep. I think being a jerk must be a bijou thing. Well, that's just it. When I spoke to the Sanbai, he didn't seem like a bad guy. He almost seemed nice and kind of like a little kid. In a weird way he was kind of cute too. He said that I had tasty dreams, so I was kind of hoping you'd be able to help me understand it. I'm still new to this Jinchuriki thing. I'm not all that good at it either. I really wish I wasn't no. I can't help but feel like if I wasn't a Jinchuriki I might have parents and a family. I'm grateful for what I have, Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, the pervy sage and the old hag too. Sakura, Sasuke. The others. He smiled at her, his face turning a shade of pink. But I still want more. She stood up on the water's surface, crossing the deepest part of the water. A sea lion poked its out of the water to eye her curiously. I know how you feel, Naruto. If I hadn't become a Jinchuriki, then who knows what could have happened. She'd probably be married with a kid right now. Touching Naruto's shoulder, she sat down next to him. But we have to keep moving forward, right? We don't have a lot of time to look back. Thank you, Rin, it's nice to be able to talk about this stuff. He shifted his hand again, still keeping whatever was inside of it out of her sight. I mean, with someone my own age. You can't talk about this with your friends? He bit his lip and took a breath. It wouldn't be the same. They wouldn't really be able to get what it's like having a giant grumpy demon inside of you. Yeah, probably not. Rin smiled. But I think the Akimichi do a good job with their stomachs. They shared a laugh. Naruto held out his fist in front of her face, his fingers slipped and a thin string of leather with AS secured at the bottom fell free. It was a conical one with a color that was like the ocean with white dots sprinkled around it. Its splendor could rival that of any gem. Here. Huh. It was a lot like Naruto's eyes. Sparkling, simple, elegant, and blue as can be. What's this? Well, you like C's, right? So I made this for you. He was looking away, a blush on his face. Was he embarrassed that he did a bad job? Sure, the string could be more secure, but it was still beautiful. She leaned forward and Naruto took the hint, sliding the necklace around her head. It was heavy, but also kind of warm, in that it made her happy. Thank you, Naruto, I'll be sure to keep it with me always. Years later, they would discover that in this village giving a girl a blue S from this cove was a marriage proposal. So you're leaving? Those words came out cracked and hallowed, the meat of their meaning was already stripped bare, leaving nothing but the rotten truth. Kakashi was leaving her behind. She saw it coming from the packed bag, the awkward way he stared off into the distance, guy running in place. All of these pointed towards that truth. And she had thought she was okay with it. But right now she wasn't. Her own bag weighed 1,000 pounds, rooting her to the ground even as fresh tears began to pool in her eyes. Yeah, Kakashi said, refusing to meet her gaze. She saw the boy that he once was, always to mature for his own good in some ways, yet crippled in many others. His hand reached out to her but stopped halfway with a twitch. The man that he was now was there too, still growing to make up from what was taken from him. You know why I have to, Rin? I need to bring Obito back, and for that I need to get stronger. And we'd just slow you down. She spoke the words he omitted like they were the vegetables on a child's plate. That was fine, she could handle the truth, twisted though it may be. She was in the future, Obito was alive, and Kakashi was Kakashi. Before she could answer, she threw herself at him, burying her face into his flake jacket and squeezing him tight. This was the first time she'd been able to hug Kakashi. It felt different than she thought it would, more like an older brother than anything else. Just you wait, Kakashi, next time we meet you won't even recognize me. I'm going to come back strong and we'll go get Obito back together. She felt Kakashi laugh more than she heard him. He half returned her hug by ruffling her hair. I see my student has been rubbing off on you, Rin. Hey! Naruto shouted from her side. That goes double for me, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going to come back super strong and then we can go get Sasuke and Obito together. Kakashi grabbed her shoulder and pulled Naruto into the small hug. He was smiling, but above all he was happy. I'll be sure to hold you to it. He ruffled Naruto's head, looking towards the blonde. Now, Naruto, Rin is a very important person to me. So I want you to take care of her for me, alright? Hey! She jabbed a finger into Kakashi's chest. I can take care of myself a lot better than you can, Kakashi. That's why I'm here. Guy shouted, she could practically see his teeth shining from behind Kakashi. Worry not, Rin, I'll make certain that my youthful rival doesn't have so much a moment's rest once we get to Konoha. Give him. Guy, I'm counting on you. Rin returned Guy's thumbs up, if for no other reason than to tease Kakashi. Hey, now wait a moment. Kakashi released them, taking a step back, a fake fear etched into his one eye. Though under that was about 1,000,000 pounds of exasperation mixed with an emotion that could only be described as, not looking forward to this, can we talk about this? I don't need to train with Dash. Nonsense, Kakashi. Guy grabbed a hold of him with a grip that was harder to escape than any prison. We've been slaking far too much these past years. It's time to show our students just what it means to be a genius of hard work. Naruto, I should tell you that all of your friends have been training quite hard, if you stop for even a moment they may surpass you. Don't worry, Bushy-brow sensei. Naruto squeezed his fist. I'm more pumped now than ever. Rin nodded, her fists balled at her side. She had a goal now, no longer would she wander around this time wishing to change the past. She would move forward, and she would bring Obito back to Konoha, and then help Naruto with his dreams. She could do this. She could fix what was broken. After she mastered the Sanbai's power. Alright, enough of the goodbyes. Jiraiya grumbled, grabbing Naruto by the back of his neck like he was a stray cat before shoving him towards the port. Those two need to report back to Tsunade and we have a boat to catch. Wait. Rin stared at the harbor, you never said anything about going on a boat. What's the matter, girl, you get seasick? No, Rin swallowed, I've just never been on a boat before. XXXX. This is our boat? Naruto looked at the pawn toy Jiraiya was boarding as opposed to the much larger looking and cooler looking boat that was just on the other side of the dock from them. It had a dragon on it. And it had a name, Sunward Tsunami Dragon, that was one of a cool name and they should be riding that thing. Not this dingy. It didn't even have a paint or a name, let alone a dragon. And it was barely big enough to have a cabin the size of his bedroom. Which was small, really small. Yep, Jiraiya hummed, unfurling the boring plain white sail. Cost me a pretty penny, so you brats better be grateful, now hop on. Come on, Naruto, Rin said, jumping and sitting down onto one of the benches the boat had in one fluid motion. She was as disappointed as he was, but was too polite to show it. At least we won't have to walk for a while. Ha! Jiraiya barked, don't be expecting me to do all the work, girl. By the time we make landfall you and Naruto will be able to sail the boat without a problem. Great, more useless work. When was he ever going to need to learn to sail a boat? Please tell me you're not going to teach us how to fish too. Hey, now that's a good idea. Naruto groaned, flopping onto the seat next to Rin. Oh well, at least she was here, and it wasn't like this could get any worse. The sun was out and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Half a day later and it got worse. Much worse. The sky turned dark and winds lashed at their boat as the waves bucked their boat like an angry horse. All right, brats, Jiraiya roared over the ocean waves. Get inside. Rin was the first one in and Naruto followed after her, crashing into her as she stood in the tiny room that was too small for one of them, let alone three. Two cots, barely half the size of his own bed, were squeezed to the walls that looked ready to be used as storage containers if needed. Sorry Rin, he apologized, wind lashing at his back. Fortunately there was only so wet and cold he could get. Rin took a step forward, dripping wet but a smile on his face all the same. She seemed so different from before, happier. It's okay, I dash. Quit gawkin' brats and move. Jiraiya shoved him into Rin once again and into the wall. It was awkward for only a second until the door slammed shut and the rain stopped blasting in. Storm came out of nowhere. Jiraiya grunted, tossing his wet vest down onto the floor with a moist slap. Can't go anywhere in this weather. Shouldn't someone be out there to make sure the boat doesn't sink or something? Rin asked, his body still between Jiraiya and her. Do you want to go back out there? Jiraiya wrung his hair like a dish towel, forcing out more water than what should be possible. No, she admitted, looking down at the floor. But dash. The boat's fine. A wave rocked the boat up and down, forcing Jiraiya to brace against the ceiling for a moment. This storm is rough but it won't sink us. I just don't know what way to go without the sun or the stars. Safer to just ride it out and get some rest. Jiraiya pointed at one of the two cots. There was no way he was going to fit in that thing. He was taller than it was long. That one's mine, he pointed at the other one. And you two will be sharing that one, none of this sleeping on the floor bull. He stamped his foot on the ground as it splashed lightly. Don't want no sick kids. Actually being wet and cold won't dash, Rin began. Fine, no angsty little dots that can't make good choices because they couldn't sleep because they were cold, wet and tired. Sheesh, bad enough I got all these lectures from Tsunade. Jiraiya popped his back and turned towards his bed, somehow squeezing into it like a giant bear in a too small cave. Germ theory this, don't eat that, wash that, you're going to die of alcohol poisoning, blah, blah, blah. Oh, sorry. Don't listen to him, he's just grumpy that there's no beer or girls out here. Wait. Not that you're not a girl, I just mean you're not a girl that Jiraiya can perv out on. Not that you're not pretty or anything, it's just that I think you're not up to his standards. Wait, that sounded bad, I mean that he dash. Naruto, she laughed, brushing the hair out of her face, it's fine, I understand what you mean. And thank you. Quit flirting and get to bed, you two. Well, now he was blushing. He couldn't even begin to protest. Just sputter and try not to look at Rin. Finally the words came out. Hey, she's a good medic. Jiraiya waved them off like he was swatting a fly. Come on Naruto, let's dry off. She touched his shoulder, drawing his attention back towards her. In the dim light he could barely see her smile, let alone any blush she might have. At least his own was hidden. He heard her gulp. And go to bed. I can sleep on the dash. No, both Jiraiya and Rin said. What I mean is Jiraiya's right, it's best if we share a bed, it shouldn't be that bad, right? He felt her hand drop from his shoulder. Now hurry up and dry off. How? She giggled, how else, use the training we've been doing to push the water away from you. Oh. The storm grew outside, and soon thunder could be heard and flashes of light snuck in between the cracks. They laid on the bed, fully clothed, back to back, holding on for dear life as the boat rocked back and forth, the only thing that kept them on it was a set of ropes and their own bodies being wedged into the crate. How long had he stared at the wood as the waves rocked them back and forth? Seconds? Minutes? Days? Years? "Hey Naruto?" Rin asked. He felt her head move to try and get a better look at him. "Yeah?" Jiraiya snored. "Are you comfortable?" His face was pressed up against the wall so close that his cheek was getting splinters. "Not really, you?" "Nope, I have an idea though." It was impossible not to feel her every movement. With each motion she turned like the hands on a clock until her head was facing the back of his. "Okay, now you turn." Parts of him wanted to resist, but if it would lead to sleep he would do it. Faster than Rin he turned to face her. He could barely make out the sparkle of her eyes in the darkness, like two lone stars in the darkest of nights. There was more room now. "Now what?" "Okay," she repeated, taking a deep breath, her eyes closing for a moment. "Now, I think." Another breath. "Okay, so. Just put your arms around me, okay?" "What?" Naruto nearly shouted. His surprise only dulled by the vast amount of sleep he needed. "Shoo, it's not like that, there will be more room, and we'll be warmer, but, look, just do it, okay?" She sounded desperate and shoved her arms under his, pulling herself closer. "I just want to sleep." Thunder clapped and she squeezed tighter, burying her head into his chest. Great, she could probably feel how fast his heart was beating. He could feel hers. But wait. "Are you afraid?" Of a little thunderstorm? She gave a weak laugh, her grip weakening. "No, not." Another flush. "Okay, maybe a little. Just trust me, this will help us sleep." "Sure." He was not going to object to this. It felt nice, it felt right. How like those soft moments of couple he saw at the park, just doing nothing but being in each other's arms. He wrapped his arms around her, thumbs brushing the bottom of her hair, and let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. "Like this?" "Yeah," he could hear her smile. "Thank you, Naruto." She stopped talking after that, her breath became steady and even the thunder stopped having an effect on her. Naruto stayed awake wide-eyed, still trying to process what exactly was happening. He was sharing a bed with Rin. She had asked him to hold on to her like the way couples did in those boring romance movies. What did it mean? Did Rin like him? He liked her. She was prettier and nicer than any of the other girls he had met so far. And she knew his secret. Should he tell her? Would that scare her and put whatever this was in jeopardy? Maybe she already knew. Lightning flashed again and Naruto saw Jiraiya smiling at him, the white of his teeth showing as he gave a thumbs up. Nope, that wasn't a horrifying sight at all. XXXX. When Jiraiya said boat, she had imagined one of the large and intimidating passenger ships, something with multiple sails that could power through any waves that came their way. She had never been so glad to be wrong. The small boat Jiraiya was sailing skipped across the ocean, practically flying as it left the sea after it sped through each of the rolling waves. A thrill of excitement washed over her when they slipped through two rocky pillars that shot out of the ocean like blackened fingers reaching for the sky, and she let out a shout, laughing as they got more than the usual amount of air. Woohoo! Next to her, Naruto held on for dear life, laughing with every single jump. Glad you brats are enjoying this, Jiraiya gritted his teeth, pulling on the full sail behind them hard, causing them to bank around another rock pillar as he jerked the rudder hard to the right. He looked stressed, with his teeth being grit and his hands white-knuckled. The turbulent waters gave way to clear waters filled with color and life. A rainbow of coral reef stretched out around the seafloor, only broken by deep chasms that held a blackness so deep the sun itself could get lost within. Schools of fish darted about frantically searching for new food, or evading predators before they became food. A turtle, that was longer than their boat, drifted directly below them, its S, covered in scars from numerous hard-fought battles and decorated with 1,000,000 tribal markings and symbols. That was a creature that had seen more in its life than all but the eldest of beasts. Its head turned slowly to look up at them, its massive eyes sparkled like the night sky even under the water, and she thought she saw the slightest bit of a smile tug at its wrinkled mouth. With the slightest movement of its flippers the beast darted off with speed that defied its age, vanishing past the horizon. In the center of the tranquility sat a broken egg-s of mountains, their edges dulled by time, weather, and the foliage that clung to every jagged edge like a verdant blanket. Dolphins swam up beside their boat, bobbing and eking out of the water so close Rin could reach out and touch them. Which she did. They were rough, and drier than she thought they'd be. Is that where we're going? Naruto's voice boomed now that the roaring waves were behind them, only the splashing of the dolphins, howl of the wind, fluttering of the sail and creaking of the boat could put up a fight against it. And they all failed to meet the challenge. Yep, this is a bit of a detour. Jiraiya turned sharply, an island of coral that kissed the surface barred their path. As they drew closer to the island, the white coral sand beneath the sea began to change in gradient. First as a dull gray, then a black, until they reached the shore that was stained by a black so rich any other color glittered like a star. And where is here? Rin finally found her voice again. They turned parallel to the shore, where utter blackness met verdant green at a horizon in the middle of their vision. This island was a sacred place to many people. It was here that the 7 swords of the mists were crafted, it was here that the first summoning contract was made, it was here that the Uzumaki first sealed a tailed beast, and here where the Mizukage learned to control the Sanbai. So we're here for me? Rin asked, tearing her eyes off of the tree line just long enough to see Jiraiya nod, then back to Naruto. He was smiling like nothing was wrong. What about Naruto? Is his training dash? Naruto's training is a priority, but he's not going to die if he can't control the Kyuubi. Jiraiya paused, scratching his chin. Well, at least not as soon. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto's face turned white, and Jiraiya chose to ignore him. This island will benefit you both. I didn't want to come here because of, he grunted, turning the ship down a river. Wait, no, it was a channel. The sea water was flowing into the heart of the island. How tricky it is to get here. I really hate boats. I hate the ocean. The risk just wasn't worth the benefit. Really? What kind of awesome training are we going to do here? Meditation. Boo. When the sound of water grew to a roar, they finally stopped to moor the boat at what was once a stone dock, now choked by roots. A tree as tall as the ones near Konoha grew out of the remnants of a hut made of stone brick. At the center of the island, where the peaks cracked the sky like the night sky forgotten in time, was a whirlpool that spun unceasingly around a stone that glowed with the brilliance of the heavens. Where does the water go? Rin asked, her voice carrying easily over the roaring water that surrounded them, almost like it was polite enough to step aside and allow silence a chance within its domain. Oh, a sing-song voice drifted in with the current. It comes and goes, that's simply the way that the water flows. Hey! Who's there? Naruto shouted, taking up a defensive position. Rin looked around. There was no one except for them, the trees, and the water. The stone wasn't talking to them, was it? She looked towards Jiraiya, who, aside from shrugging in her general direction, made no move. There was a splash from one of the rivers that fed into center. It was almost like the water was laughing. Then a great beast burst forth from the water. It was the turtle she had seen when they first entered. It flew through the air as easily as it swam through water. With wide graceful turns it banked against the black stone like a comet streaking across the sky. It came to a stop directly in front of them, a smile on its ancient face and eyes filled with motherly love. Hanging from its neck was a pendant, the color long lost, but the spiral engraved in the stone still remained. Greetings, my wayward children, I am Nahuatl, caretaker of the island. It has been many years since I last had a visitor. Tell me what brings you to my home. Rin opened her mouth, but all that came out was air. Was this a trick of some kind? Did she fall asleep again and this was another dream with the Sanbai? Finally she looked at Jiraiya, who seemed to be way too okay with this. Why is there a talking turtle? Don't look at me, I summon talking toads. Jiraiya scratched his chin. This is basically just Thursday for me. Ah, I see you bear the mark of Gamamaru. How is my old friend? Nahuatl said, but her mouth did not move from the warm smile she was giving them. It has been many moons since I last heard from him. Well, considering how he's blind, he probably can't write you anymore. Oh my, her smile twisted upward, eyes sparking with a youthful appearance once again. A low chuckle like titterpools at low tide came from the beast. A seer that can no longer see, that is amusing. Jiraiya gave a great laugh, hands on his hips. Can't hear too good either. This had dream written all over it. Just to be sure, Rin pinched herself. Hard. Nope. This was real. There was a giant flying turtle talking to Jiraiya. Sure, she had seen Gamabunta. Once. When Minato-sensei had summoned him. But that was a summon animal, they were allowed to talk. Hey turtle lady! Naruto shouted, his eyes twinkling with delight. Are you a summon boss like Gamabunta is? Nahuatl swung her head towards Naruto, her giant star-filled eye nearly swallowing him whole. Well, I'll be, if it isn't a little Uzumaki. I should have figured your kind would be too stubborn to fade away. Oh, what's this? I see the Kyuubi still rages within you. How do you know that? Rin asked, drawing Nahuatl's attention towards her. It was like staring into the night sky. She chuckled like a summer rain. Well, my little time traveler, while my toadly friend has the ability to see the future, it is clouded and muddied. I can see things as they are with the clarity of the cloudless sky. There was a pause as Nahuatl considered her. And you are here to commune with with the Sanbai. You fear the death it brings. A soft chuckle like waves kissing the shore rumbled from the turtle's massive frame. Worry not, child, the Sanbai once lived on this island when it was young. It shares a connection with this place. Did you know him? Rin asked, it felt like she was staring at the night sky. Then the turtle blinked and she was brought back to reality. In some ways yes, in others no. Nahuatl said, bobbing her head to one side and then the other. She spun slowly, pointing towards the rock that sat in the middle. Now child, go to the center and try to connect with the Sanbai. But do not fear. Because he gets stronger? Naruto jumped up towards Nahuatl. He took the words right out of her mouth. A monster that could eat her dreams and gave her nightmares. Nahuatl chuckled like a babbling creek. Oh no child, the Sanbai is. Well, he is a coward and frightens easily. What? Rin spoke as much as she thought. Part of her felt offended by that statement. Just as the Kyuubi is prideful and the Sanbai cowardly, all beasts have their faults. Now time grows short, the sun will set soon. Rin nodded, taking a few steps forward, bracing herself for the task of walking inside a whirlpool, before she would have thought it possible back when she had her chakra control. But now, even with Jiraiya's training, such a feat felt beyond her. She stepped, nearly slipping as she met a resistance that shouldn't be there. The water was flowing, yet solid, almost as though it stopped beneath her feet just long enough to hold her up before continuing on its way. Step by step she approached the center of the whirlpool. When she stood in front of the rock, Rin let out a sigh, crossing her legs. Her hand reached out towards it, feeling the heat it gave off. Well, here goes nothing. Oh? His voice echoed through the dull gray mists that choked him like damp cigarette smoke. Everything had been swallowed by it once Rin had touched that rock. Not even the sun was safe, becoming little more than a slightly bright area in the sky. Earthward the mist was so thick that he could barely see his feet, and the ground had been replaced by a shimmering reflection of water too shallow to get the top of his feet wet. Each step sounded like his leaky shower head back home that would drip well into the night unless he turned the water off. Oh? His voice echoed back around to him, or did he ask it again? This place was like a labyrinth without walls. Please. It echoed 1,000 times. Is anyone there? Jiraiya? Rin? Turtle Lady? He didn't want to be alone again. You should be used to it. A voice cut through the mist like a knife of ice. Cold, sharp, precise. After all, who would want to be around a demon like you? When even your own parents didn't want you. Naruto spun, searching for the voice, more desperately than he had searched for anything his entire life. He knew this voice. He knew it well. It was the voice of her, that woman he so desperately wanted in his life. Mom? She stepped from the mist, her form and colors unaffected by its thickness even as it clung to her. She had short blonde hair that looked like she had tried to tame it a few times but ultimately gave up. Her face was sharp and her blue eyes gave off a blistering heat that stripped him of any hope. Her scowl, though, was worse. It was the same face those villages had given him, a face he never wanted to see again. But there was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and bear with it. You don't deserve to call me that, you filth. Her words burned like acid, wearing down the very fabric of who he was. Before he could open his mouth, she smacked him across the face. Did you forget that I left you there? Abandoned you because you're nothing more than a demon? Or maybe I even died because of you? I was too weak after birthing such an ungrateful little. That I died? You don't even know, do you? Because you're too afraid to ask. You're afraid of the truth, aren't you? The word turned into a gasp for air. Her hand was pressed against his throat, his legs dangling above the ground. She squeezed, her cold eyes showed nothing but indifference to him. I've been alive the whole time, watching you grow up without you ever knowing it, seeing you on the streets only making me happy that I choose to abandon you. Happy that you became that demon. Because who in their right mind would ever want to have a son as wretched and horrible as you? Naruto grabbed at her hand, tears in his eyes. Everything she said was true. He was nothing more than trash. I'm sorry, he choked, I'm so sorry. You're going to die how you were brought into this world, she hissed. All alone, with everyone hating you. Just like they do now, they don't care for you. You're nothing more than a dash. Enough, the voice was calm and warm like a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds. It soothed him just as much as it burned his mother. A chain came from the ground, stabbing into the skull of the blonde woman. Naruto fell to his knees. He still couldn't breathe, he could still feel his mother's hand around his throat. And then she appeared with hair like fire, pushing the mists aside to lean down beside him. She frowned, but it was not filled with hatred, it was warm and soft. A look that filled him with hope. She was beautiful as she leaned down in front of him, purple eyes filled with tears. Her arms shook as she touched his shoulder, then stopped when she wrapped him in a firm hug. Naruto, we loved you more than anything in the world. Please, don't ever forget that. Who? Just as she had appeared in front of him, she vanished, just as quickly as she appeared. The mist faded away, revealing the swirling whirlpool bathed in starlight with Rin still sitting in the middle. We love you. Her voice lingered like honey in his ears. Jiraiya sat against a tree, a mist the color of dish soap poured into a shallow bowl, swirling with blues, greens, pinks and purples. Naruto went towards him, his hand moving towards the mist. I would not touch him so soon after you have broken free. Nahuatl's voice brought with it the sound of the forest, more alive at night than it ever had been during the day. He spun to see the turtle laying on the ground, her great body acting like a rocky knoll. A gentle smile on her aging face, her large eyes seemed to mirror the stars behind them. That is the Sanbai's mist. When he is frightened, it brings out the worst fears of those who touch it, making them real. Naruto pulled his hand away, clutching it towards his heart. I thought I saw my mother. She choked me, saying that I killed her, that she was glad she abandoned me. The turtle chuckled like the babbling of a brook. It also makes people more honest afterwards. For a time, but fear not, little Uzumaki, it was only an illusion. though I am surprised by how quickly you awoke from it. There was another lady that showed up. She stopped my mother and said that she loved me. If he touched the mist again, would he get to see the red-haired lady again? Who was she? Why did it feel like she was important? Ooh? Amusement ran through her tone like a river through the mountain. I wonder, who do you think she? Shouldn't you know? Don't you like see things with your eyes? Some truths are best discovered on their own. She turned to look up to the sky. Now, who do you want the red-haired woman to be? Naruto clutched at his heart, feeling the way it beat against his chest. I want her to be my mother. Nahuatl's smile widened. Then hold on to that as your truth. He matched her smile and looked up towards the sky. You know, you're a lot less annoying than all the other talking animals I've met. And you are a lot less annoying than many of the other humans I've met. You and the object of your affection. Nahuatl's smile turned wry and a massive eye winked at him. Oh, can you tell me what she dash? He found himself face to face with a giant turtle's face, hot air billowing out from her nose. Don't ask me what you would not ask others, Naruto. Naruto nodded, shaking his head and taking a step back, nearly falling back down over Jiraiya's sandal. Should we wake him up? No, seeing his fears will do him more good than harm. Nahuatl looked out towards the whirlpool where Rin Saturday, though I believe you may not have to wait much longer. Oh, do you know where I can find some seas that us around here? XXXX. Sanbai? Rin asked. Her words echoed like ripples in a still pond. The S that made up the beach of the Sanbai's domain, or was it her heart? Her dreams? Her mind? It didn't really matter. It was nice here and easy to get lost as the waves lapped against the shore. The stars and sun glistened in a dull light that left not a single shadow here. It was safe, warm, and beautiful. But the Sanbai was nowhere to be found. She had circled the island, her feet drifting in its shallow waters, at least 5 times now. It was hard to complain about being here, but she had a mission to do. She couldn't just stay here forever. Why not? That was her own voice. Scared and frightened but still hers. Rin spun on her heel. To find a younger version of herself with a friendly smile on her face, but there was nothing behind her eyes. Why can't we just stay here? Haven't we suffered enough? Can't we stop fighting for once? Who are you? Rin asked the girl. You know who I am. The girl tilted her head to the side. Or do you not want to know? She knew. You're that part of me that wants to stop trying, aren't you? The girl clapped her hand, striking a balance between overeager and sarcastically slow. You got it. We should just give up. We don't belong in this time, do we? There's nothing out there for us but pain. Let's stay in here. She reached down, pulling up a handful of CSSC. We can find all the pretty ones and play games all day. The temptation was there. The thought of a life of peace with no more wars struck a chord in her heart. She brought a hand up to her heart, finding the necklace that Naruto had made for her. She squeezed the blue S, feeling its warmth. Obito. Kakashi. Guy. Jiraiya. And Naruto. All of them were waiting on her. She couldn't just ignore them. Living a life of peace while others fought for her went against everything. No, her word was little more than a whisper but had the strength of steel behind it. I can't just sit still and do nothing. You know that. I want to be useful. But you can't. The girl screamed. You can't save anybody. You're too young, you haven't trained enough. You can't even do the one thing you were good at anymore. So what's the point? I'll learn. She ran a finger over the S. Just because I can't do anything right now doesn't mean I won't be able to do something later. I need to keep moving forward. The girl gave a scream, hands tightened into fists and charged at Rin. She prepared to catch herself, but the girl faded away into dust, her attack having no follow-through. When she next opened her eyes, Rin saw the Sanbai in front of her. Its one eye holding a whirlpool of emotions, its massive head level with her. It gave a long sigh that smelled like the sea on a warm beach. For what felt like ages they stared at each other, a silence divided them like a river. "I've been looking for you." Rin gave the creature a smile, pushing the hair out of her face. The Sanbai nodded. "I know. You're very loud." Then Rin sighed, getting angry at him wouldn't do anything. "I wanted to talk to you about helping me." "You want me to fight?" The beast shook its head, its voice sounding like a child about to break out into a tantrum. "I do not want to fight." "Nahuatl," the Sanbai perked up at the name, its one eye widened in surprise. "Said that you're afraid." "I know what it's like to be afraid. There's been times where I've been so afraid I didn't know what to do. But, thanks to my friends, I find the courage to keep moving forward." "You spoke to Nana?" Rin smiled, stepping towards the beast, a hand outstretched. "She's the one that told me to meditate in the center of the whirlpool." "Ah." The Sanbai tilted his head to the side, confusion as easy to read on his face. "You didn't need to go there." "I didn't. Seal is weak." "I know, and I know you don't want to fight." Rin clutched her necklace once more, drawing on Naruto's strength. "I don't want to fight either. But there are people after us, and I'll have to fight them. I can't die yet. I have dreams I need to see through." "Dreams? Tasty dreams?" The Sanbai licked its lips like she was holding a treat just out of reach. "Can you share them?" "Kind of, but don't eat them, okay?" She placed a hand onto the Sanbai's head. He was smoother than she'd thought he'd be. "I want to live my life in peace, to be able to help my friends again. Well, actually I want to help as many people as I can." That's a tasty dream. But you might have to fight a lot." He nuzzled into her hand like a cat. "What a weird turtle cat rock monster." "I don't want to fight." "I'll fight for you, Sanbai." The words flew out of her mouth, bringing with them a smile. It felt good to say that. The Sabi gave a noise that was as much rockslide as it was a purr. "Isabu." "Huh? Sorry. Isabu is my name. If I don't have to fight, then I can help you fight Rin." That was the first time she had heard Isabu say her name. He said it in much the same way she imagined a little brother would. Full of admiration and respect. Was this really a centuries-old beast that had caused countless deaths? "Thank you." "For what?" Rin smiled, hugging him around the neck. She could feel the connection between her and this creature. It was little more than a springtime brook, ready to overflow with heavy rains or dry up during a drought. "I should be thanking you for helping me." "For asking. The others before you didn't ask. They made me." Isabu bounced backwards with a grace that belied his massive bulk. "But now I have you, Rin. And you asked me to help you. So I will. That's what friends do, right?" She couldn't help but laugh. This was the creature that those mist ninja wanted to destroy Konoha? He was a Biju. She needed to remind herself of that. Even if he acted more like a little kid or a puppy than a city-destroying beast. "Yeah, that's part of it. And don't worry, Isabu, I won't make you do anything you don't want to. And I'll even come visit you again." "Please don't." XXXX. Rin awoke with a gasp. The roaring of the whirlpool slamming into her all at once, a thick mist blanketed the land, choking out the excess color. Everything was the same, but it felt so very different. She could feel the mist. It wasn't like with a hand or any part of her body, she felt it like she felt a headache, but without the pain. She held out her hand, moving it to get a better feel for the mist. "Okay, Rin, you can do this. Just concentrate on the mist. Try to move it." When she felt like she had a hold of something, she twisted her hand. It was like a switch was flipped. One moment the mist was there, the next it flew towards her, flowing back into her body like a giant breath of fresh air after nearly drowning. Her lungs burned as the beast's chakra filtered back into her body, infusing her with strength. "Hey Rin!" Naruto shouted from the shore, running towards her, arms flailing, not even blinking as he stepped onto the moving water of the whirlpool like it was concrete. "Did you do it?" His smile and laugh proved to be infectious. "Yeah. I did. That's great, Rin. I knew you could do it." Naruto came to a stop by crashing into the black rock beside her. "What was he like? Did you kick his butt?" "Huh, no Naruto, I just talked to him. And he agreed to help me." He offered her a hand to help her up. She accepted it, standing beside him. "Really? That's it?" "Yeah, well, that, and I had to promise to leave him alone unless it was really important." Nahuatl swooped in around them, banking with the grace of a bird. Her flipped skipped the whirlpool, splashing them. "That is part of Isabu's nature, do visit him from time to time." Thought, while he may prefer isolation, there is no creature that can endure it. "I will, and thank you for all your help, Nahuatl." She gave the ancient creature a deep bow at the waist. One Nahuatl returned with a deep nod. "It was my pleasure, child, you lot were far more interesting than the normal rift raft that come to these shores," Nahuatl said. "But I do have one question," Rin asked. "Oh?" There was a wry amusement in Nahuatl's tone that was led by a smirk. "And what might that be?" "Isabu said that I didn't need to meditate here to contact him, so why not just say that?" She placed a hand on the blackened rock, feeling the heat that came from inside it. "Well, you'd be quite disappointed if you came all this way for nothing. Would you not?" "Wait!" Naruto shouted, jumping up onto the rock. "You mean we came here for no reason?" Rin laughed. "Look at it this way, Naruto, it's not the destination, but the journey that's important. I bet you learned some stuff here too." Naruto pouted, before it slowly turned into a smile. "Yeah, I guess you're right, but we probably shouldn't tell the pervy sage any of this." "We're leaving," Jiraiya grumbled the moment he got up. The jovial man was replaced once more by a dedicated ninja that few could equal. His eyes were hard and focused. It was almost unnerving to see him like this. "Hey pervy sage," Naruto called, bouncing up next to his sensei, "what did you see in the nightmare mist stuff?" Tsunade's breasts shrunk. Jiraiya mumbled, making a beeline for the boat. "Other things too, but those aren't important." He kicked the boat back onto the water like it was made of paper. He jumped onto the boat, unfurling the sails and preparing it for voyage. "Get on, we have a lot of training to do." "Jiraiya?" Rin asked, stepping forward, "Is everything okay?" "No," Jiraiya shook his head. "Wasted too much time. I'll make up for it though." Rin turned to look at Naruto, who could do nothing but shrug. Just what had Jiraiya's nightmares been? "Go children," Nahuatl nudged them with one of her flippers. "Your teacher will tell you in time what bothers him." She heard something about toads being better from Jiraiya. "Will we ever see you again, Nana?" Naruto asked, smiling up at the turtle. "That, my dear children, is up to you." The sail was full of wind all the way out of the serene island. And they left behind that majestic place all too fast for Rin's taste. She would have loved to stay there forever, or at least a few days, just to relax. But that would go against who she was trying to be. A smile tugged onto Rin's lips as she looked at Naruto. He really was something else, no matter what he didn't give up. To him tomorrow could always be better. And he was right. "All right, brats." Jiraiya groaned once they were out of the maze of jagged rocks that separated that island from the rest of the world. Looking back, Rin couldn't so much as see a hint of that wonderful place. Jiraiya unrolled a map pointing at the coastline. "We're going to head to Port Ikomu. Once there I'm going to drink and whore for one night, and that's it. No more until we get back to Konoha, and neither of you are my problem." After that I'm going to make you wish that I was still drinking and whoring myself into an early grave. Does this have anything to do with your dash? Rin began. Yes. Jiraiya finished. I lived my life filled with failure, that's all I've ever been is live and fail. But, he let out a growl, his leg twitching. That dream showed me what not trying would do. So I'm going to train you long and hard. Got that, brats? Alright. Naruto cheered. You're finally going to take this serious. I've always taken it serious, Jiraiya glared at Naruto. From the first day I met you I've been treating your training like it was my last mission. I've been trying hard to bring out your potential, Naruto. To build your base and fill in the gaps that you lack. I can't be the one to decide what kind of ninja you can be. That's on you and you alone. All I can do is help you along the way. So what are you going to be doing differently? Rin asked. You said it yourself, teaching Naruto new jutsu wouldn't help. A sentiment she now agreed with. There was a beauty to the versatility of Naruto's two jutsu. Shame she didn't have anything like that. Jiraiya gave them both a cold smile full of satisfaction. You two are gonna eat, breathe, and chakra theory. You mean you're going to make us study? Naruto whined. XXXX. Moonlight reflected off placid ocean, low waves made the images of stars dance along its surface like 1,000 fairies in revelry, migrant clouds moved as a herd of whales making their annual rounds consuming the stars like they were plankton. The summer air was cool this far at sea, feeling more like fall than the middle of summer. Still all these were dulled to Naruto as Rin sat across from him. She leaned over the side of the boat stretching her arm to touch the water, her brown eyes absorbing the moonlight and somehow making it all the more beautiful. His chest felt funny whenever he looked at her, tightening up and beating faster and faster. It was worse when she looked at him, then his ears burned. What the heck was he supposed to do? With Sakura it was easy, he liked her so he asked her out. With Rin it was different. He didn't just like her, there was so much more to it than that, but it was still kind of the same. What if he scared her? What if she didn't feel the same way? What if she did? Hey Naruto, Rin moved back into the nest of blankets she had made for herself between two of the benches near the front of the boat. Naruto had his own in a joint agreement to look at the stars. So far he had yet to look up. She smiled when she saw him looking at her. I wanted to ask you about something, Nahuatl said. Crap. Stupid big-mouthed turtle lady. She told Rin, didn't she? Even after all that, not going to interfere crap. He's never going to trust another turtle again. It's not what you think, Rin, I just am. What's not what I think? Her brow furrowed in confusion. I just wanted to ask if you knew what she meant when she called you an Uzumaki. Oh. Oh, so it wasn't about his giant crush on her. That was good. Probably. Maybe? What about it? Well, I used to know an Uzumaki, her name was Kushina and she was actually kind of like you. She rubbed the back of her head. The softness of her smile reminded him of so many others when they remembered the past, especially Jiraiya, or the old man. It was kind weird seeing it on Rin's face. I didn't know being an Uzumaki was a thing. I just thought that I was Naruto Uzumaki, and that was all that mattered. That and history and stuff was so boring. He didn't need to know about who pissed off who hundreds of years ago to become the Hokage. The Hokage cared about the future, not the past. But who was Kushina? What was she like? Another Uzumaki. It was only because of that turtle lady that he had any idea that being an Uzumaki was a thing. Maybe there was more of them? He might have actually paid attention in class if someone had told him about them. Especially if it was a cute girl like Rin. Well, Rin shook her head laughing. Like I said, she was a lot like you. Loud, always trying to smile, and a really nice person. She even tried to adopt me a few times. Went so far as to get the paperwork for it. She was also a great ninja. She was the one that taught Minato-sensei seals, and could fight with these chakra chains. Chakra chains? Yeah, it was a really cool ability. She could make chains sprout out of her body. She didn't like to use them because they poked holes in her clothes, but one time she had Kakashi and Obito tied up while she lectured them on not overdoing it. Rin gave a sigh, sinking further down into her nest, eyes focused up on the stars. She yelled a lot at them, but that was just how she showed she cared. At least that's what Minato-sensei said. Chakra chains. Wasn't there a chain in that weird dream he had on the island? What? His throat felt dry. What did she look like? Most people knew her by her really long red hair. That woman. The one that saved him in his nightmare. He swallowed, remembering her face as easily as he remembered the way to Ichiraku Ramen. It was round, full of life and so kind, with purple eyes. Did she have purple eyes? Huh? Rin asked, shaken from whatever story she had been telling. Yes she did. How'd you know? Do you have a picture of her or something? Naruto, he leaned forward, walking on his knees to close the distance between him and Rin. His hands were shaking. And he felt like he could faint at any moment now. I don't think I do, but why? Rin leaned back away from him the slightest bit. Was he really that intense? Man, Naruto fell back into his nest with the force of disappointment, causing the boat to rock ever so slightly. I just feel like I need to see her is all. I see. Rin touched her finger to her lip, wearing it like a mustache. I might be able to use my mist. The mist? Like what happened when you went to talk to the Sanbai? Naruto asked, sitting up once more to look at Rin. Don't those cause nightmares? I don't know, but I should be able to control them. I might be able to show you a memory of Kushina. She shrugged, holding up her hand. Within moments a spiraling ball much like the Rasengan sat in her hand, made completely of mist. But it's worth a try, don't you think? Naruto stared at the orb of mist. Even in the moonlight it was filled with greens, purples, and every color in between. Would he see her in there again? That red-haired lady that saved him? He nodded. Yeah. Okay, hold still, and I'm sorry if anything weird happens. I haven't actually tried to use this yet. Rin took in a breath and puffed out her cheeks. She let it out in a slow stream blowing on the mist. It snaked in the air, drifting towards him like a column of smoke. Just remain calm and breath. The mist swirled around him, invading his senses like it was a head cold. You're just so cute. It was her voice. That woman who saved him. The one he wanted to be his mother. You are such a good girl, Rin, you know? She pulled away from a hug, and Naruto saw her. The woman that had saved him. Kushina Uzumaki. She was real. He didn't make her up. She had his last name. Naruto? The illusion faded and Naruto saw Rin looking at him. A hand rested on his shoulder. Tears were falling down his face. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tried to do that. Without more practice It's her. Naruto muttered, staring up at Rin, his mouth twitching into a smile. I think that Kushina is my mom. No way. Rin froze, her mouth dropping open. She blinked once, twice, then fell back into her spot. I can't believe it. Her lip twitched upwards into smile as the first hiccups of laughter began to bubble out. I can't believe I didn't see it. She squealed, kicking her legs and face glowing red from laughter and sheer delight. It was enough to drag him into it as well. Do you know what this means? Rin bounced back, leaning onto the bench that separated them, resting her elbows on it while her arms supported her head. He could see her smile from a mile away. That my mom was really pretty? No. Rin shouted, then frowned. Well, yes, but that's not the point. She held up a single finger in front of him. Miss Kushina only had one boyfriend in her entire life, and they loved each other more than anybody I've ever seen. Naruto, your father. He leaned in close, finding himself smiling. This was it, he was finally going to know where he came from. Was my sensei, Minato, the fourth Hokage? The humor in him died. The excitement was replaced with something that wasn't good. It made his stomach roil and his fists clench. Why? Huh? Rin's smile didn't stop. Why what? If I'm his son, then why did he put the Kyuubi into me? Wasn't it bad enough that my parents had to die too, but then he went and sealed the stupid fox into me? Fresh tears joined the ones he spilled for seeing his mother for the first time. Naruto, Rin's voice was as soft and soothing as ever, breaking him out of his spell long enough to look at her. She touched his cheek, holding his gaze. You're looking at it the wrong way. Do you remember what I asked you if you hated Minato for sealing the fox inside of you? I know it now more than ever. Minato-sensei chose you because he believed in you. They both did. She was so pretty, so nice, and so important. Already he could feel her soothing him, and he took deep, even breaths that heralded the return of his smile. I guess it is pretty awesome that he's my dad, I guess. There you go. Rin stayed next to him, reaching down to grab his hand and squeezing it tight. I know it sucks, and I'm sure if they were alive they would have been awesome parents. I actually don't know what I'm saying here, sorry. Naruto shook his hand, feeling the heat rush to his cheeks. Rin's hand was so soft and smooth, it was just so fun to touch. No, I think I get what you're trying to say. There's a lot that happened that I'm not happy with, but Naruto paused, swallowing hard. What was he going to say? That he was happy all those horrible events happened so that she could be here with him? That kind of sounded bad, even if it might be true. If it helps, you can think of having the Kyuubi sealed inside of you like it's an S-rank mission given to you by the fourth Hokage. That got him to laugh. Thank you, Rin, for everything. I should be the one to thank you. She let his hand go, sliding back into her spot, brown eyes still locked onto him. If it was for you, I'd probably be dead or trying to kill myself before Aisabu could hurt anybody. But because of you, I'm still alive and I feel like I can make a difference. You really are an amazing person, Naruto. His cheeks felt hot, really hot. You're the amazing one, Rin. You managed to get the three tails under you. Control. Control is a relative term. He mostly just wanted me to leave him alone and keep him safe. She held up a hand, conjuring another ball of mist. I think I got it easy with Aisabu. The Kyuubi sounds like he'd be stubborn. Do you have any advice? Have you tried asking his name? XXXX. You're pathetic. Obito groaned, peeking out from under his covers to see what magical bull entered his own private realm of existence. Ever since he had seen Rin, all of his deeds had been brought to light, all those deaths were on him. So much. He had wanted to bring the world to peace for Rin. Now he was steps away from bringing it to ruin. Plus she had the three-tailed beast sealed inside of her. A key he would have needed to bring about the world peace Madara preached. Bah, what a load of. With Rin here, that peace was nothing more than a lie. The sheets were ripped from his bed and he saw the intruder. Itachi, he groaned, sitting up to glare at his. What was Itachi to him again? Cohort? Companion? Nothing? Clanmate? How did you get here? Itachi matched his glare in a rare display of pure rage. But even that was contained like a storm in a bottle, ready to be unleashed at any moment. One girl says your name and you break. It's none of your business. Obito stood looking over the barren landscape of his realm. He had come here to be alone, where he couldn't mess up anything ever again. Rin was alive and happy. He couldn't risk that a second time. Leave, now. Why did we kill our clan, Obito? Itachi practically spat his name. Because we're idiots. He rummaged through one of the boxes of food he stole, pulling out a simple ration bar. Itachi smacked it out of his hand before he could take a bite. Every Uchiha is, you, me, your brother, Madara, especially Madara. We're nothing but a bunch of idiots that try their hardest to stand in the way of making the world happy. Look back on it. Honestly, the world would be better off without the Uchiha. Did we kill them all because of some girl? The bottle was breaking. Technically I did. Obito shrugged, grabbing another bar. He was past the point of caring. All he wanted to do was sleep until he died here, alone like the monster he was. You killed them because Danzo was inciting them to rebel, all to sate his need for power and weird obsession with the Sharingan. Have you ever thought about it? Is so great about these stupid eyes? Sure, you can copy a few jutsu and do some magic eyeball. He took a bite of his bar, chewing in Itachi's general direction. Face it. The world is a better place without us. Itachi continued to glare at him, nearly shaking with rage. His Sharingan wasn't activated yet, but that could change in a heartbeat. He wouldn't try to stop him if Itachi wanted to kill him. There was no point in it. Rin probably hated him right now anyways. Kakashi for sure, but Kakashi was a prick. Besides, isn't that basically why you killed your whole clan? To stop them from making Konoha worse? Itachi grabbed him by his throat, lifting him off the ground, Sharingan activated. Don't you dash. What? Make you realize that you were manipulated into killing everybody that you loved? That I was foolish enough to believe some dying old idiot that caused two of the worst wars in history that he wanted true peace? That forcing everyone into a dream was the same as peace? That's just genocide. But hey, it's the family business. Itachi let him fall, the storm vanishing without a fuss. Face it, Itachi, we were wrong. So, what do we do? Obito shrugged, sitting back down on his bed. Wait to die. I've been doing that for 8 years. Then try something else, just leave me alone. Port was such an unusual way to describe places. The last town she was in was a port, it was barely big enough to be called a city. To have such a small and quiet place as that share a descriptor with the grandeur before her simply felt like it did not do the word justice. Port Ikomu was massive. All of Konoha could fit inside the city, perhaps twice over. It sprawled over hills with streets that twisted like snakes, hungry to feast on the lifeblood that the harbor brought. The city seemed to be alive with color, even now, with the sky turning orange behind them as the sun prepared to set on the ocean. Each building, the same basic rectangle squashed or stretched to fit the needs of the city, was saturated with sky blues, rosy reds, and verdant greens, like the city was a celebration of color. But the most amazing thing was all the boats. Just within the harbor, which was roughly as large as Konoha, she should get out more, there were more boats than she ever thought existed. They came in all shapes and sizes, sitting in the water with pure white sails hanging limply, like flat lazy clouds. Why are there so many boats? She looked back to Jiraiya, who gripped the rope so hard that his knuckles turned white. Yet his face was that of a man that looked ready to go to battle. We came at a good time, it's the Festival of Lights. What's that? Naruto asked, his smile widening when he met her eyes. She matched him, tooth for tooth. Damn it, boy, do I look like I know everything? Rin rolled her eyes. You're the one that said what it was. Besides, you're old, you're supposed to know stuff. Yeah. Naruto laughed as much as he said. Bah, Jiraiya grunted, pulling hard on the rope. The sail groaned and they turned hard to the side, sending her tumbling into Naruto as they wiped between two large barges. I got you, Rin. Naruto held onto her shoulder until the ship grew steady. She nudged him with her elbow, a smile still on her face. Thanks, Naruto. Fine, it's basically a bunch of holidays rolled into one. There's the summer solstice, some religious celebration from the Temple of Six Paths, and a couple local customs that kind of all got rolled into one as the city grew and grew. Jiraiya let the rope go slack and the sail went slack. An open spot along the dock was waiting for them. Wasn't that someone else's spot though? Jiraiya looked like he knew what he was doing. I mostly know that it's a good time if you're here looking for beer and fun, or as a Jiraiya paused, tossing some rope up onto the dock. He looked at her, then to Naruto, then back to her and nodded to himself. Bah, you two should light a lantern together and set it off, supposed to be considered good luck. When do they set the lanterns off? Rin looked around, seeing many of the paper lanterns in the hands of people. Some were plain and white, others ornate, and a few extravagant. And they were most often in the hands of couples, old and young. And this isn't some attempt to get me and Naruto to do something romantic, is it? She felt her heart retch at that idea, like it was torn between the past, future, and present all at once. Fine, you got me. Jiraiya held up his hands and stepped off the boat wearing a smile that was just asking to be smacked. It started during a war, and a woman would light a lantern and set it to the currents every day until her husband came home. Legend says that it was on this day that the man came back and he was reunited with his love. So now releasing the lantern as a couple, or family, is a tradition to overcome the hardships. Or in some cases to find love, or wish those that have passed farewell. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to find someone that'll buy a boat and a good whorehouse. Find me tomorrow. With that, Jiraiya vanished into the crowd with only his perverted giggling marking his passing. Naruto climbed out of the boat, offering her a hand up as well. He was always doing that. Watching out for her, looking at her. It wasn't bad. It just reminded her of Obito. Probably because he was her friend, the same as Obito and Kakashi. And the two did have similar personality and dreams. But it was also different. How did she feel about Naruto? She took his hand and felt the difference between him and her teammates. With Obito, she thought of him like a brother, even now when he was still lost in the world. And at this point, Kakashi was more her weird uncle than he was her crush. Seeing him without his mask certainly didn't help anything. But for Naruto, it was just different, like he sat as this undefinable enigma. In many ways, she looked up to him. He was brave, confident, friendly, and a hard worker. It was like a perfect combination of Minato and Kushina. So, what do you want to do? Rin asked, feeling her legs wobble despite the solid ground beneath her. She had been on that boat for way too long, though in many ways she will miss sleeping under the stars with Naruto every night. We should go light a lantern. Rin gawked at him. He said that with a straight face, looking her right in the eyes while holding onto her hand. Did that mean that he liked her? Was that what all those not letting go of her hand meant? His eagerness talked to her? No, that couldn't be it, that was just what Naruto did. He was a friendly guy. That was it. Right? Did you hear what Jiraiya said? That's something that couples do. It's also for wanting someone important to you to come back, right? Naruto's smile came back for a moment only to die in a breath. She felt Naruto's hand slide free from her grip. Wait, she was the one holding on to him this whole time? It was, wasn't it? She even made him cuddle with her when there was lightning. She asked him to watch the stars with her. And Naruto was just a good friend hanging out with her. They'd only known each other for half a year now, and she spent the first one depressed, the second one depressed, and now here she was with a goal in mind because of him. No, there was no way that Naruto would have a crush on her. Right? I have Sasuke and you have Obito, we both need them to come back, right? So I think that we should set off a lantern for them. There was nothing but resolve in Naruto's eyes. No hidden motive, nothing. Just that same drive that she was begging to. What was she feeling towards him? Stupid emotions. Why were they so hard? Yeah, I'd like that a lot, Naruto. Awesome. Naruto grabbed her by the wrist, pulling her through the crowd of people, the wood bouncing like a drum with each step they took. There were so many people, the tide was coming in as more and more people rushed towards the sea to prep their lanterns. An hour remained, maybe less, until the sun was swallowed by the ocean. Where would they even get a lantern? Would a vendor sell them? A lot of them looked handmade. Did they even have money? Yo! Naruto. A voice broke through the crowd like thunder on a clear day. It was calm, tired, almost like it was a yawn. They exited most of the crowd, coming to stand on a dirt path in front of a warehouse. A boy with black hair tied into a short ponytail waved at them. To his side was a pretty blonde girl with blue eyes and an overweight boy with spiky orange hair. Behind them was a handsome and gruff-looking man wearing jounin equipment and a cigarette in his mouth. They all wore Konoha headbands. Shikamaru. Naruto let go of her wrist and barreled towards his friends, arms outstretched like he wanted to hug them, but stopped when he got near. Was she the only one he hugged? Choji. Ino. What are you guys doing here? Wait, Ino Shikacho? That would explain their looks. But why did the sensei look so familiar? We were on a mission, Naruto. The girl, Ino? Said with her hands on her hips. Choji, the round one, nodded, munching on a bag of popcorn. Well, we were. Right now we're just enjoying the festival. Mission's not over, Choji. As soon as our client gets back we'll be on duty again. Their sensei said, taking a drag from his cigarette. Those things were so bad for his health. And he was a jounin. He should really know better than that. And why did he look so familiar? Who was he? Ah, Asuma sensei. Ino whined, grabbing her sensei's jacket with all the drama expected of a teenage girl. Can't we just relax for a day or two? Wait a second. Asuma? Asuma Sarutobi? She marched up to him. It was him. Wasn't it? And he was smoking. His mouth went slack and she yanked the cigarette from his mouth, stomping it under her foot. Do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea how bad these things are for you? Holy. Asuma mouthed. Rin? Are you a ghost? Apparently, Kakashi hadn't told him anything. Long story, ask Kakashi, now explain why you're smoking. Sure, you're an adult now. But you should know better. These things will eventually kill you, she pointed towards the pile of ash under her foot. And they smell. Psst, Naruto. She heard Ino say from behind her. Who's your girlfriend? Her righteous fire died in a heartbeat, replaced by a cold sweat that went down the back of her neck. Girlfriend? Her voice cracked. It's not like that, honestly, it's just we're training together to control the beasts, not that he isn't a good friend or anything, but we're not dating. Her face must have been red. She looked at Naruto and saw him look almost hurt. Did he like her or something? No, that must just be her imagination. Beasts? Shikamaru asked, eyebrow raised. He looked at Naruto, then at her, and shrugged. Listen here, Rin, I'm not going to just ask Kakashi why you're alive. She felt a strong hand grab her shoulder. You're here, and I think I deserve an answer after you just crushed my last cigarette. As much as we'd love to stay and chat. Naruto slipped past Ino and Shikamaru, grabbing her by the wrist once again. We really need to find one of those lanterns to set off so we can bring Sasuke and Obito back. XXXX. He could catch them, they were just genin after all, even if one was Rin. But what was that about Obito? Asuma sighed, scratching at his beard. He really needed to have a smoke right now. Shame that Rin was as health conscious as ever. Now he'd have to find someplace that sold his favorites in this city. Still, Obito's alive too? Asuma sighed, this felt way above his pay grade. Better bug Kakashi about this when I get back. Hey Asuma, Shikamaru looked up at him once Naruto was far away. What did she mean by beasts? Boy was too clever for his own good sometimes. Beats me, Shikamaru didn't believe him at all. But probably wouldn't follow through. You'll just have to ask Naruto when you see him again, won't you? Troublesome. That it was. Ino huffed. No, really, who was that? She wore a leaf headband. Was she Naruto's girlfriend or something? Hey Shikamaru, if Temari becomes your girlfriend, do you think she'll join the leaf? Shikamaru refused to comment, his face as ready for sleep as ever. I'll tell you who Rin is when we get back to Konoha. I need to talk to Kakashi about some things. He actually knew exactly what he was going to say. XXXX. She didn't have any idea whose roof they were on, but it was a beautiful spot overlooking the bay, that began to shine as the last rays of the sun began to pass beyond the horizon. There were so many people still running about, some joining them on the rooftops, others milling about the city like ants. Did you figure it out yet? Rin turned to see Naruto still holding the lantern they were given by a kind old lady, a reward for Naruto stopping to help her, like it was some kind of a puzzle box. It was intricate in design and pure white in color. No doubt it would shine like a star. Naruto nodded, pointing towards the wick. Yeah, I think we just light this and then I don't know. He bounced it in his hand watching it slowly fall. It's really light though. Do we throw it? I don't think so, it looks delicate. Maybe we should wait and see what everyone else does. Rin looked over his shoulder looking at the small wick that sat at the bottom of the lantern. Maybe the fire will make it fly. Science wasn't exactly a course in the academy when she attended, even something like history was an afterthought and a crash course. And Naruto, well, he was Naruto, reliable yet very clueless. You sure? Wouldn't it just burn up or something? He scrunched his face up in the way that he did when he was confused about something. It was cute like a perplexed puppy. I don't think so, let's wait and see what everybody else does. It was going to be starting soon. Actually, shouldn't it be starting right now? The sun was already past the horizon, only the last echoes of its light remained. But nobody was lighting their lantern. What are they waiting for? Naruto shrugged, joining her in looking over the bay. The light continued to fade until the stars began to appear. There. Naruto pointed towards the dock. She saw it too. A lantern was lit, then one and another, the light spread like wildfire, snaking its way through the streets of the city. Soon the whole city was aglow with the soft light of thousands of lanterns. Naruto, quick! Light it! Okay. He fumbled with the lantern, trying to light it while not damaging it. She stepped forward holding the lantern for it, excitement washing over her, and she couldn't help but bounce. Thanks, now 1 second. Their lantern was lit, shining like a miniature sun in her hands. Can you feel it, Naruto? She could. It was their desires to bring back their friends. And something more. All around them the lanterns began to lift up into the sky, floating up and out towards the sea, forming a bridge of light to the heavens. Yeah, she didn't believe him, but he nodded, placing his hands over hers as she held the lantern. Let's bring them back, okay? Together they released their lantern. It drifted slowly, almost falling back down into their hands before the wind took it, and it was off, joining the countless others as they made their journeys to deliver their hopes and dreams. It was beautiful in so many ways. Hey, Naruto? She couldn't take her eyes off of the lanterns. He hummed, stepping next to her, his eyes locked on her as their hands brushed against one another. I just want you to know that I'm really happy you saved me back then. And I'm really happy to call you friend. She turned to him, giving him the best smile she could give. With him by her side, it didn't matter what stood in their way, they could overcome it. It was weird how he had become so important to her when half a year ago he wasn't even born. Well, in her messed up timeline, even though he was actually her age. Just thinking about it made her head hurt. Naruto nodded, his smile unmatched. I'm happy you're here too, Rin. Yes, those were her feelings, she was just happy to be around Naruto. Nothing more, nothing less. And the same for him. Besides, she was like 13 and that was a way too young to be thinking about love and stuff. XXXX. Kakashi woke up in his apartment from the poor excuse of rest that people called sleep on full alert. Something was off. His muscles were still sore from the dottish training guy was putting him through, and the headache he got from straining his Sharingan was still there. Foot on the ground before he opened his eyes, Kakashi found his plain room to be as clean and vacant as always. A knock came from the window, sounding like thunder in the silence. Okay, he was no stranger to the middle of the night visits. But he was normally the one doing the visiting. More importantly, who was at his window at 2 in the morning? If it was an emergency, the umbu seal on his arm would be flaring, or his door would have been kicked in by an angry Hokage. Or a drunk one. Kakashi opened the window and found himself at a loss for words. Sitting on his windowsill staring out at the sky while he chewed on a fingernail was Itachi Uchiha. He did not wear his Akatsuki robe, nor did he have the ring or any other markings, save for the leaf headband that sat in his free hand. Kakashi asked, resting on his elbows. Where were the umbu? Why was Itachi even here? Why wasn't Itachi trying to kill him? I thought you Akatsuki were taking a break? Or did Obito send you? Itachi shrugged and let out half of a laugh that lacked humor. He turned to him, Itachi's black eyes boring a hole into his soul. I need your help. Well, this was new. And why would I help you? Because I know where Obito is. That was actually a very valid point. And how to get to him. Alright, now what exactly do you of all people need help with? I won't betray Konoha. Kakashi crossed his arms, leaning against the window sill to meet Itachi's gaze, a move that normally would be suicide. I never wanted to betray Konoha either, never wanted to kill my family. But I did because that's what I thought was best. Was that remorse in his voice? Where was that when he murdered his entire clan? It's come to my attention just how much I've dotted everything up. The man that promised me a world without war turned out to be nothing more than a child throwing a tantrum that someone died. The anger was real in his voice and Itachi shook. The only thing I don't regret is leaving Sasuke alive, everything else from Shirsue's death has been a mistake. Itachi closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. You're the only person I can trust right now, as my umbu instructor. He gripped the headband tighter. And as someone who has Konoha's best interest at heart, I need your help to set things right. Which is? Kill Danzo, Orochimaru, bring Sasuke back and eliminate the Akatsuki. Danzo's loyal to Konoha. That's why he hoards power and has made so many underground deals that often damage Konoha in the long run. Itachi slipped from the window sill, now standing in Kakashi's bedroom. Everything about him was pleading, Itachi needed this more than anything. Alright, I'll hear you out. 2 years. It had been 2 years and it still felt like he hadn't made any progress. He could do the Rasengan with one hand, which was useful, and he could make a super big Rasengan. And he could control some of the Kyuubi's power. But it didn't feel like enough. If anything, it felt like Sasuke was further away than ever. Naruto growled, scratching his head furiously with both hands. Sure, Jiraiya was working him and Rin to the bone and he was doing a lot of cool stuff now, but it just didn't feel like it was enough. Especially if he wanted to get Sasuke back, impress Rin, and become Hokage. Maybe I should ask the pervy sage to teach me a new jutsu. He understood why Jiraiya was teaching him the way he was. Rin had explained it, and she seemed smart, but that didn't mean he was happy with it. Why can't I get a super cool and powerful jutsu like the fireball jutsu? A pair of hands wrapped around his eyes, blocking his view of the forest below them. Because you'd probably end up exploding. Rin's voice tore through his mind like a river in the desert and a smile twitched onto his lips. Oh, and guess who? Jiraiya? Naruto laughed, reaching around to pull Rin's away. He leaned back and saw her smiling down at him, her brown eyes shone with happiness. In the, almost, 2 years he had known Rin, he had thought of her as a friend almost instantly. Now she was his biggest crush. It didn't help that she had gone from cute girl to, well, his definition of beautiful. Wait, no, you're way too pretty to be Jiraiya. She snorted, pulling away to sit down beside him. In some ways she had changed, they both had, in others, they were both the same. He had an inch or two on her now, and her hair was now past her shoulders. She still opted for the simple black robe, but without her white medic apron the outfit took on a whole different image. Like it was proclaiming that she was a woman. Or at the very least a teenager pretending to be an adult. "Careful, Naruto, you wouldn't want me to think you're flirting with me now, would you?" She pushed the hair out of her face, the lightest blush kissing her cheeks. Yes, it would be such a shame if she were to find out how exactly he felt about her. Love. The simple terrifying kind that left him awake at night trying to gather the courage to tell her. There was no courage great enough in the world to conquer the fear of pushing her away. She was his most precious friend, he couldn't stand the thought of pushing her away. On the plus side, he could flirt with her easily enough. "I'm Jiraiya's apprentice, I can't just see a beautiful girl and not say something." There was that blush and smile again, the one where she looked down and away from him, pushing her hair behind her ear and smiling like he just made her day. It was a smile that made his day and made him feel incredibly guilty. It was because a boy like him, had fallen in love with her, like he did, that there was so much suffering in the world. Sure, a lot of it might not have been directly because of Obito, but he was the leader of the Akatsuki, the crimes against him were many. All because of an obsession with Rin. It scared him that he could understand why. "Well," Rin huffed, sitting straight once again. "At least you have slightly more tact than our perverted sensei. Though to be honest, I'm surprised he's lasted this long, I don't think sobriety suits him. Yeah, I'm kinda worried that when we get back to Konoha he's going to either throw himself at Granny or drink himself to death. Probably both if he thought about it. It's a good thing he gave us the day off so that he could," he coughed, putting on his best Jiraiya impersonation. "Let 2 years' worth of inspiration out. I really hope that means he's just writing." Rin gave a nervous laugh, scratching the side of her cheek. Yeah, Naruto looked back at the small hut shack cottage tool shed that Jiraiya was currently locked in. He wanted to be training, but at the same time, a day off with Rin. What should he say? Should he try touching her? Would he scare her off? Did she like him? Was he in that thing Jiraiya kept talking about? The friend zone? Was now even the right time? No. It wasn't. He needed to bring Sasuke back and help Rin bring back Obito before he could even consider letting her know how he felt. So, Rin leaned at him with her eyes sparkling. "Have you made any progress with the Kyuubi? Since the last time you asked?" Naruto smiled, shaking his head and letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. "Not really, he's impossible to talk to, and if we don't start shouting then he just ignores me or keeps trying to get me to let him out of the seal. I've tried everything. Begging, complimenting, trying to suck up to him because he's supposed to be prideful or something, but he just really hates me, I guess." "Well, you can control 4 tails now, right?" Rin nudged his arm, placing her hand really close to his own. "That's more than I can control. You only have 3 tails." Her cheeser smile said one thing. She knew. "Well, what about you? Have you gotten any luck with trying to heal with your mist?" It was an idea they had a year ago when Jiraiya got really hurt. Rin was angry at herself that she couldn't even manage to treat the wound with chakra. Yep, she let the pea pop, holding up her fingers in the sign for victory. The fish no longer explode. "I still think you should use the exploding mist as an attack or something." "It doesn't work like that," she hummed, swaying like a tree in the wind. "Besides, I'm a medic, my first duty is to make sure my teammates get out alive." Naruto nodded. "Maybe when we get back to Konoha, Granny will be able to help you out with it." "I hope so. I've always wanted to learn from Tsunade. Do you think she'll teach me her super strength if I ask her?" Rin flexed her arm, showing off the toned muscle that came from the intense training they had both been through. While he had put on bulk, not a lot, she had a great deal of definition. But it still looked soft to the touch. "If she says no, I'll set her straight by stealing her booze." "Wait. Rin with super strength? She could hit hard enough as it was in their sparring sessions. But only if you promise not to hit me if I do something stupid. She laughed, flipping her hair back again. Why did she always do that? Didn't she know how cute she looked when she did that? It was almost unfair. Naruto, you have never given me a reason to hit you, and I don't think you'll start anytime soon. So don't worry, okay? Her hand fell on top of his, and his mind went into a free fall. XXXX. Was she doing? Rin kept her smile up at all costs. It was her last barrier against the coming storm of freaking the out that was welling inside of her. She had thought that her feelings for Naruto were simple. And they were until she saw him training shirtless 3 months 2 days and 18 hours ago, not that she was counting, when everything changed. It was like puberty had finally got up and punched her in the face, saying that she liked blonde hair and blue-eyed boys that were funny. Now she knew that she liked Naruto, and not just as the best friend and teammate way she used to for Kakashi and Obito kind of way. This was the boy she wanted to wake up to his smiling face every morning for the rest of her life kind of like. And now as her hand touched his, such a small gesture was causing the hormones in her body to go wild, sending tingles up and down her spine that just felt so wonderful. Kushina had often said that falling in love just kind of happens. It was more than a physical attraction. It was Naruto, pure and simple. Every compliment he gave her made her heart flutter and mind go slightly numb at the thought. It was because of him that she was happy to be in this time. Now all she had to do was bottle these feelings up and take up drinking, and she'd be set for life as a world-famous medical ninja. So, Rin mumbled, running her finger across Naruto's vein. What was she going to say? Damn it. Why can't she just go back to pretending that she didn't have the hots for this dorky idiot? Wait. She came here for a reason. Well, several reasons. Do you know what you want to do for your birthday? Birthday? Naruto's face finally snapped out of whatever trance he was in. Wait, it's not. Wait, what day is it? October 10th. Rin stuck her tongue out. I know we've been busy training, but how on earth did you forget your own birthday? I'm still mad at you for not telling me about it last year. Well, I mean, my birthday just wasn't really important to me. She growled, leaning in to glare at him. He pushed away, but his hand remained pinned under hers. It's not like I had a lot to celebrate before, and well, yeah. The thought of a cute little Naruto being alone and sad on his birthday while people mourned the deaths of the Kyuubi attack was enough to make Rin grind her teeth. Well, get used to it, because I'm going to make sure that you celebrate every one of your birthdays, even when you're old and wrinkly. I think that'll happen to you first. Aren't you like 28 or something? Naruto laughed, leaning in to nudge her with his shoulder. And no, I'm not going to try and make up all those birthdays you skipped. Hey. She pouted, I'm technically younger than you if we count days lived. Why wasn't he moving his hand? Was he happy with it there? Damn it, this was worse than Kakashi, 1,000 times worse. At least with Kakashi, she could admit that she liked him. But something about Naruto was holding her tongue. But, if he did like her, why didn't he say something? He had no problem telling her she was pretty and always spoke her mind. Say, Naruto, she swallowed, her throat going dry. Deep, even breaths. This was no more terrifying than when she first met Isobo. She squeezed that blue S he had given her years ago. It was still in one piece, but numerous chips could be seen. He hummed, still looking at her. What's up, Rin? Well. Was she doing? Is there anybody back in the Leaf Village that you had a crush on or anything? I mean, we're going to be going back there pretty soon, right? She knew the answer to this question. Naruto had a bunch of friends and he had a crush on Sakura, his teammate. He had told her about her for a bit. But that wasn't why she was a coward when it came to her feelings. If anything, Sakura was her motivation to say something before they arrived in Konoha. Well, I did have a crush on Sakura, but I'm not so sure anymore. Still, I'm really excited to see her again. Naruto beamed. I can't wait to see how strong she's gotten. Wait, why don't you have a crush on her anymore? Did you find someone else that you liked? And don't say it's about Sasuke, or try to lie to me. I know when you're lying, Naruto Uzumaki. Actually, she didn't. But he didn't need to know that. Well, not really. His face was red. He liked someone. Someone. But who did he like? I guess I kind of grew out of it. Oh, that made sense. Damn it. So is there someone else you like then? Her heart felt ready to break out of her chest at any moment now. Why didn't he like her? He keeps saying that she's pretty and looking at her when he thinks she's not looking. Not that she isn't doing the same. She was the only girl that had been in his life for the past 2 years for more than a few days. Her heart quickened, going faster and faster. The word hung there in there like a tantalizing fruit ready for her to jump at it. Then he swallowed. And pulled his hand away. What about you? Huh. Kind of phrasing was that? Well, I mean, I haven't really been around anyone besides you. This was her chance. She should just let him know exactly how she felt. That she thought that he was cute and adorable. What on earth could possibly happen if she told him now? I mean, I did used to have a thing for Kakashi, but he's an old man now. But now, the words died in her throat. She missed the small warmth of his hand. Well, I don't really know. Was she doing? Well, don't worry, when we get back to Konoha I'm sure there'll be someone you like. You used to like Kakashi, right? Naruto's smile told her all she needed to know. He wanted her to be happy. I know. I can introduce you to Shikamaru again. He's kind of like Kakashi, lazy, always tired and really smart. Pass. Her tastes had changed from brooding cool ninja to adorable blonde idiots. Shame she was going to be friend-zoned for the rest of her life. Or worse. Say, Naruto, what do you think of me? She couldn't bear to look him in the eyes. Instead, she stared off into the forest, clutching that blue S he gave her. It felt warm and soothing. You? Well. He stuttered. Well, I mean, you're one of my most precious people. So you're kind of like my family, I guess. She was family-zoned. XXXX. Naruto bit his tongue, turning away from Rin so that she couldn't see him blushing and mentally trying to kick himself. Kind of answer was that? Why the? Couldn't he just tell her that he liked her? That he never wanted to be away from her? Why was this love stuff so complicated? Now she was going to think of him as a brother or something. It wasn't like he was her type anyway. She liked the cool, strong ninja. Not the idiots. Damn it. Why did he have such an easy time asking Sakura out, but telling Rin that he liked her was the most terrifying thing ever? She wasn't even that scary. She'd probably just smile at him and politely turn him down. Or ignore it. Or things would be even more awkward between them now. He should just say it. He was going to say it. Right here. Right now. There was nothing to stop him. Here it goes. Oi. Brats. Jiraiya boomed from across the clearing. Already Naruto could smell the booze coming from his sensei's breath like low tide at an ocean of beer. Jiraiya half sauntered, half stumbled towards them with the kind of confidence that only someone completely plastered could muster. A large, eating grin was on his face, and a stack of papers that was thicker than his hand was waved about like a victory flag. I finished my book, now let's get back to work. We have a lot of training to do. Or he could have the ruined moment by Jiraiya. But it's Naruto's birthday. Rin tried to protest for him. We were going to celebrate. Celebrate when you get to Konoha and can have some real fun. Jiraiya slapped his manuscript onto her lap with a smack. I didn't get to go boozing or whoring for my birthday, so you two don't get to skip out on yours. But if you really don't want to train, you can proof check that for me. You smell like the hangover is going to kill you. Rin covered her nose trying to push away from Jiraiya. How much beer did you drink? I have to piss like a racehorse, Jiraiya mumbled, turning his attention back to Naruto. Besides, Rin's a great medic, right Naruto? Yeah. Naruto nodded, giving Rin a thumbs up, while he mouthed run. He had more than his fair share of dealing with this kind of a Jiraiya than he cared to admit. His teacher wasn't just motivated. He was drunk and motivated. A terrifying combination where Jiraiya thought that he could accomplish anything, and might actually be able to. Rin took the not-so-subtle hint and fled. He could tell her about his feelings later. Hopefully. As she fled she mouthed thank you, still holding Jiraiya's manuscript. Now then, Jiraiya smiled his arm around Naruto like he was a bar skank. Not that Jiraiya would ever try anything like that, or even want to. The man may be a sleazeball, but he was a sleazeball to other sleazeballs. About that Shrexy jutsu of yours. Can we focus on the Kyuubi maybe? Jiraiya looked offended, proud, and nauseous all at once. Boy, what you think I'm talking about? I have no idea and I'm scared to find out. XXXX. That was a lot of blood. How much of it was his? How much of it wasn't his? Probably an equal amount of both at this point. You should just leave me, Itachi groaned, looking up at Kakashi just like he used to in his Umbu days. Kakashi always had that cool-headedness that borderlined on emotionless. At least he had a reliable partner once again. I'm not going to make it without help, and if you take me to one of your ninja you'll be outed as a traitor. Kakashi shifted his weight and peered around one of the darkened alleyways that ran through Konoha like a spider's web. They had followed one of the root tunnels to this street. I'm not going to let you die, Itachi. Besides, I know someone we can trust. Once you're well and the Umbu finish their investigation, we'll clear your name. You put too much faith in Konoha. Danzo may be gone, he coughed, trying to keep his blood inside of his body. His illness had caught up to him at a horrible time and allowed one of Danzo's rude a chance to strike. But his influence remains. And you have too little faith in our ninja. Kakashi pressed both of them against the wall and then walked out onto the street with all the brazen confidence of someone doing nothing wrong. Besides, I still need you to show me where Obito is. One target down, one remained. Danzo was slippery, taking far too long in order to plan what was essentially breaking into a hidden village inside of a village. Would have been quicker if you didn't insist on leaving them alive. Weren't you the one to suggest that? Was he? He might have been, despite a lifetime of evidence to the contrary. He'd prefer if people didn't die. He looked around the area. Houses lined the roads, some had a shop on the first floor, others were just pure housing. The suburbs? Was there a ninja or doctor in this area that Kakashi trusted? Where are you taking me? An apprentice of Tsunade, don't worry, we can trust her. Kakashi gave him a sloppy excuse of a smile. It was weird to see the man with his mask down, weirder to than 3 days worth of scruff that was growing on the man's face like an angry bush. She's my adorable student after all. They turned at one plain-looking house that was half covered in plants. Kakashi all but banging on the front door. A noise came from upstairs. Kakashi knocked again. A thud came from the inside and it sounded like an angry bear had been woken up. More banging and crashing until at long last the door slammed open. Revealing a pink-haired girl on the cusp of womanhood, her hair was flat to one side while the other was wild from sleep. She looked pissed. Her green eyes shined like jewels in the dull street lamp. What? She blinked, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She looked at him, then towards Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei? What are you doing here and why do you have, she gestured at him, something that could only be described as utter contempt. That monster here with you? Also put your mask back on, that beard is gross. Good morning Sakura, Kakashi smiled, sorry to show up unannounced, but I need you to trust me and heal Itachi. He's an ally. More coughing. He heard them arguing, his vision was starting to fade, a blackness creeping in from all sides of his vision. He was rushed inside. A lovely family home. Something about being lucky and her parents not being home. And those green eyes of hers. Staring at him with a defiant anger that would not be budged. They cleared the table for him by pushing everything to the ground, then laid him on it like a makeshift operating table. She stared at his hands glowing with green chakra. Then his world went black. Everything hurt. A lot. Clearly whatever medic psychotic enough to work on him last night hadn't been liberal with the painkillers. If anything, it felt like that pink-haired devil had gone out of her way to inflict as much damage as possible. Especially because he didn't remember having his stomach cut open, or having his face brutally beat by a mallet. Itachi opened his eyes to actually seeing. With clarity, where once everything had been dull and kind of gray. A ceiling fan turned slowly above him, blasting him with a cool breeze, the cords for the light and fan control swayed in small circles. And this was without the Sharingan? He hadn't seen this good since he first got his Sharingan. Oh, so you're awake. Her voice sent a chill down his spine like a spider was crawling along it, leaving a trail of poison. Despite the pain, he turned to see her. She leaned onto the island that separated the kitchen from the dining room, paying more attention to her coffee than she was him. It was almost refreshing. And a little bit intimidating. What did you do to me? His voice was dry and cracked. Her green eyes flicked to him and she shrugged, like having him a traitor of Konoha laying on her dining room table like it was an operating table was nothing more than an inconvenience. Spent about a few hours trying to keep you alive. She stirred her coffee and elbowed a plastic tub that sloshed with a thick red liquid, a large lump sat in the middle. Pulled that thing out of you, and did a couple tests and experiments on you. What organ is that? He almost didn't want to know, but if this mad doctor was holding one of his organs hostage, he should probably figure out how vital it was. She took a sip of her coffee, smiling into the scent of it. It was a tumor, it was wrapped around your stomach and your heart. Took about 8 hours to get it out of you. You're welcome, by the way. How old are you? Same age as Sasuke. She glared at him. It was the mad glare of someone fearless, it was the defiant glare of someone determined. Sakura, that was her name, took another sip of her drink. How are your eyes, can you see? He tried to sit up, but the numbness in his arms and the pain of his stomach kept him down. You did this? Why? Like I said, an experiment, Sakura shrugged, walking over to him. Her slender frame gliding across the floor with ease, but each step was firm and proud. By her pink tank top, that left her arms and shoulders exposed, and pink shorts, that left much of her long legs exposed, gave Itachi the impression that she really liked the color pink. Ironic given her hair. She placed the mug down and grabbed at his eye. There were few that dared to look him straight in the eye as she did. And none of them were sane. Now tell me, do you see any better? It was a bit unnerving having her so close to his face while he sat mildly powerless. If needed, he could do something about it. No, he was for better or worse trying to fix Konoha. Yes, as better as I ever did before. What did you do? Fuyumi Uchiha was a medical ninja during the First War, largely because she copied several healing jutsu from enemy ninja. It was thanks to her that Konoha even had a medical program in the first place. During her later years, she became obsessed with finding a cure for the ailment that plagued her people. She finally let go of his eye when it began to water. Sadly, she was killed before she could perform any of the operations. I studied her texts and managed to reverse engineer a few of them. Why? You're not an Uchiha. Still, the talent and drive she must have. There had to be some reason she went so far, unless you have a crush on Sasuke? For the first time, he caught her off guard and a blush spread across her face. That's not something you need to know. He's lucky to have someone like you. More blushing. Ah, he had forgotten the joy of teasing someone younger than himself. Don't think I did this from the kindness of my heart. Sasuke left the village to get strong enough to beat you. So as far as I'm concerned, you're just as guilty as Orochimaru for making him leave. Your medical bill is to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Assuming I can trust you like Kakashi said. I will cause you no harm, besides I wish to bring my brother back to Konoha as well. He gave her what might have been his first smile in years. Her face was still red when she turned away. Yes, well, I believe it's time for you go get out of my house. My parents will be back soon, and in case you haven't noticed, I have a lot of cleaning up to do. And I should probably go get Kakashi so he can take you to whatever secret base you guys have. One of Orochimaru's old labs had been serving as his makeshift home for the past year. Hopefully, soon he'd be able to enjoy the sun and stop lurking in the shadows. Kakashi didn't wait? He did, but it would look kind of creepy if he stayed over here while my parents were out. Sakura shrugged into another sip of her coffee. I kicked him out a day or two ago. I'm sorry, did you say day? She nodded. How long have I been out? Like a week. That explained a lot. And I've been here on your table for the past week? No, I had you in the bathtub when I was taking out your tumor. Too much blood. She sighed into her drink like it was full of fond memories. I thought about using you as a punching bag, but killing a patient is something I'd rather avoid. I thank you for your hospitality. Itachi forced himself to sit up, bearing the pain. He gasped at the pain as he felt something give. Whoa, she rushed to his side, don't move so fast, you're still healing, take things slow. Couldn't you use chakra to finish this? He asked through gritted teeth. Still, he pushed onwards, pressing his feet to the ground and feeling his legs tremble from a week of unused. What a sorry state for a shinobi. Her hand was glowing with chakra already, easing the pain in his stomach. I could, but some wounds are best healed on their own, especially with the surgery I did. What's best for you is daily sessions of chakra care followed dash. There was a knock on the door, followed immediately by said door flying across into the wall opposite, sending a storm of splinters up in the air when it shattered. As the dust settled and the sense of unease began to set in, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Konoha, stepped into the house, a smile that was anything but kind on her face, and in one hand defeated Kakashi being dragged along the ground like a child's blanket. Sakura. Tsunade's voice cracked like a whip and the girl jumped. Would you care to explain why your sensei committed treason by killing Danzo? Or perhaps your willingness to assist one of Konoha's biggest traitors? I'd ask you why you decided to skip training, but I believe that's painfully obvious at this point. The words seemed almost foreign coming from Sakura's mouth. But Itachi had to agree. XXXX. The bridge that spanned the Yakamoto River was little more than a pair of ropes and a couple of sticks. The river below was deep this close to its source, but so too was it narrow, barely more than 20 feet at its widest. She could easily jump it if she wanted to, but on the other side of that bridge was the land of fire. Home. The thought of finally seeing her home and how much it had changed in 15, she supposed it had been 15 years since she'd last been into the village, filled her with equal parts excitement and nervousness. It was going to be strange seeing Minato's face on the mountain, stranger still to see Tsunade's. Rin. Naruto shouted from the other side of the bridge. He crossed it like it was nothing. Which it really wasn't. Come on. We're almost there. Hard to think that one day she would be seeing his face up on that mountain too. Still, she looked forward to that day. With a smile that would not fade, she walked onto the bridge, feeling it sway under her weight. There were other ways to enter the land of fire, larger, more impressive bridges, or a few decorative grates, and a few that were little more than a signpost on the road. They had chosen this one because it was there. Hang on, Naruto, we still have a few weeks before we get back to Konoha. N.A. Of a lot of training, Jiraiya grumbled. Sobriety had done wonders for the man. At first. But it was fast becoming apparent that he needed to be perverted in the same way that she needed to breathe. Still, her teacher was a man of his word and rarely took a break from training them. It was impressive really. Shouldn't you be jumping with joy at being so close? Naruto asked, hands behind his head like he was leaning against an invisible tree. You'll finally be able to do all that stuff you said you wouldn't. Jiraiya kept his jaw straight and eyes focused. I'm not quite ready to drink and whore myself to an early grave brat, but rest assured once I get to Konoha I won't step out sleep until I have drunk at every bar and flirted with every beautiful woman that calls Konoha home. You should not welcome my return, you should fear it. Rin. Naruto turned to her pointing towards Jiraiya. He's doing that thing again where he acts like he's writing a story. Leave him be Naruto. Her foot fell onto the land and she was greeted with a small sense of home. The land of fire had that kind of magic to it. The sun felt just a bit brighter, the forest more lively, the leaves a bit greener. But I'm excited to get back to Konoha. Why can't you train us there? In theory, by the time we get to Konoha the Akatsuki will be moving again, and I will be busy keeping track of them. It also gives you 6 months to try and find Sasuke before Orochimaru steals his body. She had forgotten about that little detail. Jiraiya shrugged, motioning them forward. Besides, I made a deal with Kakashi to hand Naruto back over, and there's not a lot I can teach you, Rin, maybe Tsunade? I've always wanted to train under Tsunade. Rin smiled at her early dreams of becoming a great medical ninja like Tsunade. Though that was a long-gone dream given her current abilities. She channeled a ball of mist into her hand as easy as a breath. A swirling mass of green and blue that was like looking up at the sky through a windy forest. But there's still a lot I need to figure out on my own. Like how to make fish not explode? Naruto offered helpfully. Rin pouted, her cheeks red, throwing the ball of mist at his head. It was a harmless gesture that would only make Naruto's face slightly damp. Hey! They haven't exploded in a week, I'm just using too much chakra. Too much chakra. Before she met Naruto she would have laughed at the idea of her having too much chakra. It was always the opposite. Now with Isabu's chakra bolstering her own, there was always a surplus. If she asked for a drop she'd get a river. Still, she was close. She will be able to heal again. They continued along the road basking in the warmth of the sun. The trees here weren't as large as they were in Konoha, but already they seemed much larger than the trees she had been seeing moments ago. The forest floor was thick with foliage and dark, a fortress of darkness fighting a losing battle against the sun until night came. So where are we going now? Mount Kyoshi, Jiraiya mumbled, biting into a ration. The volcano? Why are we going to the volcano? I want to torture you too by having you dodge blobs of lava. Jiraiya's face grew dark and he gave a hollow chuckle that only the truly depraved could muster. A spot of wisdom overcame her and she hopped beside Naruto. I think Jiraiya is going a little crazy. Naruto nodded in agreement. So, are you excited to see Konoha again? I'm a little nervous. She gave him a weak laugh, taking the chance to stand just a little bit closer to him. Her voice little more than a whisper on the wind. I'm just worried about how everyone will react to me being alive. They'll be happy. Remember, we met Asuma, so even if Kakashi-sensei was lazy, word still would get around. Probably. Naruto half whispered in reply, leaning in just as close as she was. But why are we whispering? Because she liked being close to him. 'Cause it's fun. But I'm kind of worried what I'm going to do when I get back to Konoha. What do you mean? You're going to be a ninja. Naruto beamed at her even as he tried to blow out her eardrums. No, I meant what I'm going to do about a place to stay. I thought about staying with Kakashi, but I don't think that's a good idea. Mostly because Kakashi was now a grown-ass man that seemed slightly less emotionally stable than the boy she had a crush on all those years ago. Besides, it would be way too awkward. Oh hey. I know. Naruto stretched his arms out to both sides like he just had a fantastic idea. Why don't you stay with me? I have my own apartment, you can have the bed and I can have the couch. It'll be just like now. Apparently, it was possible to both want something and be scared. Less of it. Sure, she had technically been living with Naruto for more than 2 years now, but that was no different than being on a mission. And Jiraiya was here. Living in a home, alone with Naruto was far too domestic. Worse, what did it mean that he offered that so easily to her? Maybe he really did think of her as a sister. I wouldn't want to impose. Oh come on, it'll be fun. Just think about it. Naruto grabbed her hand and looked at her with sparkling eyes. His cheeks were really red. Besides, it'd make me happy. It was so easy to picture her and Naruto watching a movie on his couch, him putting an arm around her trying to act cool before she leaned into his chest, getting nice and comfy to watch the movie. Then as the movie went on they would slowly fall asleep, she'd be curled up into him and he'd either start snoring or take her to her bed, where he would steal a soft kiss on her cheek. Okay, so reading Jiraiya's manuscript apparently wasn't as harmless as she thought. Still, the thought of her and Naruto cooking something, laughing and playing, only to stop suddenly when he wiped something from her cheek, was a pleasant thought. I'll think about it, okay? Her cheeks must have been beyond red. Why couldn't she just tell him how she felt? The best way to get out of being seen as a sister is to do something that a sister wouldn't do. Right? Maybe she should just kiss him. That almost seemed easier than admitting anything. Even if they were nowhere near that level. Actually, Rin. He swallowed, unable to meet her gaze as he finally let go of her hand. I wanted to tell you something. You see, the thing is that I found you. She knew that voice like the back of her hand. Obito appeared right in front of her, that orange mask of his affixed to his face. He grabbed hold of her hand and pulled her towards him. Naruto. She reached for him. What was happening? Why was Obito here? Now? Naruto reached for her, their fingers touching even as she was sucked in after Obito. Rin. It happened so fast. One moment she was with Naruto and Jiraiya, the next she was inside a gray world filled with blocks. She stared at her hand. What did Naruto want to say? Why did he let go of her hand? Why didn't she hold on to him? Take me back. It's okay, Rin. She heard Obito say from behind her, ignoring her. We can be here together from now on. Just me and you, we can ignore them while we're in here. I can't believe I didn't try this sooner. She turned to look at him. He was crazed, his Sharingan focused on her like a hawk. She wanted to find him. But no, like this. Obito, she stood to glare at him. Take me back. Stop this, come back to us in Konoha. Don't worry, Rin. His Sharingan began to spin. The fight and energy left her and the world grew dark. I'll be sure to keep you safe and happy. So just sleep for a bit. Just sleep. You're safe now. XXXX. I love you. Naruto finished staring at the spot where Rin just was. How could he just let her get taken like that? He had just been touching her seconds ago. Why now? Everything was going so good. He was finally going to tell her how he felt. What to do? What to do? He looked around frantically. Jiraiya also on high alert. They needed help, they needed Kakashi. Konoha was that way. Brat, where are you going? Jiraiya called, chasing after him like a tail. He could feel the Kyuubi's chakra leaking out, making every step count for 10. Konoha. The growing pile of evidence on her desk was just adding to her ever-growing headache. No amount of booze could make it go away. If anything, drinking only made it worse, because then that logical part of her mind that was angry was the first part to drown, and she was almost happy for what they did. It would have been easy enough to pin the whole thing on Itachi, saying that Kakashi had followed him and watched him kill Danzo, and then that way she wouldn't have to deal with one of her ninja acting as judge, jury and executioner of one of the core members of Konoha. she almost did that had it not been for Kakashi claiming that he was the one to kill Danzo. Now her apprentice Sakura was in trouble for a long list of crimes that was actually impressive: harboring a criminal, healing a criminal, aiding in a coup, illegal experimentations on a protected bloodline. Her notes on what she did to Itachi were a clear sign that her student had outgrown her teachings. A lot of it was very impressive. And now there was a growing pile of evidence on her desk that was directed towards how messed up Danzo's practices were. Abducting children, backdoor deals, and plots to unbalance foreign powers, orchestrating the Uchiha massacre. Itachi vouched for that, and that was just scratching the surface. At this point, she wouldn't be surprised to find that he was poisoning their water supply. It was enough for a death penalty. But that didn't mean her ninja could just go out and do vigilante stuff behind her back. They were an organized military force. She needed a drink. One that would kill her. Tsunade groaned, slamming her head into the desk, thankful that it was made by her grandfather and wouldn't break easily. Why me? It's okay, Lady Tsunade. Shizun rubbed a small circle into her back. Taunton gave a concerned oink. I'm sure it's not as bad as it seems. You're right, it's worse. Tsunade groaned. One more headache and she was going to scream and punch the nearest non-Shizun person into orbit. Actually, where was Jiraiya? She blamed all of this on him. It was his fault that she was even the Hokage. And that brat Naruto. Why'd she agree to this job? She should quit and make someone else the Hokage. Kakashi? Guy? Wait, no, Itachi was claiming to be loyal to Konoha, now he could be Hokage. Everybody wins, well, mostly her because she stops playing. Granny. The noise sounded from outside like a strong gust of wind. A moment later, the glass of her window shattered and in came a taller version of the annoying brat that she wanted to punch. Granny. I need your help. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Oh Naruto, she droned, embracing the most recent headache. You're early, please come into my office and tell me about your training trip. It's Rin. Obito captured her during the training trip and I need Kakashi-sensei's help to find him. Naruto was frantic, leaves stuck to his tattered clothing. Please, I have to find her. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Wait, who's Rin? And Obito? I don't have time for that. Naruto, Tsunade growled, if you want my help you will explain to me exactly what happened. Rin is Kakashi and Obito's teammate from the past. Somehow she was sent to the future. She has the three-tailed beast inside of her. She also used to be a medical ninja. And why didn't Kakashi or Guy explain any of this to you? Naruto was panting now, a crazed look in his eyes. He was desperate and crazed. They had, but she might have forgotten given the mountain of paperwork that was building up because of Kakashi. So, here's the thing, Kakashi is in jail with Itachi and Sakura. Naruto blinked, making a face like he had just eaten a sour lemon. Granny, this is no time to joke around, we need to get Rin back. I'm not joking, brat. Did they do? XXXX. How long have we been here? Itachi asked, his voice unmistakable as it traveled upward through the prison corridor beneath the Hokage Tower. It was a cold, dark place, with the entrance hidden behind scroll rack. Naruto was glad that he never found this place as a kid. It was depressing and probably overflowing with ghosts of dead prisoners. Not that he was afraid of ghosts. Long enough for me to get tired of you asking that question, Kakashi replied. You know this is all your fault, right? Mine? You're the one that left blood everywhere. I hate both of you so much. Sakura's voice was as cold as ice. Now shut up, I think someone is coming. Hopefully to let me out of here. Oh, don't be like that, Sakura, consider this a team-building exercise. You can pretend Itachi is a more agreeable version of Sasuke, and look, even Naruto's here. Naruto looked at all three of them, blindfolded and restrained on both their hands and feet. Itachi made sense, it was a good look for the man that Sasuke wanted to kill. But Kakashi and Sakura just looked so out of place in a prison cell. How'd you know it was me? Wait, Naruto's here? Sakura pulled the chains to try and turn his direction. Lady Tsunade, why'd you let Naruto see me like this? Kakashi shrugged, his chains rattling. I smelled the ramen, now where's Rin? I bet she laughing about this, isn't she? Rin got captured by Obito. There was so much more he wanted to say, so much more he needed to say. Both to Rin and Kakashi. Kakashi had trusted him with Rin, told him to take care of her, and yet. Well then, Kakashi leaned back, turning to look right at Naruto despite his blindfold. Are we doing a prison break, or has Tsunade come to her senses? Your Hokage. Tsunade stepped in from behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and offered him a smile despite her face being a mask of rage. Has decided that retrieving Rin is more important than keeping you two locked up. Are you pointing, master? Sakura asked. She's not pointing at anyone. Sorry, Sakura. Naruto shrugged. Oh, Sakura deflated. Can I help? I'd rather not be stuck in here. I was going to send you on the mission as a support, Sakura. Tsunade let her hand drop from Naruto's shoulder and glared at Itachi and Kakashi. After you two complete the mission, one of you is going to be a Hokage candidate and the other is going to die. Is she serious? Itachi asked, looking in the general direction of Kakashi. I'm not good at sarcasm. I'm still trying to figure out if she was talking to us. Tsunade placed a hand over her face. I'm so going to retire by the end of the year, so help me. It's almost painful how well you two get along. XXXX. A leaf headband, pristine, new, unblemished by his past, rested in his hand. It felt heavy, like it was made of lead. He looked towards his teammates. It felt good to think of people as that once again. Kakashi gave him a nod, urging him to put the headband on. Sakura stood next to him in her shinobi attire, her face indifferent. Naruto was frowning, but he did not protest. Jiraiya stood next to Tsunade, who had a deep scowl on her face. Are you sure about this? Itachi bounced the headband in his hand once more. After all, I've done. Your crimes are not pardoned nor forgiven. Tsunade's voice was closer to the growl of a depraved animal than that of a woman. But so long as you are doing a mission in the name of Konoha, you will wear that headband. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am. He bowed, that sense of duty he had in Umbu making itself known once again. Purpose born anew flooded through him as he placed the forehead protector on. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, leaning forward onto her desk with the same menacing stare her sensei had once given him. She considered him her subordinate. I have been examining the evidence against Danzo, and I have found enough to give your claim a small amount of validity. You may consider this mission as the first step on a very long path towards some small form of redemption. Thank you, Lord Hokage. He bowed. Come on, let's go. We need to go save Rin before Obito does something to her. Naruto all but shouted, his voice was like the calm before a storm. On a mission that would be detrimental, but leaving him behind would cause more problems given his track record. And making that suggestion would not be wise given the other members. This was his brother's team, was it not? Some substitute he was. I doubt Obito would do anything to Rin. And finding him is relatively easy. All we need to do is. Something was wrong. He tried to activate his Sharingan, but he couldn't. He tried again, still nothing. He rubbed his eyes in a desperate attempt to coax his Sharingan out. Still nothing. He turned toward Sakura, who raised an uncaring eyebrow at him. Is there a reason why I can't activate my Sharingan? Sakura blinked and blushed, the sharpness of her gaze vanished when she looked down towards her feet. Oh, did I forget to mention that you might not have access to your Sharingan for a while? How long is a while? On the one hand, she did save his life and cure his blindness. On the other, she was the best worst doctor he had ever known. A couple of months maybe? She shrugged, giving him a weak laugh. I honestly thought it was a bit of a bonus, that way you couldn't use it against us. Sorry. I would have done the same thing. Itachi groaned, looking towards Kakashi. It looks like it's up to you. Come again? Kakashi asked. Obito's Sharingan allows him to freely enter his own realm. I was able to enter it a few times by finding a location where he used that ability and prying it open with my Sharingan, but because that's no longer an option, we'll just have to use Kakashi's. His voice was monotone and he put on that mask of indifference he had grown accustomed to wearing. If I'm not mistaken, it is Obito's other Sharingan. And you have the Manjikyu Sharingan, correct? And why didn't you share that information with me earlier? Kakashi pressed, his impassive face and tone betraying his frustration. Itachi gave him a nod. We have yet to fulfill our deal, but the situation has changed now. How so? We still need to get Sasuke back and deal with Orochimaru. You got captured and blew our cover. Enough bickering, ladies. Tsunade clapped her hands. Now then, you four get out of my office one way or another. XXXX. He had to keep her safe. That was all that mattered. It didn't matter how much she hated him. As long as she was with him and safe, then everything would be fine. And here, where no one but him could reach her, she was safe. It's okay, Rin. She looked so peaceful when she slept, her beauty unequaled when she couldn't ask him to set her go, to turn back to that world he had sought to destroy. He stroked her cheek, cooing at the softness. I'll find us a new world. One without war, without all these cursed little ninja. It'll just take time, okay? So just sleep until I can take us where no one will ever be able to find us. And we can live a new life. Opening a portal to a new world was a simple but time-consuming task that took a great deal of his strength. But finding a world that was more than a barren wasteland or fiery scape was the real challenge. A week of trying and he had come up with nothing but a land where the fires lived and breathed as humans and a world where the stars fell as rain. Pretty and interesting. But unlivable. Just a temporary refuge would do, one with life and planets. Then he could find a new world with humans, or something close. Rin liked humans. It would be a nice birthday present. A world unblemished by hate and war. A world without ninja. I need to get back to work now. He dragged a finger along her lips, smiling at the softness of her untainted beauty. She'd never let him touch her like this if she was awake. He knew that. He knew it all too well. But he didn't care. Don't cry, I'll be back soon. Then they would be safe. And no one would be able to find them. A portal opened, a hole between time and space where the point of two worlds met. Only he didn't make it. He had guests. He would have to give them a warm welcome. Itachi passed the threshold. Oh, it was just him. That was fine. What do you want now? Rin. The obnoxious voice of Naruto came in from behind Itachi and Naruto charged through the portal. He looked at Rin laying on her bed still asleep. What did you do to her, asshole? You brought him? Obito pointed a kunai towards Naruto. I don't want him. Get him out of here. I quit Akatsuki. Me too, Itachi said flatly. Well, that would explain the fresh Konoha headband he was wearing. And why Kakashi and some pink-haired girl came walking into his realm moments later. Seriously? You invited him? Obito groaned. This was too many people. And Kakashi was here too. The worst possible person. Go away, you'll ruin everything. Obito, calm down. We just want to take Rin back to Konoha, you can come too if you want. Kakashi took a step forward, hand outstretched. It was a trick. Nothing but a trick. They wanted to lock him up and let Rin go out and die for Konoha. Your beard is gross. Obito sneered, his own face still hidden behind his orange mask. He understood that Kakashi was trying to go for a 27-year-old silver fox look, but really, who was he fooling? No one. Especially not Obito. And you can't have her. She's safe here with me. Have you asked Rin where she'd rather be? Kakashi stepped forward, as calm as ever. He'd love to just smack the out of that face so hard that he'd start laughing like a maniac. What do you think she'd say? Obito paused, biting his lip hard enough to draw blood. No. They were wrong. It didn't matter what Rin thought, or what she wanted. He'd keep her safe and then soon she'd fall in love with him and they could be happy together. She promised to watch over him after all. Was it a promise? She wants to be here with me. That's why she's here. Just leave us alone. She's safe here, they can't get her in here. You took her. Naruto shouted, eyes stained red and fists clenched. Oh dear, he was trying to tap into the Kyuubi. What was that trick again? Right Sharingan and a bit of eye contact and bam, slightly subdued Kyuubi replaced with just a really mad Uzumaki. Not sure if that was beneficial or not actually. And you stole her from me. Obito snapped. It wasn't my fault that she was sent forward in time. I was trying to save her. Save her from Kakashi. But you just had to steal her from me. This is all your fault. I knew I should have killed you the night I killed your parents, you stupid little brat. The shock and anger on all their faces were almost enough to make his heart stir. But he had killed that long ago. Instead, he laughed, savoring their anguish. Nothing but Rin mattered anymore. That's right, Kakashi. I set the Kyuubi free that night. I killed Kushina and I killed Minato-sensei. And if I could kill them, people I didn't hate. Imagine what I can do to you. Even Itachi showed anger. But what was this? Where was his Sharingan? Had he given it up to rejoin Konoha? It didn't matter. Without his Sharingan, Itachi was just like any other ninja. The pink-haired girl in the back that stood behind Itachi looked at Naruto in shock. It'd be easy to get rid of her first. Opening a portal beneath her feet to somewhere, it didn't matter where. She fell. Itachi was as fast as ever, reached out to her. Sakura. Itachi reached out, grabbing her hand, and before she could be pulled up, Obito opened the second portal behind them. One deep in the ocean, and a torrent of water blasted both Itachi and Sakura into his other portal. He closed it with but a thought. Well, those two were easier than I thought. You know, taking away Itachi's Sharingan was probably not very smart. Really could have just ended me with his magic eyeball. Airy. Still, he had to deal with Kakashi now. He'd be the real problem. The man had his other eye and therefore shared his strengths. But Obito had used them for much longer than he had. And Naruto was nothing more than an obnoxious little brat. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto charged. Or rather, a whole lot of Narutos charged. He knew the boy could create a lot, but this almost felt unfair. For Naruto, that is. Only Itachi could touch him with his genjutsu and only Kakashi could touch him physically. He waded in through the wave of clones, breaking them like a rock upon the shore. Is this all you have? Your father would have been so disappointed. He laughed as clone after clone swarmed around him like a whirlpool. He'd be more disappointed in you. One of the clones caught his fist and turned into Kakashi right in time to punch him hard in the stomach. I think I learned your trick from last time, right, Obito? Because I have your Sharingan, I can match you blow for blow. Cheater. Obito hissed. Still, Kakashi wasn't as skilled when it came to using it as he was, and he lacked the stamina. Soon he'd be able to overpower Kakashi and Rin. Come on, Rin, wake up. No. Obito turned to look at Naruto touching Rin. A mistake that gave Kakashi an opening to punch him again. Where was the blind rage? He had killed the boy's parents. He was the reason why Naruto had suffered for so many years. And yet Rin was more important than that. Of course, she was. Get your hands off of her. Obito roared, kicking Kakashi away and charging towards Naruto. He punched the boy hard in the face. It didn't vanish. That was the real deal. Huh? Rin asked, slowly waking up. Naruto? No, it's just me, Obito. Go back to sleep, I promise that everything is okay. She didn't need to see this. She didn't need to know they came for her. If she thought they gave up, then she'd want to stay with him. Rin. Brat couldn't keep his mouth shut. Wake up, Rin. It's us, Rin. Now Kakashi was joining in. You need to wake up. Naruto? Kakashi? Her eyes fluttered open. This wasn't good, his jutsu was failing. She should have stayed asleep until he wanted her to wake up. Wait, what was this mist stuff? Not important. He needed to run. Rin was in danger. He pulled Rin with him, running away from the clones and Kakashi, opening a portal to somewhere, anywhere. Anywhere nice and pleasant. Far away from Konoha. Hot air blasted him in the face. He crossed the threshold, pulling Rin with him. I won't let you. That. Blonde brat shouted, tackling him and Rin through the portal. He closed it before Kakashi could figure out where they were. All three of them tumbled into the hot sand of the desert. Rin landed softly at the bottom of the hill. And Naruto right after her. Rin. Single-minded brat. Why was he so obsessed with her? She was his, damn it. And his alone. No one else could touch her. Why was he ignoring him? Stay away from her. Obito charged, kicking up sand and grabbing Naruto by the throat. Why are you so focused on her? Why? I'm the one that made your life miserable. I killed your parents, I'm why you have the Kyuubi sealed inside of you. I'm why you're hunted by Akatsuki. So why do you focus on her? 'Cause she makes it better. Naruto struggled in his grip but still smiled. He tried to attack him but his fist just phased through him. Obito knew what he meant. He knew that all too well. Rin made things better. Which was why he had to keep her safe. I know, that's why I can't let you have her. Not now, not ever. He phased his hand over Naruto's lungs and then brought it back into reality, destroying the organ. A slower death that would give him enough time to leave before the Kyuubi was released. He dropped the boy as he gasped for air. Naruto. Rin was fully awake now. She scrambled up the sandy hill on all fours towards the boy. A green mist covering her. It's okay, Rin, we're safe for now. She ignored him, grabbing hold of Naruto as the green mist traveled over both of them. Naruto. Please. You can't die. Not like this. Please. Please wake up. I'll heal you, okay? Please. I need you to know that I love you. Please just stay alive. Lucidity hit him hard as he felt what remained of his heart shatter. Rin loved Naruto. And he had tried to take that from her. From both of them. The boy loved her too, right? Did it matter? No, but Rin's feelings did. He had tried to kill the one that Rin loved. How was that any different than what had happened to him? He didn't want to put her through that. He just wanted her safe. And this was not the way to do it. He had made her cry. He never wanted to see her cry. I'm sorry, he whispered. His voice too dry to muster more than that. And he ran. XXXX. Please live, Naruto. Please. You have to. Rin focused everything she had on trying to heal him. The mist was working with and against her. She needed to focus and tune everything out. It should be so easy to heal him. Just focus on what was damaged, and send the mist there. His lungs. She guided the mist up and into his throat, filling his lungs with the life-giving chakra. Please, Naruto, please. Don't die on me. She didn't need more death, not when she had finally found happiness. You still need to take me out to ramen like you said. You still need to become Hokage. Please. Just, please. You have to come back. Calm down, Isubo's voice bubbled up from the depths of her mind. And he was right, frantically begging wouldn't help anything. One of the first things she was taught as a medic was to remain calm. Emotions would lead to mistakes. A deep breath and Rin doubled her efforts, keeping the chakra flow smooth and even. She didn't wipe the tears that fell from her eyes, and she didn't smile when she felt the first bit of his lungs fall back into place. She wouldn't smile, not until she was sure there was no damage. Why wasn't he breathing? He should be breathing by now. Taking a deep breath and filling her lungs with her life-giving mist, Rin began to perform CPR on Naruto, guiding his chest in steady rhythms. It took 2 breaths to get him to start up on his own. Naruto shot up, coughing and sputtering, clearing his lungs of blood and her mist in equal amounts. Take it easy, slow deep breaths. I'm not sure how well I put your lungs back together, Rin advised him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Their eyes met, his were red and puffy from lack of oxygen. It took him but a moment to pull her into a hug. I'm sorry, Rin. I should have been able to stop him. It's okay, Naruto, I shouldn't have let him take me either. She laughed, returning his hug with all her might. It had felt like she had been away from Naruto forever. Listen, there's something I want to tell you before something like this happens again. They separated for a moment, still smiling. I too, but you can go first, Naruto said, his voice ragged. At this point, his Uzumaki ability should be able to take over and recover whatever damage was still done. Still, she'd like to get him to a hospital as soon as possible. Okay, she could do this. It should be easy. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Just say it, that's all she had to do. Compared to bringing him back from death's door that was telling him how she felt should be easy. I love you. Huh? That didn't sound like her. She looked at Naruto, who was staring at her intently. That was definitely Naruto's voice. Did you just say you love me? He nodded. Yeah, want me to say it again? Yes, she bit her lip, closing her eyes and feeling the heat of the desert wash over her. Rin, I love you. Naruto's voice was like a cool summer's breeze fighting away the heat. It filled her with joy. She didn't know it was possible to smile this much. But with Naruto, she really shouldn't be surprised. She laughed. Again. I love you. Again. Rin. Naruto whined. I'm sorry, she fell back into his hug. Just hearing you say that makes me so happy. Can you tell me that every day? Sure, but why? Naruto stuttered, wrapping his arms tighter around her as they began to rock back and forth. She pulled back just far enough to look him in the eyes again. Because Naruto, I love you too. His face lit up like the festival of lights. Really? You do? Is that why you kissed me a bit ago? That was CPR, Naruto, that does not count as a kiss. Rin smiled, pushing him away. But he grabbed onto her, pulling her down onto the sand with him. The sand from above them fell and a few figures blocked the sun from them. For ninja, they weren't very aware of their surroundings. It was a squad of 3 ninja, all of them with Suna headbands on. Care to explain what 2-leaf ninja are doing out here? A male spoke up, his voice as coarse as the desert sand. Wait. A second. A female voice sounded from behind them, and a woman walked down from the hill. She had blonde hair and a metal bar strapped to her back. Naruto? What are you doing here? Oh, hi, Naruto laughed. You're Temari, right? Gaara's sister? I'm glad you remember my name, but really what are you doing here? Rin sighed and pulled herself off of Naruto, her face hot at being caught like this. More importantly, Suna was their ally, right? They didn't need this to cause extra stress between their nations. It's kind of a long story, we didn't mean to trespass, we would appreciate it if you escorted us to your borders. We really weren't trying to do anything. Oh no, Tamari's smile seemed kind. With you this close to Suna, I have a feeling the Kazekage will want to know about this. Crap. Terminal velocity. It took approximately 12 seconds for a human to reach terminal velocity with their belly level to the ground. Or in their case, the endless ocean that stretched out in front of them from horizon to horizon. And judging from their altitude, there was no sizable landmass for about 100 miles, save for that island that stuck out of the endless blue like a green sore. Sakura. He called her name despite the winds flapping in their faces. The portal that had ejected them here was already several thousand meters away, and until he got his Sharingan there was no way that he could open it back up. His skydiving companion turned to look at him, her jade eye squinting down towards the ocean, filled with an unbridled annoyance at just about everything. She seemed like the type to blame herself for not being strong enough to avoid Obito's trap. Something he fell for as well. What? I think we should aim for that. He pointed towards the island, the motion almost causing him to lose his balance. It wasn't like he was exactly practiced at falling at terminal velocity for more than a few seconds. I don't see any other land masses. She followed his eyes, finding that small green lump in the sea that sat halfway to the horizon. That's a bit far out. How's your landing skills? It's a work in progress. Falling from a couple miles up wasn't something he had done very often in his life. Sure, there was the odd 100 or so foot drop off of some buildings or a slide down a cliff and a dozen or so other flashy leaps here and there. But so far at least half of his total time falling belonged to his current predicament. Sakura snorted, somehow looking more annoyed. She turned her body with practice and grace, aiming herself right for the island. Follow me. She drew her arms and legs in, turning into a pink-haired missile, aiming for the island with a sudden burst of acceleration. Had she done this before? Falling faster to the ground seemed like a really bad idea. He needed to slow his fall somehow. Shame he didn't have his Akatsuki cloak still. Apparently it doubled as a parachute. Perhaps if he used a large fireball to create a gust of hot air? A decent idea, but the risk of personal injury was too great and he risked injuring Sakura. Still, she seemed to have a firm grasp on the situation. It probably wouldn't look good on his track record if she died though. The ocean grew closer by the second, and Sakura quickly became nothing but a dot in his field of vision. It felt strange to see with this clarity once again. If only it didn't cost him the temporary loss of his Sharingan, then maybe they wouldn't be in this mess. Sakura neared the surface of the water and the echoes of her scream of fury echoed up with the winds. Was she going to punch the water? That didn't seem like it would do anything. The splash she made was much larger than he would have thought. Much larger. 1,000 times larger, as she punched up a lake's worth of water, disrupting it and cushioning her fall with the shockwave. Itachi blinked. It had finally clicked that this girl was Tsunade's apprentice. And had inherited that legendary strength that even Orochimaru feared. Still, he should not let himself be outdone by someone 5 years his junior. Inhaling deeply, Itachi performed the Uchiha signature move and created a giant fireball behind and below him, converting much of his downward momentum into forward velocity. He repeated this process 3 more times until he was low enough to catch himself on a wave. Most ninja, save for those from Kyumo, were more adept at dealing with horizontal movement than vertical motion. And Itachi was no exception. Simple contact with the water was all he needed, feeding chakra into his fingers to act as his drag just long enough to get his feet under him. From there it was a simple matter of staying afloat as he skated along the waves until he reached the island. The waves rolled and came crashing down onto the island's shallow lagoon. Even the slightest misstep along the constantly shifting water would cause him to fall, though no longer fatal, his pride simply wouldn't survive the blow. Besides, he could see Sakura all but glaring at him from the beach, her fist wrapped in the dull glow of her healing chakra. She didn't need to see him crash. Leaning forward on one foot, he came in along a wave, using its momentum to edge closer to the beach. The wave began to crest before it came crashing down onto the beach, and Itachi came to a slow walk, smiling at Sakura. She looked far less pleased by his landing than he was. She clicked her teeth and turned away, stomping along the beach like an upset child. Show off. He chose not to comment on her injured hand. You were rather impressive yourself. I wouldn't have thought to soften the landing by disrupting the water like that and creating a shockwave to dampen the blow. He could see her ears turn pink at that, but she kept walking away from him. It wasn't that impressive, I just punched the ocean. She sighed, rolling her shoulders to turn and face him. Do you have any way to get us off the island? We could walk, but I doubt I have the chakra reserves to make it over 100 miles. I don't think I could even manage that. Sakura gave a deep sigh, flexing her injured and testing its joints. She pulled it back into a fist that hung at her hip. Can't you turn into crows or something and fly? That's just a genjutsu trick. I don't actually turn into crows, I'm actually just running away really fast. Itachi shrugged. It was flashy, but it did have its uses for distracting the enemy and several times had sent them in the opposite direction. Sakura snorted, a smile gracing her face. Really? That's actually a lot less impressive than I thought, but don't you have any summons or something that can fly? I have one summon, but it's not large enough to carry us, nor do I think it could make such journey even if we did know which direction Konoha was. He motioned for her to continue walking. Our best bet is to focus on surviving on this island while we wait for a rescue party. Joy, Sakura rolled her eyes, falling into step alongside him. Despite her tone, the small smile remained on her face. His brother was going to be a lucky man once he returned to Konoha. And how are they supposed to find us? I'm willing to bet that my headband has a tracking seal on it, so they likely know what direction from Konoha we are and the distance. Sadly, I'm not good with seals, so I doubt I could reverse it without damaging the seal as well. He took off his headband, handing it to Sakura. She shook her head. I'm not good with seals either, outside of a few used for medical jutsu. Her face lit up and she snapped her fingers. Oh. Don't sailors plot their course by the positions of the stars? I bet we might be able to find out how far away we are if we find constellations or stars we recognize. Clever. I assume you were the smart one on your team? Her face turned red at that. She certainly did blush easily with the smallest of compliments. Might be fun to see what kind of reaction he could get out of her by pressing further. Well, I mean, Sasuke was, well, he was smart too, and Naruto was the one that could do stuff without thinking, but I kind of. She was sputtering now, flailing her hands about like she was trying to wave away his compliment. He found himself chuckling and placed a hand on her head. You're rather cute when you're flustered. That only made things worse, and so much better. XXXX. The Suna ninja was smiling. Every time she asked Temari, who the Kazekage was, or tried to explain the situation, the woman would just wave her hand and smile, saying not to worry and everything would be fine. The Kazekage just wanted to speak to them. Which did nothing but stress Rin out. This was her first time seeing a foreign leader. What if they didn't like them? What if they said something stupid? Konoha didn't know they were here. What if they found out they were Jinchuriki? No, she did not need to think about that right now. Hey, Temari. Naruto leaned in on the bench, smiling like they weren't in the middle of another country's hidden village. Couldn't he see how much she was freaking out right now? Why wasn't he holding her hand? Where's Gaara? Is he around? Oh, he's around. Temari folded her hands on top of her knees, reclining in her chair as her smile grew. Don't worry, Naruto, I'm sure you'll be seeing him soon enough. Awesome. Naruto sat back down, grinning ear to ear. Rin, I can't wait for you to meet Gaara. He's a great person. Who the was Gaara? She wanted to ask, but all that came out was a breath and her nodding. Naruto had a friend in Suna, one of them was a Jounin too, and this Gaara person. So she shouldn't have anything to worry about. Right? Alright, one of the Suna ninja said, his face was half obscured by a veil causing her to shoot up from the bench her and Naruto had been sitting on. He was tall and scary looking. If this was someone that served the Kazekage, what kind of monster would the actual leader be? He motioned them to follow him. The Kazekage will see you now. Walking down the sandstone hallway littered by small windows and a few plants took at most half a minute. But it felt like an eternity. The ninja came to a halt and gestured for them to enter a circular room. Wait. Wasn't the guard coming in with them? What did that mean? Were they going to be killed? Captured? They already were captured. Why was she the only one freaking out? Naruto Uzumaki, a voice like gravel came from inside the room. It is good to see you again. Rin opened her eyes and saw the small circular room that was not unlike how the Hokage's office used to look, if only slightly more minimalistic in terms of furnishing, with only a bookshelf and a few plants acting as decoration, and a large stone desk with a red cloth draped over it was the centerpiece of the room. And behind that desk, wearing the Kazekage robe's hat resting on the desk, a short red-haired man with bags under his eyes stood to greet them, hand outstretched. Gaara! Naruto shouted, running over to shake the man's hand like they were childhood friends. You're the Kazekage? That's awesome. Gaara nodded, his face was stiff but a smile managed to crack its way through his stoic mask. Indeed, it was a recent promotion. One that wouldn't have been possible without you, Naruto. Hehe, I didn't really do anything, Gaara, Naruto laughed, scratching the back of his head. Oh hey Gaara, this is Rin, she's a Jinchuriki like us. Rin felt her brain reset at that whole scene that just transfolded. Gaara was Naruto's friend. Gaara was the Kazekage. Gaara was a Jinchuriki like them. The Kazekage was a Jinchuriki like them. She had been absolutely terrified of nothing for the past few hours. With a smile, she walked forward, hand outstretched towards Gaara. Nice to meet you, Gaara, I'm Rin Nohara. The pleasure is mine. Gaara did not take her hand, instead giving her a small bow, one she was quick to return. I was unaware that Konoha had two Jinchuriki. Yeah, that's a long story that you're probably not going to believe, she still hardly believed it herself. Not knowing what to do with her hand, she reached over and grabbed Naruto's. He gasped and looked at her wide-eyed and smiling. But long story short, Naruto saved me. We have that in common then. Gaara gave them a nod. I've already sent word to Konoha that you are safe and here. Temari was on her way to Konoha when she found you. She'll be leaving again tomorrow if you'd like to accompany her. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Suna. Thank you, Lord Gaara. Rin gave a bow, dragging Naruto down as well. We will be sure to do just that. Just Gaara is fine, you are among friends here, Rin. Gaara returned her bow with a nod of his head. Forgive me if I'm being rude. But are you two a couple? I am, well. Naruto stood straight, his face red, and he kept staring at her every time she looked at him. What was the answer to that question? They had admitted their feelings to each other, sure, but that was all they had time for. I am Rin? Great. She was in the spotlight. Why was she the one to have to decide this stuff? If Naruto had said that they were in a relationship, she would be happy. That was it then. We haven't really had a chance to talk about it. But yes. She squeezed Naruto's hand, watching his face light up all over again. Yes, Naruto and I are a couple. Congratulations. Gaara's lack of tone was almost enough to spoil the mood. XXXX. So, Naruto hummed as they walked down the multicolored street of Suna's bazaar. Somehow, among the various browns of sand that made up much of the city, they still managed to be more vibrant and colorful than Konoha's market street. Does this mean I'm your boyfriend? Rin smiled and rolled her eyes. A voice in the back of her mind lingered that Obito was still out there, damaged and in need of help, but that voice was drowned out by the here and now. Yes. And you're my girlfriend? He bounced in front of her like an overgrown child, smiling ear to ear with his arms outstretched. Yes, she laughed, grabbing his hand again, her face red from all the strangers who kept looking at them, and from Naruto's own overjoyed mood. She was barely managing to contain herself, something that Naruto wasn't helping with. "Sue, that makes us boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Naruto." She buried her face in his shoulder to wipe away a few tears that had begun to appear in her eyes. "Yes, we are boyfriend and girlfriend." "Awesome." Her cheeks hurt. The night continued in much the same way, with Suna becoming much more lively as the sun began to set. The only problem with the evening was that they, like most ninja, suffered from the plight of empty wallets. "Do you think I'll get paid for the rescue mission?" Rin asked as they wandered down one of the side streets on their way towards the room Gaara had set up for them. Her head rested on Naruto's shoulder and their arms were entwined. She was not looking forward to spending the majority of tomorrow traveling under the hot desert sun. "I was technically part of it." Naruto laughed, opening the door for her. "I'm not sure I'm getting paid for it." "Tsunade pretty much said go rescue you and we did." Rin hummed, navigating the small hallway that led to their room. On their left were numerous houses where Suna ninja stayed should they not wish to maintain their own home, to their right stretched out the whole of Suna. "Still, it'd be nice to not have to go on a mission when we first get back to Konoha. I want to sleep in the same bed for at least a week. Obito's still out there, and so Sasuke and the rest of Akatsuki. Naruto just had to ruin the mood. But after that, I want to take a nice long vacation where I can sit on a beach all day and sleep." "Oh please, you'd be so bored just sitting around at the beach." She opened the door for him. Their room was small and sparse, looking like any of the other small shinobi housing that was built into the wall that surrounded the village. "I wouldn't be bored with you there." Normally that kind of line would be accompanied by a saucy look, a long stare in the eyes, or a kiss on the hand. In Naruto's case, he spoke it like it was the most normal thing in the world. There was no hidden meaning, just the simple truth. And that was almost worse. It was like making her the perverted one. Sure, she thought Naruto looked great without a shirt, and the idea of him admiring her in a swimsuit was, Rin? She shook her head, shaking the thought of Naruto wearing a swimsuit as they played at the sea out of her head for at least a few more moments. It was obvious what he wanted to talk about. The room, if it could be called that, was Spartan, with the kitchen, living room, and bedroom all being squished into one. An open door showed that the bathroom was separate at least. "Do you think Gaara asked if we were a couple to see how many rooms we'd need?" Naruto asked, still staring at the room. It wasn't like they hadn't shared a room before, they had actually been doing that for the better part of 2 years now. That was the problem, it was the single small bed that sat next to the wall. They had only shared a bed a few times on the boat when there was no other viable option. And they were 13 and had no romantic feelings for each other at the time. Now they were teenagers. And in love. Naruto scratched his cheek. "I'll take the floor, you can sleep on the bed, Rin." "Are you sure?" She bit her lip, following him over to the bed. "I can take the floor if you want." "Nah, I'd rather you be comfortable." He threw one of the 2 pillows onto the ground. Rin smiled and sat on the mattress, watching Naruto as he laid down on the floor. "Thank you, Naruto." XXXX. "Have you found anything yet?" Itachi asked her. Sakura sighed, rubbing her eyes, resisting the urge to scream. Not at Itachi. Aside from his fondness for teasing her, he was actually a remarkable companion. Not what she would have expected from a member of Akatsuki that had murdered his clan in cold blood. No, she wanted to just scream at life in general. Not a thing. She leaned back onto her hands, feeling the warmth of the fire for just a moment. Their shelter was crude, little more than a rocky outcropping far enough up the beach to not get hit at high tide. A storm would likely swallow them whole, however. She spun on her sandy seat to look at her companion. "I don't recognize any of these stars." Itachi sat cross-legged, the fire between them served as a wall, several fish of various size and colors roasted near the flames. Why didn't she pack for a long mission? Nor I, though I never had much more than a passing interest in them. Same, Sakura sighed. So much for finding a way back home. They really were stuck just waiting for help to arrive, and without knowing whether or not anybody else survived. She had just met up with Naruto again, just great. She pointed towards Itachi's fish. You know those might be poisonous, right? I'll test them then. If I don't get sick, then they're good. If I do get sick, I have a skilled medic with me to cure me. He did that thing he did when he was trying to get a response out of her. It was subtle, the smallest twist of his lips and the narrowing of his eyes giving him an almost cat-like look. Worse was that it was working. You're completely different from how I thought you'd be. She brought her knees close to her chest, hoping that the campfire hid enough of her blush. She was used to praise, but it was different from Itachi. He was kind, strong, and he was handsome. All those just made it feel so weird to get praised by him. He shrugged, tossing back a bit of his hair before he reached for one of the fish. Perceptions are a funny thing like that. For the longest time, I had thought what I did was for the best. That I was doing what needed to be done and that all I needed to do now was wait for my brother to kill me so that he could live without knowing the pain I did. What? Sakura swallowed, her throat going dry. What made you kill your clan? Itachi let out a laugh and bit into the fish. That is a long story. We have plenty of time. Another laugh, he handed her one of the fish, his eyes not once leaving hers. So we do. Much of it started in the third ninja war dash. He'd never been one for drinking. But, if there was ever a moment to be drunk, it would be, pretty much his entire life after Rin died. Wait, no, that wasn't right. She was alive, very very alive, the three-tailed beast still sealed inside of her, and all of her other Rinness was still going full force. And now she was in love with Minato's son, that blonde-haired brat whose life he had ruined. He was Kushina's son. That angry red-haired lady that was the closest thing he had to an older sister. And Minato. He killed his own sensei. And why? Because some half-dead asshole told him he could be with Rin again? It was laughable. Rin being here in this time after being dead for 13 years was all his fault. He had tried to save her with powers that weren't fully his. She was here because of him. In love with Naruto because of him. And in danger because of him. Now he needed to do what he could not do in the past. And protect her. Protect her kindness, her smile, her laugh, her love. Her future. Obito took another drink from the bottle, finding its contents wanting and his throat still barren, even as the aroma of the drink burned his nostrils. He tossed the bottle over his shoulder, it shattered against a rock, reaching for what should be the last one. Ah, yes, there it was. Once he finished this one, then he'd go take care doing his best to everything. He'd already taken care of the plant. Without some kind of glue, they'd probably end up killing each other. This is all Kakashi's fault. He bit the cork off the bottle, spitting it to the side before swallowing as much of his drink as he possibly could. It was like a liquid version of the Uchiha Fireball Jutsu. It burned worse than the time he inhaled that jutsu. Rin scolded him and Kakashi called him a loser. Itachi's too. Just had to figure out how to go into my realm, ing Uchiha.s. And I'm the worst of them. Still, time to as much of this as he could. In theory, Nagato was stronger than him. But that theory only applied if he didn't know the man's weakness. A surprise attack would be easy. Almost too easy. So easy he was almost an idiot for not doing it. But then again, he was drunk, so he didn't have to be smart. He finished the last bottle off with a bleck. Staring out at the storm that covered the village hidden in the rain. For most ninja, it'd be impossible to not get hit by the rain, and thus alerting Konan and Nagato. They were skilled all right, and he should probably be doing this sober. Was that a rational thought? Where did that come from? Placing his orange mask on one last time, he assumed the role of Madara that was just acting like the madman Toby. Instead of the crying child, he actually was. With one last sigh that turned into a belch that burned his nostrils and made his eye water, he fell into his realm. The domain of pain was like a tomb of pipes and gears where even the dry things were wet and a slime-like mold crawled like rats. Out of all the hidden villages, this was by far his least favorite. Everything here was watered down, the food, the drinks, the ninja. The only threat was here, with Conan and Nagato. What are you doing here? The voice of pain reverberated from the very metal and stone that made up the room. They stepped from the shadow as one, each and every one of the 6 paths of pain stepped from the shadows like they were preparing for some epic showdown. It'd almost be impressive if it didn't make Obito want to puke. Madara? Ah, Nagato, I see you're getting ready to do something. Why was he doing this drunk again? That's good, I'd hate for this to be easy. Why are you here? The main one, the corpse of Nagato's best friend, Diva? He was pretty sure it was Diva Path, asked in that unflinching voice he used. It was like Kakashi when they were younger but almost scary, and a lot less annoying. Oh, that's easy. Obito stood proudly, he could break character later. Wait, was he in character? I'm here to kill you. There was a moment of silence as that threat sunk in, followed by an explosion of jutsu that shook the foundation. Despite himself, Obito found a smile forming on his face. With this, maybe he'd be able to pay back some of what he robbed from the world. An end to pain, an end to the Akatsuki. XXXX. Konoha hadn't changed at all. Well, almost. Seeing Minato-sensei's face on the mountain right next to Tsunade's might take some getting used to. But it was still Konoha. The air had that warm smell like a campfire made with sweet-smelling logs, the people were just as friendly as ever, and the market street still managed to be bustling no matter what day it was. Sure, some of the buildings were new and she didn't recognize most of the people walking about, but it was hard to ignore the fact that she was in Konoha. For once it actually felt like it had been 16 years. Welcome home, Rin. Naruto grabbed her hand, squeezing it tightly. His smile was so genuine and exactly what she loved about him. Her eyes felt wet and she pawed at them with her sleeve. Great, she was crying. She didn't even feel like crying. She didn't even miss Konoha that much until she stepped through those gates and was here. Thanks, Naruto. I'm happy to be here. She bit her lip, smiling through the tears, embracing the fluttering in her heart and the butterflies in her stomach. Especially with you. The past week of travel was filled with small touches, hand-holdings, and a dozen other things that, while small, built into something amazing. Somehow she was more nervous around Naruto than ever, and she was loving every moment of it. Her spine tingled just being near him. Yep. She had it bad for him. Naruto blinked, his cheeks flushing red, and he scratched his cheek looking away from her and up the main road. After we check in with Granny and the pervy sage, do you think maybe we can go on a date? Of course. Her voice cracked, cheeks flushing all over again, and it became much harder to look at Naruto. Instead, she found the ground rather interesting. We can go to that ramen place you talked about, and go for a walk, and stuff. Yeah, and stuff, Naruto repeated. How long were they just going to stand there doing nothing? Should she say something? Anything. Why was this so embarrassing and nice at the same time? Let's go see the Hokage now, I'm kind of worried about the rest of them. That snapped him out of it. Oh. Right. Let's go. She knew the path to the Hokage's office like it was the back of her hand. Every ninja did, it was the beating heart of Konoha, and the ninja were the blood cells. It was just like any other trip, just with far more eyes on her and Naruto than she ever remembered receiving in the past. Was it because they were holding hands? Or was it something else? Did they recognize her? Did Asuma and Kakashi tell that many people? They entered the building as was greeted by a bored lanky-looking man with black hair wearing a chunin vest. "Oh, Naruto, Rin, did you really leave Temari at the gate?" "Shikamaru." Naruto shouted, right, that was his name. He was Asuma's student. "What are you doing here?" "And yet we left Temari at the gate," she said, to go on without her. "Why, is she your girlfriend or something?" If possible, Shikamaru looked even more done with the conversation than he had moments ago. "We work on the Chunin exams together. That's all. What about you and Rin? You two seem closer than the last time I met you." Naruto laughed and pulled her hand up, showing it off like holding hands with her was some kind of trophy. "She's my girlfriend now. I'm not sure if I should congratulate you or apologize to her." Shikamaru yawned, and Naruto pouted. "Anyways, are you going to be participating in the Chunin exam this time around?" "You bet." Naruto turned to her, beaming, with a fire behind his eyes. "What do you say, Rin, want to team up with me and Sakura for the Chunin exams?" "Oh, I'm already a Chunin." Naruto, she could have sworn they talked about that. "What? Since when?" "Since before you were born." It was technically true. "So like 4 years? Aw man, now I have to find another person to take the exams with me and Sakura," Naruto whined, finally letting go of her hand to cross his arms and pout. He was so cute sometimes. "Sakura's a Chunin too, you're the last one from our class to be promoted, Niji and Temari are Jounin as well." Each word hit Naruto like it was a bunch to the stomach. "Sorry man, I'll figure something out if you're going to participate." Rin laughed, rubbing her boyfriend's back. "It's okay Naruto, you might still be a genin, but you're plenty strong as it is." She couldn't help but smile. "Though I may have to pull rank on you." "Thean." Naruto whined. "You're so mean." "Right, well I gotta get going before that troublesome woman gets lost," Shikamaru growled, walking past them, muttering something about blondes. The Hokage's office smelled like a bar. The desk where the third Hokage once sat was still there, though the once modest stack of paperwork was replaced with several mountains of the stuff. That seemed a bit excessive. Standing behind the desk was a pale black-haired woman that seemed familiar. And sitting, half buried, behind a pile of folders was a blonde woman that could only be Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. A woman as Hokage. Kushina was right, it was about time. "Hey, Granny." Naruto burst through the entranceway without giving it a second thought. "I'm back and mission complete." The woman behind the desk looked up at Naruto with more disdain than Rin thought humanly possible. "How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that, brat? Also you." Tsunade pointed towards Rin and then gestured at the wide variety of paperwork before her. "This is all your fault." She took a step behind Naruto. "I'm sorry." "You better be." Tsunade growled, reaching into the stack to pull a single document from the mountain. It fell over, making the woman growl. This was not someone that enjoyed their job. First you appear out of nowhere, and Jiraiya decides that it's a good idea to not ing tell me first thing. Instead I find out from Kakashi that you're alive and you have the three-tailed whatever sealed inside of you. Add to that I've been trying to keep it under wraps that the leader of the Akatsuki is one of our own ninja that we thought was dead, which is a lot harder than you think, by the way. Then ing Itachi Uchiha comes back, somehow sleeps on Kakashi's couch for 2 years while they work on killing off Danzo. She flailed her arms at the other stack of paperwork. "That's all of Danzo's crimes and every single root ninja that I need to find out what to do with. Then I have to weigh that against Itachi's crimes with the new evidence. Which, guess what the fun part is?" She didn't wait for anybody to answer. "That's ing right. Turns out Itachi, Konoha's biggest criminal aside from Orochimaru, did what he did as a mission, so now I have to find some way to let him back in the village without everyone and their grandmothers whining about it. Next, think that's going to happen is that Orochimaru's going to show up at Mordor drunk, claiming that all the bad stuff he did was because he was gay for Jiraiya." With a roar, Tsunade shoved a pile of papers onto the ground and slammed the document in her hand with enough force to make the building shake. And it's all because you couldn't stay dead. Anyways. Sign here. Something told her that walking near that desk might be a death trap. It could be the fact that Naruto and that black-haired woman were both pressed up against the wall like they were trying to phase through it to escape Tsunade's wrath. What is it? It's to reinstate you as a ninja of Konoha, under the chakra is.ing weird law. Tsunade waved the pen at her. The woman gave a sigh. Look, you seem like a good kid, but you're already on my bad side, now get over here and sign this document before I decide to take my anger out a certain blonde ninja in the room. I will throw his ass back to Suna. Okay. She squeaked, bouncing over and signing her name. And then taking a few steps backward. Is there anything else I can do for you, ma'am? Humph, now that's respect. Tsunade sat up in her chair, glancing at the document before placing it on a different pile of papers. Now then, I have a few questions regarding your abilities. To what degree can you control the three-tailed beast? Oh, Isobo, and I have an understanding. As it stands, I have full control over his illusionary mist and I can make corals grow. But beyond that, he really doesn't like to be bothered. He mostly just wants to live in peace. She felt him stir like an old dog slumbering at the fireplace. So if you're asking if I can use him to fight, I think the answer is yes, but I'd prefer not to. Good. Tsunade sighed, leaning back in her chair, fingers bridged in front of her face. Technically, Isobo, right? Belongs to Kiri, so if we can keep you having him a secret, then that's better for us. Should be easy enough to cover your Shaka mist as a Kekii Genkai. Now then, I understand that you used to be a medical ninja but no longer have the chakra control? I believe that I'm able to heal with my mist now. I restored Naruto to health with it recently. Though she hadn't done it since. In theory, she should be able to do it now that she had the trick down. But I'm still not certain on the consistency. Tsunade hummed. To be fair, Naruto heals if you kiss his boo-boo and tell him he's a good boy. Her boyfriend gave a disapproving whine. Tomorrow, Shizen will take you to the hospital where we will test your knowledge and ability. As for your living conditions, you technically dash. I'd like to continue living with Naruto if that's alright. Rin interrupted, her cheeks burned at her sudden outburst. The Hokage's eyes bore into her, searching for answers. You see, it's just that Naruto and I have just entered a relationship and we're kind of used to living with each other as it is, and well. She was interrupted by Tsunade's soft chuckle. The shrewd woman that was the Hokage melted away to reveal the kindness that laid underneath. Alright then, Rin, do me a favor and take care of him. He's important to me too. But be careful, moving in together is a big step and very different from traveling with each other. We'll be fine. Naruto, finally, stepped up alongside her, squeezing her shoulder. But hey, where's Sakura and Kakashi-sensei and the pervy sage? Tsunade's smile was replaced with a frown. Right. Kakashi is going to bring Itachi and Sakura back from the middle of the ocean. Should we go with him? Rin asked. They were part of the team sent to rescue me after all. Yeah, and I don't trust that Itachi guy near Sakura. Naruto all but shouted. The situation is under control, Naruto, and I think that you two have had your fill of traveling for a while, right? Rin nodded. Sleeping in her own bed sounded like the most wonderful thing right now. I guess we'll just have to wait. As for Jiraiya, he hasn't left the bar since he got back. Do me a favor and make sure he hasn't drunken himself to death yet. Tsunade smiled. I still have a few bets with him that I know I'm going to win. XXXX. How long did it take to fall in love? Her mother once said that it took her years to finally say yes to her father, and that somewhere along the line before she even realized it she had fallen in love. Tsunade said it took her a chance encounter on a rooftop to fall in love with Dan. Asuma and Kurenai still weren't sure if they were in love after dating for a year. And it had taken her a week at the age of 8 to decide that she loved Sasuke. What did an 8-year-old know about love? Did they even know what love was? Did she? Was it possible to fall to be in love and fall in love all over again? These thoughts plagued Sakura's mind like a swarm of hornets lodged in her brain bidding for her attention. She had heard his story, she had cried for him. She had felt for him. She still felt for him. In some ways more than she felt for Sasuke. It felt like she had been staring at the moon for so long she forgot how beautiful the stars were. Itachi stood, shirtless in the water, armed with kunai attached to some string, the water gently lapping against his smooth stomach that was as perfect as the rest of him. She knew she shouldn't compare him to Sasuke, but it was impossible not to. Worse was that Itachi was just better. Where Sasuke was cruel, cold, and selfish, he was kind, warm, and selfless. Burying her feet into the sand, Sakura glared at him as he casually tossed the kunai into the water and pulled it back to retrieve one of the fish she said was safe to eat. What would happen once they got off this island? Tsunade wanted him dead, right? Would he leave the village? She buried her feet deep into the warm sand, biting her lip and trying her hardest not to look at him. He was like Sasuke but better. In every possible way. But was she in love with him? Could she be in love with him? It had only been a few weeks, if that. It only took her a week to fall in love with Sasuke. Would it really even be so strange for her to fall in love that fast all over again? It would be best to just forget him. To pretend he never existed. That's what the rational part of her mind was telling her. But she didn't listen to that part of her brain when it told her to give up on Sasuke on a near-daily basis. No, she needed to know. She stood, her body acting on its own. She found herself walking towards him. Enjoying the warm sand under her feet as it faded to the cool ocean water. She moved with no more sound than the crashing of the waves, disturbing nothing as she moved towards him. He turned to her, offering her that same kind smile he always did. Not a word was spoken between them. Her body reacting on a more baser level, her brain was lost still thinking about the moon and the stars, while her heart beat towards him. His cheek was warm and rough to her touch. His eyes full of kindness and something else. Something that she had seen before but had never been on the receiving end. It was the look her father gave her mother. She stood on her toes, pulling his head down just enough to reach. Their lips touched. And her brain finally realized what her body was doing. What his body was doing, basking in the stunned silence of what was happening. It felt like so many things, so many wonderful things, like diving into the hot springs on a snowy day, like walking through the forest on a warm spring day, like watching the fireworks at a festival. Sakura pulled away just as quickly as the kiss began. Her brain trying to process the information as she looked at his smooth muscular chest marred with scars from battle and a few from her own vengeful surgeries. Her hand rested just above his heart, feeling it beat faster and faster. Their eyes met and his heart beat faster still. Her lips tingle with the aftershocks of that kiss, the thought of doing that again caused her whole body to tingle. Finally, her brain came up with something to say. Oh. She had no reason to be nervous. It was just dinner with Naruto and she'd done that hundreds of times before. So there was absolutely no reason for her to be nervous. Aside from the fact that it was a date, and she had no idea what to do on a date, like what even was she supposed to say and talk about, was she supposed to ask him how his day was? She'd been with him all day, she heard all his stories, he told her all his, they had nothing to talk about. What if he got bored of her? What if she said something stupid? Nope. No reason to be nervous at all. Holy crap, she had it bad. Rin walked next to Naruto down a busy Konoha street. There were a lot more people than she remembered there being, her hands clasped behind her back. She had no idea what to do her hands. Was she supposed to hold Naruto's? Was he okay with that level of public displays of affection? Sure, he did that in Suna, but there were more people he knew here, and, holy crap, they were going to be living together. That was like skipping every step in the book. Okay, no, this was fine. She'd technically been living with Naruto for over 2 years now, so it wasn't any big deal. She'd just be able to greet him properly with dinner as he came home from a mission. She'd then give him a kiss on the cheek and tell him that dinner was ready. Then their kids would. Wait. Kids. Kids. It was way too early to be thinking about that. Rin? Naruto's voice brought her back to the present. He stood close to her, still smiling ear to ear. In the space between breaths, he reached over, grabbing hold of her hand like it was meant to be with his always and forever. Are you okay? She couldn't help but smile at him. Yeah, I'm fine, it's just that, well, everything is so different now. She squeezed his hand, feeling the calluses he had built up through hard work and training. But, I think I can get used to this. Especially if you're here with me. His smile brightened, making her heart flutter and cheeks burn. She was acting like a schoolgirl. She was a ninja. A battle-hardened ninja that had a biju sealed inside of her and had traveled 13 years into the future. She shouldn't be acting like this. Was this because she was on an actual date? One where she was going to end up kissing Naruto? Not that sweet little cheek thing she'd done before, but lip-to-lip action? An S-rank mission would terrify her less. But at the same time, she really did want to kiss Naruto. To find out what it was like to kiss a boy she liked. And maybe to go a bit further. Yo! Naruto! A voice called from the crowd. She wiped her head towards the voice, and her focus was drawn towards one of the largest dogs she'd ever seen. Atop the dog rode a brown-haired ninja with markings of the Inuzuka. Flanking the dog were 2 other shinobi, a heavily cloaked figure that showed as little of his face as possible, and a Hyuga. The eyes were a dead giveaway, girl that looked nervous. The boy on top spoke again. I didn't know you were back in town. The dog was upon them in 2 leaps and a bound. Kiba. Akamaru. Naruto shouted. She knew those names somewhere. Oh right, Naruto graduated with them. Her boyfriend waved at the group. Hinata, Shino. You guys look great. And look how big Akamaru's gotten. Nah, he's the same as always, but look at you, man. Did you come back strong? We might have to have a match. Kiba hoped down from the dog. Akamaru, right? And gave Naruto that hug that men do, that shoulder-to-shoulder bump. Then the boy turned to her. Who's this chick? I don't recognize her. This is Rin. Naruto grabbed her hand once again, holding them up like it was a trophy. She's a kick-ass medical ninja. And my girlfriend. Rin did the only thing she could at that moment. Blush. Kiba looked shocked. The clocked one, Shino, probably, didn't seem fazed. And the only other girl, Hinata, in the area also blushed, her pale eyes wide with shock. She waved, trying to ignore how awkward the silence was. Oh, it's nice to meet you all. Naruto's told me a lot about you all. Well, enough that she'd at least know their names. It is a pleasure to meet your Rin, nice to see you as well, Naruto. Shino gave a slight bow, his voice even and nearly devoid of emotion. We don't have much time, we need to get to our meeting spot. Oh right. Kiba hopped back onto his dog. Sorry we can't stay and chat, Naruto, we'll catch up later, alright? You guys on a mission? Naruto asked. Yeah, we're going to. Kiba began to explain the mission but shut his mouth when Shino hurried past them. Bah, I'll tell you later, alright? We can get the rest of the crew together and have barbecue or something. Sure, sounds fun. Naruto nodded. Just as soon as I bring Sasuke back. Kiba returned the nod. You bet. Rin smiled at the two. They were a lot alike in many ways. Same spiky hair, lack of volume control and an air of pride about them. Excuse me. A soft voice that sounded like a marshmallow talking drew Rin's attention towards the Hyuga girl, Hinata. The girl bowed deeply, hands folded neatly in front of each other. Her face was red. Really red. "My name is, I'm Hinata Hyuga, it's nice to meet your Rin, please take good care of Naruto." The words came out as a high-pitched gasp that merged into one another. Somehow the girl bowed even further down. Nice to meet you Hinata," she laughed for lack of anything better to say or do. Her own face was probably just as red as Hinata's. I will." The girl gasped, her face flushed, and left without another word, running to catch up with her teammates, swaying like she was drunk all the way. Must be low blood sugar, or an allergy to embarrassment. Both were likely given the Hyuga clan structure. "Good luck on your mission." Naruto waved them off. "It looks like Kiba and Shino have gotten a lot strong. I can't wait to see them in action." "So those are two of your friends?" They started walking again, this time she made sure that they were holding hands. Something about the way Hinata asked her to take care of Naruto grated against her. Was she an ex? If so, why did Naruto never say anything? And why Did it matter Naruto hadn't been in Konoha for nearly 3 years? She had no reason to be jealous of the girl. And what about Hinata? Hinata? Naruto's face scrunched up in confusion. What about her? What do you think about her? She kind of quiet and weird. What did she say to you? Nothing really, just introduced herself. Yep, nothing to worry about at all. So, where are you taking me out on our first date, oh boyfriend of mine? Naruto pointed at the end of the street where a small ramen stand sat on a corner. His smile was unwavering, like a child in the candy store. Ichiruka's, it sounded like he was reciting holy text. She really shouldn't be surprised. How many times a day did Naruto talk about this place? I look forward to finding out why you like this place so much. Just walking towards the ramen stand was an experience. First was the anticipation that Naruto had spent years building up inside of her. Then the smell hit her, a thick mouth-watering scent that pooled around the stand like low tide at the docks, almost scent was cooked into the very street. Atmosphere came next when she entered the traditional flap that marked the entrance of the stand, acted like a portal to another world filled with ramen and joy, where the street outside was nothing but a distant memory. Oh ho oh. Well, if it isn't Naruto, back from your trip I see. The chef greeted them the moment they entered. He greeted them like family, with a kind smile that was trained from years of catering and loving it. And I see you've brought a girl with you this time. I'm Tsuchi Ichiraku, welcome to my stand. It's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Rin Nohara. Rin bowed at the man, hands clasped in front of her. Naruto's told me a lot about your stand. All good things I hope, the old man laughed, hands busy working at a batch of noodles. But please have a seat, my daughter Ayam will take your order. The woman behind the stand was a cute brown-haired woman, her eyes focused on Naruto and herself, a growing smile forming on her face. Oh, Naruto, is this your girlfriend? She's really pretty. Yep. Naruto let the pea pop, wiggling in his seat and smiling all the more. He was enjoying this like he was showing off to the world that he got her to date him. 2 bowls of miso with extra pork please. Whoa, hold your horses Naruto, you come back after a couple years with a girlfriend and you're not even going to dash. Tsuchi growled. You can bug them after they order. Their waitress pouted. Fine, can we at least give them a bowl on the house for Naruto's first date and his return? I don't see why not 1 bowl each, on the house. Rin doubted that she'd be able to finish 1 bowl. XXXX. 3. She had eaten 3 bowls of ramen. Worst thing was that she wasn't even remotely grossed out by the 6 that Naruto had eaten. Okay, you were right, that place is great. Rin smiled, patting her stomach. Isabu gave a low-content growl. Apparently, he enjoyed her meal as well. Did Biju like ramen? That would explain Kushina and Naruto's love for it. And her own recent cravings. She was already looking forward to their next visit. Good thing about being a Jinchuriki was that her metabolism got a boost, so she wouldn't have to worry too much about gaining weight. Naruto laughed, brushing against her shoulder. I told you it was good. I'm so happy you like it. Rin nodded, hooking her arm with Naruto's and resting her head on his shoulder. She needed a nap after all that food. Or a good sleep, given how the sun had long since vanished and turned into a star-filled night. So much for watching the sunset. We can still look at the stars if you want. He gave a nervous laugh, pressing his cheek onto the top of her head. I still want to spend more time with you. We live together, Naruto. I don't think there's much more time you can spend with me. Despite the logic, Rin found herself smiling at his words. He was so sweet, it made her heart flutter. But, I'm kind of tired and I still need to get moved into your place. So let's head home, okay? Aren't we supposed to check on Jiraiya first though? He's a big boy, he can take care of himself. Naruto's apartment was pretty much exactly how she pictured it, small, shoddy, an afterthought, but a home nonetheless. It was built on top of a larger housing complex, with the stairs leading up nestled between two other buildings. Its high perch gave a breathtaking view of the Konoha skyline. The inside, however, could use a bit of improvement. Still, it was better than half the inns they stayed and better still than her old living conditions. She expected to see the apartment caked in a layer of dust. Instead, it looked as though it was cleaned recently. This was the home she was going to be living with Naruto in. Dread and excitement flushed over her in equal measures, blending into a concoction of uncertainty. It's not much, but welcome home, Rin. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, squeezing it, before wrapping his arm around her into a small hug. With you here, it might actually feel like one. Was it possible for her blush to blush? According to her cheeks. Yes. Yes, it was. Well, what way is the shower? It's kind of been a while. Oh. Naruto jumped, his own cheeks turning red. It's just down the hall, across from my bedroom. I'll, start cleaning up while you do that. Thank you, Naruto, Rin smiled, ignoring the swarm of butterflies that were inside her stomach. Why couldn't Isabu eat them? He was probably enjoying this. XXXX. For the first time in his life, Naruto had difficulties not paying attention to something. He was in his home, a home that he now shared with Rin, who was his girlfriend, a fact that he kept repeating to himself, and the girl was now taking a shower. Naked. In his house. Their house. Home. Whatever. Point was that she was naked. And he could hear everything. The knobs squeaked and the pipes groaned as hot water poured down into the shower in spurts. At first, it was empty, just splashing against the tiled floor. Then he heard her enter the shower. Every drop sounded different when it hit her naked body, painting a vivid image of her washing away the filth of their travels, and leaving a fair amount of sand on the floor. He was lost at the sound of her washing herself, entranced at the sound of her beauty. A soft humming guided the warmth towards him, and through her musical voice, he could see her face, smiling in the shower. What was he supposed to be doing again? This was okay, right? He wasn't peeking on her or anything. He was just listening to her being naked. That was okay, right? And they were a couple, so that made it extra okay? The sound of her wet hair flapping against her naked back sent a chill down his spine. This was way more exciting than peeking ever was. Okay. He needed to calm down. He was supposed to start getting this ready. That meant, the water began to lapse, hitting the ground in waves. She was lathering her hair. No. He had to focus on cleaning up. Rin would take the bed and he would sleep on the couch. That sounded fair. Even if he really did want to share a bed with her like they did on the boat. He wanted to hold Rin close and touch her, but while cuddling in bed, all while kissing her on the forehead as she slept. Trying to purge his mind of thoughts about Rin, Naruto sprung to his feet, searching for something to occupy his mind that wasn't Rin's naked body currently being scrubbed down with soap. By the time he had gotten his bedroom in working order, the shower had stopped. Moments passed and Naruto found himself staring at the door with fear. His room was clean, spotless, perfect for Rin to sleep in. He'd take care of the couch later. Rin stepped from the bathroom, steam trailing after her like a beautiful gown. She was still drying her hair with one of his towels, and she was wearing one of his shirts that hung around her like a miniature dress, leaving her long and very wonderful legs exposed. He had never seen anything so beautiful. "I don't have any spare clothes, so I borrowed one of your shirts, is that okay?" she asked, pulling her head out from the towel. Her cheeks were red and her smile was pure. She flopped her arms helplessly, tossing the towel into his hamper. "And, the shower's free." "Oh, cool," a good cold shower was right what he needed. "And you can have the bed tonight. I'll take the couch." When he tried to move past her, she caught him grabbing onto his arm. Her eyes flashed to his and then towards the ground. That is. Can you say that thing again?" "Huh, what thing was she talking about?" "Wait. He's an idiot." "Oh. I love you." "Not like that," she bit her lip. "Say it like you mean it. Please." He did mean it though. What was that thing Jiraiya said? "Right." Naruto grabbed her hand, holding it in both hands, drawing her brown eyes towards him. "Rin, I love you. I mean it." She looked down, her cheeks still red as were her ears. She looked way too cute when embarrassed. Then, she paused. Swallowing. "Do you think that maybe we can? Do you remember on the boat during the storm?" Yeah, how could he not? That was one of his favorite nights ever, even if he technically didn't get much sleep. "What about it? Do you think we can pretend there's a thunderstorm? And do that again? With your bed?" She squeaked, taking a step back from him, bracing herself against the wall. Naruto swallowed, trying to piece together the pieces in a way that made sense. "Are you asking if we can sleep in the same bed?" She nodded, eyes fixated on him. "Are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping on the couch, not that I don't want to sleep with you. It just that, I mean. When was he going to stop digging his own grave?" This was his chance to sleep next to Rin. And touch her butt. He looked at her and her steadfast expression. She wanted this as much as he did. "Can I hold you and stuff?" Again she nodded, covering her mouth with her hand as she reached out for her hand, all while keeping her eyes down. "You can kiss me too. I can kiss you. Like on the lips?" "I'd like that," she whispered, tightening the grip on his hand. This was the Rin that only he got to see, one that showed her insecurities and desires. It was his favorite kind of Rin. "I'm going to do it, okay? I'm going to kiss you now." He grabbed her, taking a step closer with her back still against the wall, their hands joined so that there was nothing to stop them. Only a thin veil of nervousness separated him from something he had been dreaming of for over a year. They leaned in as one, eyes closed. He felt her breath on his lips, the scent of his shampoo mixed in along with his soap that was somehow better on her. Their lips brushed against one another and he felt her smile against his, one that he returned as the kiss turned from a peck to a true kiss, one that showed her all of his love. It felt like 1,000 hours passed in those few short seconds. And already he wanted to do it again and again, 1,000 times over. "Wow," he whispered when they finally separated. He still held her close, his hands had wrapped around her waist while one of hers was grabbing at the hair at the bottom of his neck. "Wow, yourself." Rin buried her head in his chest. "We need to do that more, at least once a day. How about once an hour? Or how about for a full hour starting right now?" After he threw away every clock in his house. She laughed, pushing him away. "Later, but first I can still smell the sweat on you, go take a shower." Then we can cuddle and kiss? Don't say it like that, she blushed, turning away from him. But yes. He had never been more excited to take a shower before. There was a very good chance that he was drunk. He hadn't actually consumed any alcohol, but everything on the boat reeked of it. The boat itself might be drunk for all it swayed steadily through the water like a drunk man stumbling his way home along the same path he took home every day after a night of drinking. But that was just silly. Kakashi hated boats, trains, and vehicles in general. More often than not they ended up exploding on him or attacked by a giant creature, or the crew suddenly wanted to kill him, or sometimes the very vehicle itself wanted to kill him. Which was likely the case of his current passage on the very boat that he chartered. He knew it was necessary, and he understood a great many things as he watched a set of jewelry sway back and forth as it hung from a lantern, right next to a bra. A bra that he had been forced to remove. It was part of the payment. Such as his being naked right now. And with the possibility of being a father in 9 months to a child that he did not want looming over his head like a fruit. Still, he adjusted in the bed, tossing out a gold coin that had managed to sneak between himself and the padding of the bed. It must not have been that bad if he didn't go out seeking some alternative. Sakura and Itachi, especially Itachi, owed him big for this. A soft moan from beside served as a reminder that he was very much not alone. Not that her using his arm as a pillow didn't already do that, it mostly just signaled that she was getting close to awake. A head of red hair stirred beside him and a beautiful face marred by scars of battle and some now smeared makeup from the last few days came into view, the feared pirate of the southern seas, the Red Scourge. But to him, she was just Fuko. Their story started years ago when he saved a girl as a chunin and she instantly fell in love with him. She wasn't the first or the last, but she was the most persistent. Even after years of not seeing her, she still claimed that grumpy, shrexually repressed ninja was her type. They had bumped paths several times in the past, especially once she became a pirate, and then a pirate captain, sometimes as enemies or competitors, other times as allies. Somehow he had managed to avoid her grasps until a month ago when he sought her out in desperation. "You must be getting old," Fuko purred, somehow managing to skip the steps between asleep and skipping right to wide awake. She smiled at him, her blue eyes twinkling like the sea. She was right, he was getting old. But nowhere near old enough or crazy enough to settle down with one of the most wanted women on the world. "I must admit though, you were worth the wait, Kashi. I only did this because I had to." This was his payment for her to sail her boat out to an uncharted island to rescue Sakura and Itachi. All things considered, it wasn't that bad. Normally she's much more unreasonable. She sat up, the silk and likely stolen sheets sliding off her body. She was naked save for the bandoliers she wore that had one of her pistols and a couple of daggers ready. He'd seen her fight off 2 IWA jounin with less. You only had to do it the first time. The other times were just for fun. I might have gotten carried away. It's not like there's a lot to do on a boat, in the middle of the ocean. His eyes followed her as she moved across the cabin to grab a piece of apple. A round trip had cost him with sharing a bed with her, Shreks, and not paying attention if they happened to do pirate things along the way. She grabbed an apple and tossed it his way. "Thanks." Yeah, Fuko waved him off her, already working on her own apple. "I need to make sure you have enough energy for the round 27. Aren't you bored of me yet?" Most sane girls that fell in love with him quickly learned that he was a terrible person with no personality and lost interest. That list was long and included the likes of Rin, Anko, Kurenai, Shizun, half the female Ambu, and probably half a dozen other people he didn't know about. Aside from the beard, this has been wonderful. She spun on the ball of her feet, fully exposing herself to him. For a 28-year-old woman, she still looked fantastic. In a few quick steps, she was back under the covers, reclaiming his arm as her pillow. "No, really, shave that thing. Better yet, let me shave it for you. I'm not going to trust you with a knife that close to my throat. Would you trust me if you married me?" "No. You're no fun," she pouted before she stole a kiss from him, biting his lip. I'd even be willing to retire as a pirate and move to Konoha and be a housewife or some. You'd get bored. Probably. Oh, how about I become a ninja? There were so many things wrong with that idea that he didn't even know where to begin. That'd be like throwing Naruto into Umbu. A knock came from the door. And a female voice followed behind it. Ma'am, we found the island. Well, I mean, we found an island. We don't know if it's actually the island, but it's there. Thank XXXX. You know what I really want right now? Sakura sighed. Life on the island with a mass murderer was surprisingly peaceful. Especially once they became a couple. Itachi was very responsive to her, very very responsive. Where with Sasuke it was like trying to get water from a rock, Itachi was more of a coconut, a bit of work, and she was rewarded with a delicious drink. A boat? Itachi asked. His hand was rubbing along her arm, her head rested on his chest. In the month they had been stranded here they had made something of a home, complete with a bed and a roof. They even tried to make a boat, but that ended up being a failure. Being a ninja did not lend itself well to water science. Dango. Dango? Dango. Ah, well. Itachi got up, dropping her onto the floor padded with dried leaves that didn't itch. She could feel his smug smile radiating from the back of his head as he walked out towards the ocean. He pointed towards the horizon. "'Cause I can do a boat." She didn't need to follow his finger to see what he was pointing at. There was a boat. The first one that they had seen. Civilization. Bath. TV, food. All of it was in her grasp. Quick. Itachi, make the biggest fireball you can to lure them over here. I'll start punching help into the cliff side and then we can dash. Sakura? Itachi laughed, standing there like a doofus. What? This was their chance. Why was he just standing there? She could finally wear clean underwear. We're ninja, he shrugged, gesturing towards the ocean. We could just walk. Oh. She glared at him, ignoring the blush on her face. Right. Well, let's go. Itachi just laughed and began to gather their belongings. Perhaps once we get back to Konoha and Lady Tsunade hasn't decided to kill me, how about I treat you to dango? Her stomach said yes. Loudly. Sakura let out an eep and covered her stomach. It felt like her whole body was on fire. That soft chuckle Itachi did when he thought she was being cute didn't help things. Like a date? Sure, we might have skipped that step, but I'd like to continue this properly. He stepped forward, leaning in close to her face. He towered over her by a good half-foot. His smirk was just the right mixture of Shreksy and kind to make her heart go crazy. That is, if you'll have me. He kissed her, sending off the waves of excitement that had rushed through her body the first time she had kissed him. He pulled away, their lips clinging as though they didn't want to part. It's not my fault you're my type. Another laugh and he turned away. He loved to tease her in every possible way. Worse was that she was starting to love it. And what type is that exactly? Tall, dark, handsome, with a pretty smile, nice ads, a cute but also helps. But you're also kind, strong, intelligent, and funny. She shot off like she was writing in her diary. It was almost how she described Sasuke, but kind and funny weren't on that list. It was amazing the difference they made. Well, I suppose it's fair, you're my type as well, cute bossy girls that are fun to tease. I'm not bossy, Sakura huffed, her feet landing on the sand. The ship was still in view and was coming towards them. Its red sails stuck out like a sore thumb. But, don't worry, I'll make sure Master doesn't kill you. Maybe, we make a stop to pick her up some beer. Good plan, well then let's go. The water was cold under her bare feet, but easy enough to walk on after accounting for the waves. At long last they were leaving their little island behind, and back into the world of ninja where he was a wanted criminal and she was the student of the Hokage. She could really use some of Naruto's endless optimism right about now. As they approached the ship, the crew began to appear. It was a ship filled with women, all armed to the teeth with hand cannons, swords, knives, yo-yos. It looked like they'd fallen into an armory. The ship itself was impressive, a foreign design that cut through the water and surviving the large storms that appeared in the middle of the ocean. It looked fast too, with the 3 massive sails that glistened like a red sun. They look like pirates, Sakura mumbled to Itachi, close enough now that a good leap would put them onto the ship. A fight would be bad, potentially destroying the ship if she wasn't careful. I'll let you take the lead. Yes, because I'm a people person. Despite his tone, Itachi leaped upwards, clearing the distance to the vessel with a single leap, landing towards the base of the mainsail. Sakura followed shortly after. Fortunately, nobody was dead. The women were ogling Itachi. Okay, so she was the jealous type. That was good to know. Hopefully, they spoke the same. Yo. Sakura paused. She knew that noise. It made her instantly annoyed, the same way her alarm clock would make her perk up. She searched around the crew of women to find its source. Ah, there he was. It was hard to recognize him, shirtless and with a beard. Kakashi waved at him. Standing next to him was a redhead that was eating an apple with a knife. I've come to rescue you. Sakura looked around. On a Shrek's boat? She knew her teacher was a pervert, but this was pressing it a bit. Most of these women weren't even that good looking. Please don't give them any ideas, Kakashi whined. But you two are looking tanner. And is that a hickey? Sakura's hand flew to her neck where Itachi had been kissing her last night. And she was blushing again. Just great. What would her parents say if they found out she was in a relationship with one of Konoha's most wanted? She'd probably have to move out. Wait, Itachi might like that. She'd practically been living with him for the past month. Still, all things in time. I won't tell anybody if you won't. Deal. Itachi snorted. Maybe if I tell the Hokage she'll let me live? You're not helping. She whacked him in the chest with the back of her hand, an act that just made him chuckle all the more. You got a great student, Kashi. The redhead waved around a knife with a slice of apple still on the end. She winked at Sakura. What does say girl wanna be a pirate? Could also use more ninja pirates. No thanks. XXXX. Waking up still sucked. But waking up to Naruto's slow rhythmic breathing was almost worth it. If only it wasn't so god hot. Seriously, her boyfriend was like a furnace. It'd probably be great during the winter, but right now, she peeled her hand away from his stomach. The comfort was barely worth the heat. Flopping onto her back, Rin stared up at the ceiling fan that wobbled at the highest speed they had available. Already she had adjusted to her life back in Konoha. Naruto helped a lot in that regard. Well, kind of. It was mostly Shizen that helped her with the changes. She had heard about the things that had happened through Jiraiya and Naruto, sure, but there was a difference between being told that the Uchiha had been killed and seeing the ghost town that was their district. But they weren't all gone. Obito was still out there, so was Naruto's friend Sasuke, and Itachi, who Lady Tsunade really loved to complain about. They'd bring them back soon enough. For now, though, she had to be in at the hospital in 5 minutes for more training with Shizen. Apparently being a medical genius 16 years ago meant that she had 26 years of stuff to catch up on. With a smile on her face, Rin got out of bed, carefully stepping over Naruto so as not to wake him. He'd wake up soon and probably go crazy trying to find something to do until he went to the hospital to bug her, which would last until she sent him away to go train. Such was their daily routine on days that she worked. It wasn't that Naruto was being a bum. He begged the Hokage for missions daily, but he didn't have a team. So he was forced to do nothing but train all day. Lucky him. Fully dressed in her shinobi attire, Rin looked at herself in the mirror. Her hair was getting long. The end of her ponytail now reached the point between her shoulder blades. Easy enough to keep hidden under her Chunin vest. A title that she might enjoy rubbing in Naruto's face ever so slightly. Mostly because he was cute when he was pretending something was bothering him. You look great with a ponytail. Naruto's voice made her jump the smallest amount. She spun. To see him sitting up in their bed, his shirtless chest did a great job of showing off his chest muscles. Yep, she approved of him being able to do extra training. Oh, sorry, did I wake you? Nah, I was up before you were. I was pretending to sleep so I could watch you change. His smile was interrupted by her throwing a shirt at him. Hey! It's not my fault you're so beautiful. You jerk doesn't say stuff like that so early. Now she didn't want to leave the house. Maybe Shizune or Tsunade would give her a day off to spend with Naruto if she asked really nicely. Not that she didn't have a great deal of those already. But why? Naruto whined, reaching out to grab her arms and pull her over to him. Why shouldn't I tell the most beautiful women in the world how beautiful she is? Seriously. You're going to give me a cavity, Naruto. She wrapped her arms around his neck as he hung around her waist. She gave him a small kiss that almost turned into something more, but she stopped him. I have an idea, meet me at 11 and we can do lunch together. Ramen? He was like a child that only knew one word. But, that didn't mean she didn't want ramen as well. Sounds good, now let me go and get ready to train, alright? We're going to need you in top shape once the others come back and we go get your friend. Yahoo! It took almost all of her willpower to pull herself away from Naruto and start heading towards the hospital with just enough time to be barely late. The path that had taken her here was a long and arduous one, filled with challenges, despair, and friends and hope. Still, it had all be worth it. The noon air was crisp with the promise of spring and all the beauty it would bring. It was a wonderful time of her life. One where the future was bright. For the first time, she knew both peace and love, after so much struggling and fighting. With a sigh she smiled and settled back down into her seat that was nearly overflowing with cushions. It was comfortable, perhaps overly so due to Naruto's near-constant fretting over her. Still, she should enjoy what few days of peace she had left. She thumbed the blue S that he had given her all those years ago. It still filled her with happiness just thinking about it, even after they found out that it was considered a marriage proposal in that area. She had more than enough time to be reminded of her wonderful past with Naruto. Reading her book, on the other hand, was a rarity and that time window was fast closing. Even my hair's gotten rather long, she laughed, pushing a strand back behind her shoulder. It was halfway down her back. Naruto's mouth would probably drop if she were to get it cut without telling him. That or he wouldn't notice, he was 50-50 with stuff like that. Ah well, she'd get it cut later when she had free time again. But by then it might be down to my ass. Laughing at the thought, Rin turned back to her book. It was a love story about a boy and a girl and their journey to find one another, constantly being where the other was. She was barely halfway through the book and it was already pulling at her heartstrings. She had gotten it nearly a year ago, but various things had gotten in the way of her reading it. Be it work, Naruto, or their friends. But now as her duties dwindled, she finally had the time to read. Rin! Naruto shouted, stretching her name out, and opening the front door with a slam that seemed to shake every inch of their home. It had been the same story for the past week. He'd rush home and shout looking for her. Despite the fact that she was in the same spot every day. It was charming in a way. She laughed and closed her book. She had only gotten 10 pages down today. Who knows, maybe one day she'd finish the book. Probably not. In here, Naruto. He burst through the door. His hair was long and wild, almost like how Minato used to wear his, but distinct in his own Naruto kind of way. Still, just looking at her handsome husband was enough to make her heart beat. Naruto scrambled over towards her, all but sliding along the floor to her seat where he gripped her hand tightly. Are you okay? Do you need anything? Can I get you anything? Did you? You ate, right? I read that it's important for you to eat even if you're not feeling hungry and dash. Naruto, she laughed, leaning forward to touch her nose with his. His overprotectiveness was as endearing as it was annoying, but she knew where it came from. This was his first family, hers as well. she'd be lying if she didn't worry about him on every mission he went out on. Even if he was insanely strong in his own right, to say nothing about his teammates. The world was a dangerous place after all. I'm fine, we're both fine, did you forget which one of us is a medic? Naruto placed a hand on her swollen stomach, that shouted that she was very pregnant. Her child had no doubt inherited its father's fat head. I know, but still I'm allowed to worry, right? Rin hummed and nodded her head back and forth like she was mulling over the question. Nope, not allowed, no worrying. That's not fair, you worry about me all the time. He pouted. At the age of 25, her husband was pouting. He really was a kid at heart. She pulled his hands up so that it rested on her shoulders and bringing Naruto within kissing distance. She'd never get tired of kissing him, even after all these years with him. The magic was still there and as strong as ever. Maybe even more so. I fuss, Naruto, I do not worry, I know you'll come back, I just need to make sure you don't embarrass the village while you're out there. Hey, he whined, going in for another kiss. That's mean. But are you sure you're okay? Isn't the baby due soon? She shrugged, scooting over to the side so that he could join her. Despite the vast amount of pillows in their home, he was still her favorite. Should be any day now, or at least I hope so. I'd rather not be a whale for much longer. You're not a whale, Naruto said softly in her ear as he took up the spot next to her, wrapping an arm around her so that she could use his shoulder as a pillow. One hand still rested on her stomach. Their child was stirred by Naruto being so close. I waddle, Naruto, waddle. Fine, then you're the Shreksiest whale ever. He kissed her cheek even as she swatted him in the stomach. His hand snaked up around her and touched her chest. See? You pervert. She laughed, nuzzling into his chest. We should probably decide on a name though. If it's a boy, how about Hero? Could be worse, why not Bort? You're joking, right? I'm not naming any child of mine that. I'm trying to think of a unique name. Naruto grabbed her hand, intertwining their fingers before kissing her knuckle just above the ring. I don't want their name to be tied to anything, I want it to be their own, just like their future. Even if we called them Naruto Jr., their future and their name would still be their own Naruto. She smiled, blinking up into the ceiling light. Great, she was feeling tired again. Maybe a nap with Naruto was just what the doctor ordered. How about Erasure? Erasure? I like it. If it's a girl, how about Miku? She gasped and turned to look at him. She couldn't believe he remembered that name. I thought you didn't want to name them after anybody. I don't, but Miku helped raise you into the wonderful woman you are. Besides, the name is almost as pretty as Rin. Naruto kissed her forehead before tucking her under his chin, eyes already closed. Yep, it was nap time. Erasure and Miku, huh? I like it. Now they just had to find out which one would be coming into their world. XXXX. He shouldn't be here. He didn't belong here. But he needed to be here. He needed to see his family. The sky was dark with storm clouds, and even the wind seemed to cover his advance, pushing him forward towards their home. He was no enemy of this village, but he couldn't stay here. It wasn't healthy for him, or for them. But a visit wouldn't hurt. It was easy to find their house. The streets of Konoha were still ingrained in his memory, and he had been there just once before. He was tied up at the time and threatening to murder them. He should probably pay Naruto a visit too. He had a child on the way as well. Maybe he should finally take Karen up on that offer. He crept into the top floor of their home. Sasuke, Sakura's voice was laden with sleep. She sat in the corner of the room, her shirt down as she breastfed her daughter. A small part in the back of his mind said that he should be embarrassed, but that part had been ignored for years. As a teenager, he had thought she was an annoying if somewhat cute girl. As a woman, he could see why his brother fell for her. That was a good week of mine. Ing. What are you doing here? His mouth went dry as he looked at the small innocent child that was nestled in Sakura's arms. I wanted to see my niece. Her name is Sarada, Itachi said from the door. His brother looked domesticated, with his long hair tied into a ponytail that was flopped over his bare chest. Apparently, Sakura insisted that he didn't wear a shirt when they were home. He walked over and placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder. "And you should have let us know beforehand." Sasuke shrugged, forcing a smile onto his face. Even with the truth revealed and the curse mark gone, his brother still killed their parents. That was a stain that would never go away. And he doubted things could ever go back to how they were. "I'm sure it would have, but where's the fun in that? Things were fine now anyway." "You don't have to leave, Sasuke, Naruto, and I still want you back. There's a place for you in here in Konoha with us," Sakura begged, just like she did every time they met. It was as tiring as it was tempting. He loved the freedom of not being tied down in the village. Sakura shifted and covered herself as she pulled Sarada off of her breasts. "Would you like to hold her?" "What?" Sasuke took a step back as Sakura stood and closed the distance between them. The small child in her arms looking right at him with those black Uchiha eyes. Before he knew what happened, the baby girl was in his arms staring at him intently. "I just came here to see her though." "Well, now's your chance." "I think she likes you, Sasuke. She practically screams whenever anybody but me and Itachi hold her. Especially Naruto." Sakura smiled, touching him on the arm. She still loved him, just in a different way than she did Itachi. Sasuke looked at the bundle in his arms, unable to take his eyes off of the newest Uchiha. She was so small, innocent, and cute. She reached up for him, touching his chin, and he could barely contain the urge to laugh. This was what he had been missing for so long. This small little bundle. A new life, one free from the mistakes of the past. A second hand fell on his shoulder. "Itachi, their first contact in a while. You know I'm a candidate for Hokage. I'd be easy for you to come back with us as well, especially after they accepted me." Itachi hugged him. It was an awkward sideways hug with one arm. It was the first time they'd hugged since they were kids. Naturally, Sasuke did the only thing he knew how to do. Freak out. He gave Sarada back in a hurry and headed towards the window, leaving only with an "I'll think about it." The idea of settling down in Konoha with Karen didn't quite make him sick to his stomach. Kakashi glared at his door. Someone was knocking at it and disturbing his peace. The knock was light and low to the ground. Probably just some kid or something that wanted to pull a prank on an old man. So he glared and waited for the kid to leave. But the kid knocked again. And again. And again. Fine, he'll open the god door. Yes? Kakashi asked, opening the door to see a boy that was probably about 5 or 6 years old. He had spiky red hair and was wearing a black bandana around his mouth that had a familiar skull on it. "Can I help you?" The kid looked up, mirroring Kakashi's own blank expression perfectly. He then reached into a pocket and pulled out a piece of paper that reeked of alcohol and perfume. "Mom said to give this to you." Kakashi took the note and the kid walked inside without wait, plopping down on the couch like he lived there. The note smelled pretty much exactly like Fuko, and it was written in her handwriting. It read, "He's yours, make him a strong ninja, see you in 5 years after I get enough loot to retire. Love F." Kakashi looked back inside, examining the kid further. Then back at the note. Apparently, he was a father now. And only one thing came to mind. The end to this story.